Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Looks like we're going to have an exciting meeting. Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Looks like we're going to have an exciting meeting this evening. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call. City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez, Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Gonzalez, sorry.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Cox.
Here.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Board Member Shahal is absent this evening.
Is there a motion to excuse Councilmember Hall?
Motion to excuse Councilmember Hall. Second.
Okay. Do we have roll call tonight, or is it, can we?
It'll be regular. It'll be regular. He's not participating remotely.
All right.
Of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and the use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us in a capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into, can join via the link, I've only said this 6,000 times, and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on, you have 2 minutes to speak on and onto the council agenda.
Staff would like to continue item 6 to a date uncertain. It is an action to terminate 2 historic property preservation agreements, Mills Act contracts at 1711 Main Street and 906 Monroe/1341 Homestead Road. As you know, this was on your January 27th meeting. Staff did additional outreach. Just yesterday, we heard from the bank that owns one of the properties at 906 Monroe and 1314 Homestead. They're requesting additional time to come into compliance, and staff would also like to do additional outreach to the home at 1711 Main Street. So with your concurrence, we will renotice this for a different date should both of the properties remain out of compliance.
So before we entertain just the continuance, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this issue? All right, council. Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make a motion to continue item 6.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Jane, and I'll be recusing myself on this item. My office is located close to one of these properties. I'm not sure which one, but in close proximity enough where I am not able to vote. Okay. This month in the city of Santa Clara. Youth Arts Month in the city of Santa Clara. Youth Arts Month is a time to celebrate art education and recognize the contributions of art educators. This evening, we have the Don Calajon School of Arts and Design and the Santa Clara County Office of Education joining us. To celebrate Youth Arts Month, we are thrilled to have a special performance from the students from Don Calajon School of Arts and Design. But before we start the performance, I would like to invite Arts Coordinator Sophia Fojas from the Santa Clara County Office of Education to say a few words. Sophia, please come forward. And welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and members of the Santa Clara City Council. Thank you for supporting arts education in our schools by presenting Youth Arts Month proclamation tonight. I am Dr. Sophia Fojas, the Arts Coordinator for the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I lead Artspiration, SCCOE's arts initiative that began in 2007. In my role, I support districts implementing a comprehensive arts education, co-manage the Arts Ed Connect grant to teachers with SB Creates, and conduct the Young Artist Showcase. On March 7th, this last Saturday, SCCOE and SV Creates, our County Arts Council, partnered on the first ever Arts Education Resource Fair at Raft. We had a panel discussion of Prop 28, Arts and Music in Schools, an Arts Ed Connect grantee panel discussion, and also a hands-on session with Armando Castellano from Quinteto Latino. And coming up is a free concert, Viva Mariachi Showcase, our 4th annual, on March 20th, Friday, at the Mexican Heritage Plaza Theater. And we are inviting, we don't have guests from Las Vegas. It will be a completely showcased by local ballet folklóricos and mariachis. So as a former student and a teacher and an arts administrator, I have felt both personally and professionally the impact of the arts, and I think you'll see this. I almost want to join them. I was this child in the 4th grade.
I thought you brought your instrument to
I
join them.
could actually sit in. And so I really, on behalf of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, I want to thank you for recognizing March as Youth Arts Month.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fojas. We appreciate that, but stay close. Next, I'd like to invite Coordinator of Arts, Libraries, and Instructional Resources from Don Calajon School, Chandra Henry, to the podium to introduce the students. Welcome.
Good evening. Nice to see all of you. I'm actually the coordinator of Arts, Libraries, and Instructional Resources for the Santa Clara Unified School District, not Don Calajon, but I work closely with our music director, Mr. Cliff Rawson, who is over here, who brought our advanced orchestra from Don Calajon to play some music for you this evening. So thank you for having us. Thank you for honoring March as a month of the arts, and I look forward to hearing the performance of our students.
Thank you. And Cliff, would you like to introduce the students? That would be great.
I'm sort of going to have them each say their own name. Shelley, can you stand up, Shella, for right now? And we'll just go down the line. Andy and Noah, we'll start with you guys.
It's great to have you here.
My name is Cliff. I'm the music director at Don Calajon. This is our traveling orchestra, the Monday group, which is our more advanced group. We have this year a very young bench of violins. So if you're in 5th grade, raise your hand. We have some elementary kids in this group, which is one of the things special about Calajon is that we're a TK through 8. So we have elementary mixed with middle school. Raise your hand if you're in 6th grade. 7th grade. Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, I might be about done. So, okay, we're going to point these towards the kids because I think we are actually live streaming, which is exciting. So, yeah, we are getting ready. We actually
Yeah, thank you. So the people at home can hear you.
Got it.
Okay.
So yeah, we like to take this group out to travel in the community and play, to get them performance experience and to get them ready for our festival, which is coming up on April 25th. They'll be playing at the California Music Educators Association Festival at Fremont High School, and they'll be playing these pieces. So we like to have as much experience playing them as possible.
Great.
We're going to play two pieces for you. The first is called a Bach Fest. It's a medley of pieces by Johann Sebastian Bach.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much. We're going to play one more piece for you. This is Scarborough Fair.
Wow. Oh. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite all of you up here to, so we can present the proclamation. I don't know the easiest way to get the students up here with our county office, our unified school district.
We can just
Rep.
open the gate. Shelley, can you put your instruments all the way on the ground, just carefully? Same with the bass. Or do we want them holding them for the photo? I changed my mind. Take your instrument with you.
Wow, let's fit him.
And let's go cellos and bass.
Yeah, however that would be good.
Oh my goodness, it's taller than you are. It's taller than everybody. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What you should do is you should stand on this ledge. Yeah. I think you are already.
Because you need to be able to see the cameras if you can't move. Because we want your picture taken. Yeah.
Couple.
Awesome job, you guys.
Doing the advertising and.
Kevin, is it on this or the
Yes.
next one?
Oh, it's on this one.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I know everyone's leaving, and thank you very much for that. It kind of brings me back. I don't think people realize that my first foray into public service actually began with the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I actually worked on the Arts and Education Initiative, which became the Artspiration program in front of us back in 2007. I remember Craig Blackburn and Michael Martin, all the people that worked on this when it was an unfunded initiative, and now to see it fully funded and prospering, almost 15, 20 years later is kind of amazing. But the reason that I bring this up is to let everyone know that when I worked on that committee, I was the only person there without a title. Everybody else was working with the county, they were in education, they're with schools, and I think that if you look up the Arts in Education Initiative, you'll see my name show up as resident of the Pepper Tree neighborhood. And I just want to let everyone know that you don't need a title to get involved. And these things that you get involved with are very fulfilling, especially when you see them put into action, implemented many years later. I remember asking way back in 2011 if anything was going to happen with this project, and I think even at that time it was unfunded. But I'm just so happy to see this happen, and again, to encourage other people who have interests to just volunteer. Thank you.
So our next special order of business is proclamation. Let me see. For our last special order of business this evening, the City of Santa Clara proclaims the month of March as Women's History Month. For 2026, the theme is Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future. The theme honors women who are driving sustainable transformation across environmental, economic, and social sectors, creating a more equitable future. With us this evening is Gabrielle Petrie, a 24-25 Hackworth Fellow at the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics and Political Science major at Santa Clara University. Gabrielle is also Vice President of Events for Santa Clara University's Ignite National, a nonpartisan nonprofit that empowers young women to unleash their political power. As a fellow, Gabrielle conducted research on the role of the Catholic Church in the institution of American slavery and how Black Catholics, such as her own family, reconcile this complicated history. Through this research fellowship, Gabrielle has continued to grow her knowledge of how ethics plays a role in the politics of our nation, and in turn, positively impacts the lives of individuals and communities. I now invite Gabrielle to the podium to share more about her research with the Marcola Center for Applied Ethics, Ignite, and her journey. So please come forward. We're honored to have you here, Gabrielle.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Hello, everyone. As Mayor Gilmore shared, my name is Gabrielle Petrie, and I'm a senior at Santa Clara University, studying political science and ethnic studies. And we are so deeply honored to receive this proclamation from City Council for Women's History Month on behalf of Ignite, a club that is dedicated to empowering women to be politically active and engaged. Thank you, Mayor Lisa Gilmore and Councilmember Kelly Cox, for being impactful leaders that many of us young women in Ignite aspire to be. We can't thank you enough for your mentorship and support that you've shown continuously. I'd like to take a brief moment to reflect with you all about what Women's History Month means to me. When I think of Women's History Month, I think of celebration and reflection. Celebrating the amazing things that us as women have accomplished and the challenges that we've overcome. This also means reflecting individually what it means for us to be women. So today, I'd like to take a moment to celebrate the circle of women that I am blessed to have in my life. Women who dedicated their lives to their communities and serving others to build a better world. I think of my mom, my grandmothers, my aunties, cousins, and friends, and all the women who came before me and my family, who faced incredible challenges because of the intersection of their racial and gender identities as Black women, but still managed to be unapologetically themselves while they continue to deeply commit themselves to doing meaningful work in their communities. Despite the challenges that they faced, they never let those challenges make them bitter about life, but continue to choose joy and light in the midst of darkness. I remember as a child thinking to myself that I wanted to grow up to be just like them, loving abundantly, choosing joy in the midst of challenges, and working with others to build a better world. So I'd like to take this time to honor the circle of women who exemplified what it means for me to be a woman. I would like to honor my mom, who taught me to love and care for myself unapologetically. My grandma Gloria, may she rest in peace, who taught me how to be compassionate, loving, joyful, and strong. To my grandma Charlene, who showed me what it means to be strong, love deeply, and the power of prayer. To my auntie Toy, who showed me the power of joy. And to all of my other aunties, cousins, and friends, who showed me the power and beauty of being a Black woman. I love you all, and I thank you for being incredible role models and showing me with your actions that being a woman, despite its many challenges, is full of love and joy. I thank you for your continued guidance as I'm still finding and learning about myself. You've taught me so much, and your leadership inspires me to keep going every day. And I am the woman I am today because of you. I wish everyone here and the women around the world the opportunity to find and to nurture this type of sisterhood where they feel loved, supported, and seen for who they are. Thank you again for this proclamation, and on behalf of Ignite at Santa Clara, we are so deeply honored. Thank you again, and happy Women's History Month.
Do you have anyone with you you'd like to introduce? Because we'd like to also invite you up for a photo and presentation. So would you like to call up your?
Yes, Jay, do you want to come up?
Would you like to say a few words or just introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Jade. I'm also an Ignite at Santa Clara. We are so grateful for this proclamation and thankful to Gabrielle for such an amazing speech and for representing Ignite so well.
She certainly did. Thank you. Would you join us up here for a presentation and we can go down there? All right, the next item we have on our agenda is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. So I'll start with the City Council. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to pull subsections B and E of item number 2E. That's the budget.
Read those, please.
Yeah, sure. Subsection B this is on the action on monthly financial status and investment report, approve related budget amendments. Item B is in the downtown parking maintenance fund, transfers funding to the public buildings fund and decreases the unrestricted ending fund balance with a net impact of $0. Item E is in the Public Buildings Capital Fund, recognize a transfer from the Downtown Parking Maintenance District Fund and establishes a public facilities paid parking project with a net impact of $180,000. And then in addition, I would like to pull item 3A, I believe.
Pardon me, what was that one?
I would like to pull 3A, which is the stadium finances. I can read the whole thing if you like.
Just a quarterly report? Is that what it is?
Yes, the quarterly report.
All right. Got that? Any other council members pulling anything? All right, anyone from the public want to pull items, please come forward. Yes.
Hello, I'd like to pull 2F, 2G.
Okay, let's just start with 2F so I can read it.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, 2F, action on a resolution accepting $6,525,617 Cal OES award from the fiscal year 2026 Counter Unmanned Aircraft System Grant Program. Authorize the city manager designate to negotiate and execute any and all documents required to accept and use the award and approve the related budget amendment. Okay, next.
correct.
You have another one?
I have two more. 2G as well.
2G?
No, sorry, not 2G. 2H.
Okay,
My apologies, thank you.
Okay, 2H.
Yes.
And that is, let me find it. Action on an agreement with Paraguayan Technologies, Inc. for a data integration platform and professional services for a not-to-exceed amount of $2,802,002 over a 10-year term, and to approve the related budget amendment. Okay, got that?
Correct. And I'm having trouble finding it in here, but it's about the annual report. 2K, thank you.
Okay, 2K is action to approve the annual military equipment report and adopt a resolution making required findings and renewing Santa Clara City Code Section 2.80.080, allowing for the continued use of the military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481.
That's correct.
That it? Okay.
Yes, that is it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Does anyone else? Was there another one? I thought there was another consent
Yes,
calendar.
Madam Mayor, I have an item for 2I from Tracy Johnson.
Is Tracy here? Tracy, would you like to pull that item? You have to come request it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tracy Johnson from the South of Forest neighborhood. I want to support the project for speed humps on Harold Avenue. I don't know that I necessarily need to pull it to do that unless someone else wants to oppose.
Okay.
Okay.
So the way this will work is if the balance of the consent calendar items are approved, that will be approved.
Okay.
And if somebody else wants to pull it, then it'll be discussed, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Might not have to do anything.
That's what I'm
All right.
hoping.
Very good. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to need a motion for the balance of the consent calendar. Now, we've pulled out a section of 2E, 3A, a full 3A, 2F, 2H, and 2K. Do you have that, Assistant City Clerk? All right. Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Gonzalez for the balance of the consent calendar. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Now it's public presentations. Do we have public presentations? All right. John? John Connor? Yes. Please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, staff and audience. My name is John Connor, and I am a resident of Santa Clara. I am here today because federal immigration enforcement, ICE, continues to operate in ways that threaten the safety of our communities here in Santa Clara and across the United States. Agents masking their identities and detaining people unlawfully. It undermines justice. It undermines our values. It undermines the very principles we rely on as residents. I can't be silent. Silence is complicity. if we do not stand up for those who need our help today, people who are afraid to speak up themselves, then when our liberties are threatened tomorrow, we may not have anyone to stand next to us. Democracy is slowly eroded when basic rights and protections are taken away, one liberty at a time. We, the people, are stronger than any system. Our strengths lie in our voices, our unity, and our refusal to accept injustice. Change is possible when we stand together, demand accountability, and insist on transparency. Accountability with visibility. Masked authorities cannot be allowed to operate in the shadows. There's currently a petition circulating on change.org. I urge everyone to go to change.org and sign the petition, Unmask ICE Agents. I encourage the community and the council to do that. My ask tonight, support change.org. Council members, demand accountability from the federal government. Santa Clara can lead by example. Demand justice, transparency, accountability with visibility. Let us send a message to Washington that our voices continue to matter. While decisions are being made in the Capitol focused on conflicts abroad, we must not lose sight of protecting the rights and dignity of the people here at home. Thank you.
Sir. Next, we have Howard. Come forward, please. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Kind of update on the latest story of my saga going on here. I am back in business. Thank you to the Bay Area Host Committee who came through and helped reimburse some of my losses. A lot of people don't understand what my losses. I sell stuff that expire. If I'm not in business for like basically the month I was put out, all kinds of my products expire. That means I can't sell it. I have to throw it away, buy new product. Luckily, the Bay Area Host Committee came up and was able to help reimburse me, put me back in business. So I really got to thank them for coming through like they said they would. For the future, please think about the little guys out there, because there are other guys, we try to get going. Please think about them. These organizations come into town. They make a pretty good, pull out of the city. They can leave a little bit behind for the city can help the little guy out. And I've seen that soccer park. I hope the damage is really not as bad as it looks, because that was a beautiful field. Now it has big brown lines and looks like little dips running right down. I don't know how many people are going to get injured off of those, or if you're going to just cause trouble. But giving everybody the update. We did go out there to the event Saturday when they opened up the stadium. I was glad to see, I was on the committee that helped put that together, and I wasn't sure how it was going to work out, but I'm glad to see after 10 years or 12 years the citizens who poke their money in that place every month actually got to go in and touch some of that stuff. And thanks for the sponsor that stood up and put a lot of money in there to help people pay for some of that food and other stuff that went on. Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank you,
one.
Howard. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Brian, you're next. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice at that meeting yesterday, Madam Mayor. This is a little bit off subject, but it does have to deal with us. I'm very grateful for having our own electrical utilities. One of the situations with PG&E has been fires, and one fire was the Zog fire. It happened in September 28, 2020. One of the victims was Fela McLeod. She was 8 years old. When I was 6, I was in a fire, and I was burned over 45% of my body with 3rd and 4th degree burns. I still often wonder, because it was only a minute or two if I would have made it or not, why this young lady didn't and I did. And I often ask myself that. I don't know her, I wasn't in the Zog fire, but because of her injuries trying to escape with her mother in a truck, was captured and couldn't get away in the flames. Back in back in 2023, there was a final settlement. Even the own CPUC's regulators that said the PG&E was to blame, eventually in private conversations, I guess it's under order not being to say anything. There was no answer. They changed it from grossly negligent, I believe it was, somewhere in that line of language, to basically we disagree. And there was no discussion. They had a vote. And the reason I brought it up today is the fact that you give us a chance to pull things off the agenda, consent items, is something that I wish they would do at the CPUC. They put the final settlement and the final agreement exonerating PG&E pretty much on the consent item, and they didn't say a word. And some of us asked them to, and they didn't say a word. They wouldn't say her name. Well, I'm here to say her name, and if an agency can't even do that, they don't deserve to be an agency. That is what's important. Thank you.
Thank you. David, you're next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and City Council. My name is David Curtis. I'm a resident of District 5. I coach for Westside Little League and Santa Clara Youth Rec Soccer. I want to begin by thanking all of you for an excellent city event we just had at Levi Stadium for our Santa Clara community. Many residents told me it was their first time inside the stadium, and it was wonderful to see families enjoying themselves both in the stands and on the field. I also want to make sure that I thank you for attending the Westside Little League opening ceremony last Saturday. It was an amazing event, and this year we have doubled the number of children and teams in T-ball and rookie. As a manager and coach, it is great to see more kids outside, getting exercise, interacting with teammates, and enjoying the fresh air. I'm here tonight because I'm trying to understand Councilmember Park's comments from February 24th. I serve on the Economic Development and Marketing Committee, which has been working very hard. Thank them for all their hard work for the event, which has been meeting since April 2025. These meetings have always been open to the public and to city officials, both in person and via Zoom. Councilmember Park could have attended any of the 13 meetings we have held. Instead, he chose not to participate and then publicly complained about the process. I find it very ironic that he said in the meeting, "We do take feedback seriously, and you need the entire council and public to weigh in." Councilmember Park is asking for a policy on discussions, yet when the public does speak, their input is ignored. A survey of 400 residents showed that 56% had wanted July 4th fireworks back at Central Park. Only 2.4% wanted them at Mission College. Yet, Councilmember Park went against the community's preference, and the event remains at Mission College. Councilmember Park also voted to move City Hall to Agnews and spend $20 million, again with no community input. Residents overwhelmingly said they do not want City Hall moved there, but said If they must be relocated, downtown is where it should go to help jumpstart revitalization. I truly hope Councilmember Park begins taking his own advice by involving the community and listening to residents before they make future decisions. With the time left also, I'd also like the city attorney to return any of my calls or my 3 emails that I'm asking about the right to vote on downtown issues if elected to city office. I thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Noah, please come forward. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Noah MacDonald, and I'm a core member of the Reclaiming Our Downtown group. Reclaiming Our Downtown is requesting that City Council put an agenda item on an upcoming council meeting to discuss the downtown RFP process and selection committee. The reasons are, 1, during the March 4th Downtown Task Force meeting, the consultant group, RSG, had a major error with the amount of affordable housing required within the plan boundaries. Due to not understanding the SLA exclusions, they reduced the required amount of affordable housing on publicly owned land. Second reason is during the meeting, Adam Thompson withdrew from the RFP process due to concerns about the way it was being handled and implemented. And we are very concerned that to lose a member of the group, which knows quite a lot about what's best for the best value, how to negotiate for best value for the city and residents. And third reason is the consulting group incorrectly assumed that neither Block C nor D would redevelop due to what they said were existing uses that are unlikely to change. However, our group has had members who have spoken with representatives of these properties and understand that that is not the case. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken. Is Ken online? Is Ken here? No? Is Ken online?
Online.
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've lost track of where we are. I want to speak on Vision Zero, Item 4.
We're on public, Ken, we're on public presentations. It's coming later. Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak under public presentations? All right, seeing none, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I'd just like the city manager and city attorney to clarify. We've had a couple of accusations put forth, and the first one is, did I vote to move City Hall to Agnews, which I don't think.
City attorney, may I ask for direction on this, because we typically don't.
Oh, this is not discussion. I just want clarity on what.
Well, we don't extend.
This is not discussion.
I just want to get it out. Let me get it out. We don't extend conversations from public presentations.
That's right, Mayor. That's typically right. But what is allowed under the Brown Act is a very brief statement or question about a public presentation item. So if it's that, the Brown Act would allow it.
Okay.
Yes. So the first one was, did I in fact vote to move City Hall to Agnews? I don't believe that that has come up for a vote, so I don't know that that would be there. That's the first question I'd like to ask. Was it even possible for me to make that vote?
Is this more than a yes or no answer?
This is a simple yes or no answer.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Park. Can you repeat that?
So I had this accusation that Park voted to move City Hall to Agnews, and I'm going to ask, was it even possible for any council member to make that vote?
Sure. I believe what the resident was referring to was a budgetary adjustment that was recommended by staff in our year-end financials that was allocating funds for at this moment, I can't recall the precise language, but it was essentially for a relocation or investment in a city hall facility. One option is a relocation. That action that was supported by the majority of the city council did not direct a move of City Hall. In fact, it was just reserving funds for City Hall, whether it is here or in any other location.
And Agnews was not specified in any way? Was Ag News specified in any way?
Ag News was not specified by staff. in
Okay.
that item.
Also, there was another accusation that, well, the Economics and Marketing Committee's meetings are public. What is the possibility of me participating in Economic and Marketing Committee meetings?
The Economic and Marketing Committee meetings are Brown Act compliant. They are open to the public. I believe, Councilmember Park, what you're referring to is that there are 3 members of the City Council on that body. If you were to participate, you would be a 4th member. That would be a violation of the Brown Act. There are times where council members do go to a committee meeting. As you know, staff and the city attorney typically recommends against that because we want to avoid even the appearance of a Brown Act violation.
Thank you. All right, I have, is Liz? Liz, go ahead, Liz. Unmute yourself.
Time
Hi.
being, that's time being donated to me.
Okay.
Yes, it was donated for him.
Thank you, Liz. I have time being donated by 2 other people too.
Okay, go ahead.
The other person online is Fred. And then also my husband, Abel, who's here in public.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. Former Councilmember Anthony Becker here. And in the words of Eminem, yes, I'm back again. The last time I was here about a month ago, I spoke a lot about what I experienced on the City Council and what I have witnessed. At the base of my comments, I began with my experiment as a documentary film journalist, a decade in the making, which continues to prove true. I and others here continue to prove the thesis I made 10 years ago about the state of the city and the state of politics. I didn't have time to get into every detail then, and some things I figured I would save for another time. All of this dovetails into why, again, I'm here tonight. I'm an example of how vicious Santa Clara politics can be, a warning to other grassroots candidates out there that what they may face. Weird and traumatic things continued to happen for me while I served on this city council. Years back, while serving, I discovered that Mayor Gilmore's harassing friend, James Rowan, his own niece, added friends on my Facebook and even hung out with them in person, asking lots of questions about me. After seeing pictures of Rowan's niece on a road trip with a friend of mine, I asked my friend about it, and they said they were so focused on just me. Not only were the Rowans harassing my employers, they were stalking my friends. Is this what you and your friends do, Mayor Gilmore? It's weird and honestly scary. Why? To get dirt on me by infiltrating my friends? And for the record, for my introduction to Santa Clara politics, James Rowan mentioned in the last meeting, it was February 2016, not March 2016. My apologies, I want to correct that error. In 2020, just weeks after I was sworn into the City Council, Councilmember Chahal wanted to have a closed session meeting about the CVRA lawsuit. Before that meeting, resident Bob O'Keefe told us the agenda was not in compliance for ADA reasons. That delay was convenient, and the meeting took place the next day when we pressed former City Attorney Brian Doyle for the answers about what was the news. He said there was none, despite the plaintiffs trying to convey a settlement offer. The next day, the meeting happened, and we discussed that the settlement offer had expired conveniently. The meeting had been delayed perfectly. Myself and others asked for an investigation. Nothing ever happened. In 2022, during the South Bay labor endorsements, Mayor Gilmore again called me a nobody and said that I shouldn't be on the City Council and divulging information from closed session labor negotiations in an attempt to gain an upper hand. I told Councilmember Jane this, city staff, nothing ever happened. In the fall of 2022, I received intimidating letters in my mailbox from a former judge warning me to be ready to see my time in court. I received letters telling me I should be prepared. Charges weeks before I was later accused of. These letters were not only addressed to me, but later included Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Park. These letters were warnings. That same judge knows James Rowan, Mayor Gilmore. I questioned that these intimidating letters meant, while others, including some on this council, even my friends, wrote them off as nothing. Around the same time, I received an anonymous letter in my home mailbox, later seized from my home, warning me about the interference of Deanna Santana investigation. The letter details a closed session that later appeared in a grand jury report. Only council members knew these details. The letter addressed to me at my home talked about Santa Clara investigation, specifically the complaint filed Deanna Santana following her termination and an investigation initiated by Mayor Gilmore into that complaint. Well, taking the authority to do so. Something that seemed to be clear councilmanic interference. When the council denied further investigation seeing the politics behind it, Mayor Gilmore said, "You will all regret it." Within weeks of that threat, I received that anonymous letter at my home referring to that grand jury complaint and that closed session decision that was never reported out. Yet somehow it appeared in their report. Somehow it appeared in the conversation. Only two people knew the outcome, and that was Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe, the same two people who a week later accused me of physical and verbal abuse in closed session, claims that were later debunked by the same investigation themselves initiated. Nothing ever happened with that either. The background of that investigation into former city manager's complaint was initiated by the mayor herself. Council knowledge and staff involvement, in the end, is found to be inappropriate. And again, was it councilmanic interference? I think it was. So I have to ask, how did the mayor have that power? Where did the anonymous letter come from? And I was not intimidated by these letters. In fact, just like the movie Milk, I put them on my refrigerator. Not scared of that. In 2022, while I was running for mayor, I applied to the Santa Clara Police Union endorsement. During that process, I received a pledge that was asked to take in exchange for their consideration. The pledge required me to protect the police chief, Pat Nicolai, and not change the role from appointed to elected. I found the pledge to be unethical. It required committing to something that had not yet come before the council and was already a hot topic. I publicly declined the endorsement and explained why. Shortly then after, I received a text from the president of the union, Jeremy Schmidt, saying, "You want to play games? We could play games." What kind of officer says something like that simply because I refuse to take an unethical, non-transparent pledge? This connects back to the ethics pledge in 2024 sent by former ethics consultant I spoke about last time. The same person whose questionable behavior included hanging out and doing meth with an acquaintance of mine in 2022, all while his name appeared on the mayor's mailers. This same consultant later sent letters to the judge asking for a hard time and punishment against me. Maybe he can answer some questions I have. The patterns continued. Teresa O'Neill coming to council trying to get us to discuss settlement negotiations in public. That's a crime. It's litigation. She should know that. She was a council member. Well, by September 2022, my employer called me into HR meeting. They told me I was violating the policy by running for office, especially running for mayor. This same policy they had to try to force me to resign over in 2020 when I was first elected. Although I followed up with an attorney, never heard anything back. Yet my employer told me that they had been notified by outside concerned parties that they gave me two options to take unpaid leave, absence, resign from the council, or quit running for mayor, or be terminated. I said, I'm going to do neither, and I took the leave of absence. It made no sense. I felt blackmailed, and I was forced to take that loss. The only person that knew about that policy was Brian Doyle, the former city attorney of the city of Santa Clara. I believe he violated the attorney-client privilege when I had previously consulted him about then the conflict of interest question involving the city and my employer when I was first elected. To me, that was a breach of trust and retaliation for my vote of terminating him. Former council members O'Neill, Watanabe, Vartan, your friends, Mayor, show up to my court hearings. Clark Vartan and all of them would try to take pictures of me. Obsession much? That's a concern. Yet Teresa O'Neill is showing up to Councilmember Park's divorce hearings. Another major concern that people still need to know about. When my mother approached Kathy Watanabe at the courthouse and asked, "Why are you here? You hate my son so much." Kathy screamed for help, claiming that she was being harassed. What kind of person does that? I suppose the same kind of person that we have learned since committed a crime and was ignored. Isn't it ironic that the individuals accused of wrongdoing, like the mayor and Kathy, used their allies to write letters to the judge asking for harsh punishment against me. Now I hear again, as I said, a month ago, Debbie Triforo stepped up to rebut me. I mentioned someone involved in seating arrangements at the event. She named herself. Debbie spoke up and admitted a guilty conscience that she placed somebody at that grand juror at our table. There have been far too many other events, and I asked for this follow-up. Recent Brown Act violation by 2 council members. The last meeting was mentioned. What's being done about that? Breaches of closed session information about fanatics since I left the city council. A CVR apology letter that just disappeared off the radar. Councilmember Park talking about witnessing Brown Act violations at Denny's and done nothing about it. Mayor Gilmore attacking your family. Still, what have you done? Speak up. Councilmember Jane has raised concerns about the Brown Act violations and the breach of FIFA information appearing on blogs and the Chronicle, and even questioning transparency involving Mayor and Kirk Vartan. Yet again, nothing happens. What have you done? There was no accountability for the mayor's vote on Morse Mansion a decade ago. Clear conflict of interest due to ties to the mansion. So, you continue, I see, finally, we are here again as nothing has been done. Years have passed, no follow-ups, no answers, just silence. Year after year, proving my point in my thesis 10 years ago. So again, I'm here tonight. Instead of, everyone calls me mentally ill, or everyone is dismissed as a conspiracy, like the so-called ketamine sting because I named names. Are you saying that the same about my husband because he was a witness and heard the same? Running them down is often a tactic to discredit people like me and others. So the point of my meeting here tonight is that the last 2 meetings I asked the council to take action on an investigation in the May 7th disclosure of FIFA information that ended up in the San Francisco Chronicle. At the time, I raised serious concerns with the city manager about the integrity of the investigation and whether it was deliberately avoided looking at everyone who was present in that room, including the council members. Instead, the investigation focused on the city employees, even though statements and circumstances suggested the disclosure had come from the dais. Chuck Baker knew. Councilmember Hardy, you knew. You were there when we talked to Chuck about it. Yet nothing's been done. So I ask, did we spend taxpayer money on an investigation that was never intended to uncover the truth? Are we selectively applying accountability? Are potential Brown Act violations continually being ignored in Santa Clara? A decade of non-compliance. Are we protecting one person and diverting that transparency? The public deserves clarity, city employees deserve fairness, and this council owes the community that transparency. So I'm formally requesting again that this item will be put on an agenda for public discussion for a truly independent investigation to be authorized with the authority to examine everyone who was present in that closed session and the events that followed, including tonight. No exceptions. City council, city manager, this is a no-brainer. Do the right thing. I know you're smiling, Mayor. Shouldn't have anything to hide. Until that happens, this issue remains unsolved. And as Harvey Milk once said, if anything ever happens to me, ask questions and get answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward. Oh, Brian, I think, yeah. Do we have anybody else online, City Clerk? All right, we're going to move on then. So our next item on the agenda, which I'm moving up, is the item number 5, action on the proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 26-27 operating, debt service, and capital expenditure plan and budget, policies for the Stadium Authority budget and compliance and management, and 2026 non-NFL events marketing plan, including an amendment to the existing agreement with Canyon Oaks Ventures LLC for the review of the events marketing plan and the completion of a stadium marketing trend analysis. So we're here now as the Stadium Authority.
Yes,
right?
Board Chair.
Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Gilmore, for reading that title, so I don't have to. But as we all know, yes, we're here for a public hearing, item number 5 on the Stadium Authority budget. So Javon Grogan, serving in this capacity as the Executive Director of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. So to the board, and members present both here and at home. Having received the stadium manager's budget submittal in late January, in fact on January 30th, your authority staff have reviewed the submittal, engaged in a question and answer session with the stadium manager on the FY 26-27 budget. And also, as you know, we've held 2 meetings with you. City Attorney, should I pause because we've lost quorum in the room?
Yeah, I think I see folks in places where they can listen to the agenda. It's probably worth confirming that they're available and able to listen to the agenda. It's usually okay if they're right there, but we should confirm that they can at least hear what's going on. They can't hear from there, so we should take a recess, yeah, until we can reassemble quorum. Thank you.
5-minute break for those at home. Yeah, the board left. No, I think there was a coffee break. Okay, so let's start over. We are here for item 5, which is a presentation of the proposed FY 26-27 Stadium Authority budget. So again, Javon Grogan standing in this capacity as the Executive Director of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, and the City Council is sitting as the Board of Directors for the Stadium Authority. Having received the budget submittal from our stadium manager just a few weeks ago, January 30th to be exact, your Stadium Authority staff have reviewed that submittal, analyzed it, and engaged in a question and answer session with the stadium manager. We have also held 2 meetings with you, as you know, one on February 24th and another on March 5th. We are here tonight for presenting additional information as well as recommending approval. Important to note that that recommended approval aligns in large measure to the submittal that we receive. However, it differs in a couple key areas, and we will talk about those in just a minute. So we have an agenda for tonight. We have a staff presentation with a number of parts. To the board, I know some of this will be of repeat. As you know, we receive the budget. We initially do an analysis, but because the agreements only provide 45 days before it needs to be adopted and in effect, we have a meeting with you where we present it so that we get your initial feedback. We have a second meeting where we answer some questions. So a number of the items that we will review here tonight for the board and those that have been following along will be repeat, but this is a public presentation. So we'll have some opening remarks and key things. We will talk about the budget development process. We will then go through a flow chart. We will summarize key items. We will provide just a brief recap of that Q&A and some of the questions and discussions that we had at the prior study session. We will talk about the excess revenue distribution. We will then go through in detail the proposed operating budget, debt service, and capital budget. We will talk about the 2026 marketing plan, have a summary, and then staff recommendations. As the board knows, we will then have a process where there's board Q&A, question and answers on the staff presentation. Also of note, we have a presentation that has been submitted by the stadium manager. So we have a representative from the 49ers management company here tonight to provide a presentation and some remarks. The board will then have an opportunity for Q&A with the stadium manager. Then item 5, we will go to public comment, and then we will have board deliberations and potentially action here tonight. So a few opening remarks. We are entering the 13th year of stadium operations, really a watershed moment as we talk about really a transition in the budgeting process, particularly for capital budget. It's important to note that the Stadium Authority is a public body that is very much separate and distinct from the city. It was established to provide for the development and operation of Levi Stadium. In this context, operations means to provide the appropriate level of oversight, due diligence, and authorizations to ensure that our agents as well as staff have the resources necessary to meet the obligations outlined in the agreements that govern the venue, as well as to comply with Measure J. The Stadium Authority is also structured so that the city is not liable for any debts or obligations of the authority. Important also to note that the city owns the land, however, the Stadium Authority owns the facility. As you know, we lease that facility for 6 months to a 49ers company called Stadco. The lease provides for a couple things that we often refer to as revenue to the city. That includes base rent, performance rent, and also, to the extent available, excess revenue that would also flow to the general fund, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So just a brief highlight or discussion of really Stadium Authority operations to date. Important to note, in those 12 years, we have hosted over 200 major events at Levi Stadium with over 9 million individuals and attendees. Financial performance, we oftentimes talk about, and I just want to highlight a couple things. Important to note that there has been a 70% reduction of the original debt to build the stadium. Also, I know the board knows, but as a reminder to the public, that debt is not paid for by taxpayer funds. That debt is paid for by rent that the 49ers pay, as well as revenue that is generated from what we call non-NFL events, concerts, soccer matches, and other major events, as well as oftentimes we refer to non-ticketed events. So there are corporations or entities that may rent out a portion of Levi Stadium for a private event. But as we stand here today, we are projected to have reduced the debt by 70% at the end of the upcoming budget year. So from $653 million to $199 million, and as you know, we've been paying off debt faster than initially anticipated. Total revenue provided to the general fund, and this was a question asked at your last study session, right? Total up all base rent, all performance rent, and all excess revenue. How much has the general fund received in our 12th year of operation? Well, that totals $51.6 million. Also important to note, and a question that was proposed, I believe, by the board chair at the last meeting, is how does that compare to Exhibit J? Exhibit J is the exhibit in our lease with Stadco. We are actually $6.4 million ahead of the projections in Exhibit J. So doing better than what was initially projected. Also of note, the stadium agreements call for a renovation and demolition fund, really that is not envisioned to be used until year 40, that needs to have $70 million deposited into it by the time we hit year 40. Well, at the end of this current budget year, we are projected to be at $58.4 million, well ahead of projections, and again, that will be the end of year 13. So significant progress to date in building that renovation and demolition fund. We'll talk about that. Now, of course, anyone that has been alive in Santa Clara knows that the stadium has not been without its disputes or challenges. Important to note that recently we have resolved buffet costs. The original agreements did not have a cap on Stadium Authority costs for buffet charges. There is now an annual cap that increases by an inflationary measure. I believe it's 3%. Also, there is an increased stadium public safety threshold for the stadium. As we know, the original agreements called for a threshold cap that Stadco would contribute toward public safety. That was $170,000 per game in the original agreements, a far cry from what it costs. It was always envisioned that there would be a cap. There were negotiations, and there was a settlement that increased the cap. So the cap in this current 25-26 year is $347,000 per game, projected to go up in the 26-27 year to $398,000 per game. Also important to note that the recent settlement agreement had a structured repayment of a public safety balance, so accumulated costs of public safety charges that needed to be paid. We are currently, at the end of this proposed budget year, projected to be at $400,000. That began at $14.8 million. So significant repayment of that public safety accumulated balance. Again, a bill that the Stadium Authority needed to pay, and we will have been able to reduce that to only $400,000 by the end of the proposed budget year. Also, in the last 24 months, the board in negotiations created a new revenue stream, so an enhanced ticket surcharge, increasing the ticket surcharge on non-NFL events from $4 to a base of $8 per event with the ability to go over. And in the last 24 months, a transfer of more than $25 million to the city's general fund when you include ground rent, performance rent, as well as excess revenue. So just wanted to note that as we move into the proposed budget that is before you for the 26-27 fiscal year, the total operating capital and debt service budget is just under $80 million, so $79.5 million. Elevated revenues compared to prior history, and strong operating and cash reserves, so cash reserves of $88.7 million. And direct payments in the coming fiscal year in the budget that is before you proposed to be $5.7 million. Now again, with the history of the stadium, there are still challenges. As we know and as we've discussed, one of the significant challenges in this budget is an increased need for capital improvement costs, capital projects. We are entering into the 13th year of operations. The Stadium Manager's Office and Stadco has undertaken a facility condition assessment. We have preliminary results that they have used to develop their 5-year forecast, and it calls for a significant increase in capital expenditures. As you know, we have in the Stadium Authority been putting aside approximately $4 million a year for capital costs. I think we all know, and we talked last year, that that's not enough. And so the request that we have before us for the coming fiscal year, 26-27, is more than double the prior year forecast. And the request for the next year, so year 2 in the forecast, is more than triple of that prior forecast that you looked at and approved last year. And as we will discuss in detail, the 26-27 upcoming fiscal year really has $20 million in capital costs, $10 million of rollover, and $10 million of new costs. This, of course, requires further analysis and negotiations with the stadium manager as well as the tenant Stadco. But what this also amounts to is potentially a zero excess cash that would flow to the general fund, as well as no longer being able to fully fund that renovation and demolition fund over the next 10 years. So a significant impact on the Stadium Authority and potentially the city that we need to have further engagement on. Additional challenges. Important to note that the recommendation that staff is making tonight is not fully in alignment with the stadium manager's recommendations. We are not recommending that you include an office rent request that the stadium manager has requested. As you know, that there was a request last year that we recommended and the board did not approve. We are again not recommending that you include that in the budget. We do not believe that that is an appropriate cost of the stadium for the Stadium Authority. Also, there's a request in the budget submittal for NFL mandated security enhancements. At this point, taking no position on those specific security enhancements, but strongly feel that they are required or being mandated by the NFL, and that should not be a cost of the Stadium Authority. We need further inquiry and analysis on 2 other items mentioned here. Stadium builder license staffing, we'll talk about that. We've had significant discussions about that in our prior 2 meetings, as well as we are recommending that you not approve the capital forecast for years 2 through 5. We need additional time to do a finer grain analysis on the request for certainly year 2. Year 2, as I said, is triple the amount in your last year forecast. The last year forecast that you reviewed and approved was just over $4 million in capital expense for 27-28. The current proposal calls for $13 million of expenses that year. At this point, not saying that those are not warranted costs, but need additional time before staff is here ready to recommend that you approve them. And so we will talk about that. And I know in the Manco presentation, they have some concerns about that. We have heard those concerns. We just have a professional disagreement at this point. As you know, there is a dispute resolution process embedded within the agreements, and either party can choose to take that path to resolve these, but we will talk about next steps in a moment. So the recommendations, just not to hide the football. So at the end of this presentation, we will go through our recommendation, but I'd like to give you a quick highlight. So we will be recommending that you adopt a budget for the Stadium Authority that covers operating debt and a capital budget. With respect to the CapEx plan or the 5-year CapEx plan, we will be recommending that you adopt the projects that have been identified for the upcoming fiscal year 26-27, and that you also include projects that are funded in year 1, but also have money in year 2. We respect that the stadium manager needs to make progress on these multi-year projects, and they will be entering into contracts for year 1, and certainly discussing those and the vendor having knowledge that the year 2 portion will be included is appropriate. As I stated, we are asking that you at this time do not approve the CapEx request for years 2 through 5 and allow staff additional time to engage with the stadium, as well as potentially acquire outside expertise for review of those project requests. And then we've talked about at our prior meeting that the stadium manager has undertaken a facility condition assessment. We've also discussed that the Stadium Authority will acquire a consultant to conduct our own facility condition assessment. And so we, in item 2C, are recommending that upon completion, we conduct some analysis and return to the board for approval of the CapEx forecast. Also, we intend to come back a little sooner, and I'll talk about that in just one moment. Recommendations, note and file the 2026 stadium marketing plan. You have received a draft of that. Also, item 4 is related to that marketing plan. As you know, we've hired a firm, Canyon Oaks, to conduct that marketing plan. We're asking for an increase in authority. As you know, the executive director's authority is capped at $100,000. We're asking for an increase up to $130,000 so that we can complete the analysis, as well as ask the contractor, Canyon Oaks, to review their current submittal for 2026 as a part of that normal annual review process. And then lastly, item 5, adopt the standard budget policy, and item 6, adopt the standard compliance and management policy. As for next steps, I will get to those at the end of the presentation. At this moment, why don't I turn it over to Treasurer Ken Lee for his presentation.
Thank you. Director Lee. Treasurer Lee.
Thank you, Executive Director Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the Stadium Authority Board, members of the public, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. Appreciate the opportunity. This is, I think, the 3rd presentation in 3 weeks on this very important topic. Before I get started, just wanted to recognize again the finance staff that needed to kind of work late Friday to get this before you after a one-day turnaround. Tyler Cook, Brenda Lee, Lynn Lamb, a lot of work, a lot of hours just to get this here today. I've shown this in each presentation. Want to highlight here just again the tight timeline. I will be repeating some of the information in my presentations. Because this is a public hearing, and want to make sure those paying attention through the notice get the full information. And so just highlights the timeline that our staff, along with many city departments, embarked for this budget before you tonight. Started in October, November, submitted our Stadium Authority G&A as well as Public Safety CapEx to our stadium manager in December. We do receive those documents back from our stadium manager at the end of January 30th. We're given 45 days to provide comments, which leads us to this week. Before you, March 10th, our hearing and with the goal of an adopted budget of some form. this evening, and then very quickly, any of the items that are noticed for approval or disapproval will provide by the end of the week to our stadium manager per our process outlined in the lease agreement, and then that corresponding budget goes to a trust that then manages the cash flow to our stadium operation. So very tight timeline over the past few weeks and leading up to the next two. The budget before you includes many sections. Every public sector budgeting process includes an operations budget, a debt service budget if there is outstanding debt, and as your stadium authority, we are fiduciaries to the bondholders, so just want to highlight the progress we made towards that. Capital budget, as Executive Director mentioned, I'll talk about and show some pictures in here, but won't repeat a lot of the themes that were discussed earlier. By way of numbers, when we look at each of those sections of a public sector budget, operations of $64.4 million, debt payments of $21 million, and then capital expenses, which includes both new projects and carryover projects, close to $22 million. And when you net out kind of those transfers, almost $80 million in activity for the Stadium Authority. When you consider the non-NFL events that will occur next year, close to or maybe over $100 million in activity. So a lot of activity as an agency that you reside over. Key summaries, these are financial and budget summaries for the stadium as part of the 26-27 budget. Net non-NFL event revenues at $4.6 million. Public safety costs, reimbursements, I know our executive director mentioned and I've mentioned over the last two sessions, the requirements under the 2024 settlement there. So reimbursement costs of $2.5 million covered by both the new fees and discretionary dollars. The public safety costs outstanding balance here, almost paid off by the end of 26-27. This budget continues to support our premier events, World Cup events. It includes payments to the general fund here of $7.5 million and then assumes or proposes $5.7 million in additional transfers to the CapEx fund above the contractual amounts pending finalization of that facility condition assessment. I want to start out with the presentation with some of the changes and updates since the last two study sessions. I know there were pages of questions and answers that we provided last week, and as an update, we heard your feedback, included some changes, and I'll highlight that in this next section. So during this last budget process, there was a submittal by our stadium manager to include office rent. This was proposed again for this budget based on that feedback that we've received from the board. That is not included in the proposed budget, and that last bullet there, we do anticipate continued conversations with our stadium manager through the process outlined in our contractual agreements. Around the topic of security, the 26-27 shared expense budget did include a new cost for implementing 24/7 NFL mandated security protocols at the stadium. Our share, the Stadium Authority share, is projected at $350,000 to $400,000 annually. This request is under review by a couple parties, our police department, both reviews potential kind of impacts as it relates to security, as well as the cost perspective as it aligns to our agreement. And so the recommendation here from staff is to not include that in this budget and continue discussions with our stadium manager as part of that analysis. Around the topic of capital expense project carryovers, I had shown in my last presentation a list of projects over the last several years that have been carried over repeatedly. We did work with our stadium manager. The initial kind of ask here is to remove several projects totaling $316,000. Combining a couple projects to streamline some of those costs around project and construction management. We did look at some carryover funding and new project funding and combine some of those scopes and add it to those scopes. And there were other tweaks through the back and forth with our stadium manager. The net changes here, a reduction of $358,000 to the CapEx budget. Around the 5-year capital expenses, the stadium manager has mentioned a couple of times the increase to capital projects based on the age and interim facility condition assessment. Staff does need more time to review some of those projects, so the recommendation for approval of that first year, and then as far as the out years, projects included as part of multi-phases, those are also suggested for approval. But then returning back to the board with further analysis upon completion of facility assessments in those latter years. Around the civic events, I know a couple members of the public talked about the event on February 28th. The board did approve that action in the current budget year, so we did amend this budget year to reflect that move forward of that event. And so the changes to the discretionary fund are reflected in this budget. And then because of all those actions, the trickle down through to the excess waterfall or revenue at the end of the year changes the dollars for public safety balance as well as to the general fund, and it adds to that general fund excess revenue. And I'll talk about that in later slides. So in summary, the changes from our study sessions, our initial proposed budget to the budget before you today for considerations, total about $1.5 million in changes there outlined by line items, and $358,000 in the capital line expenses, as I mentioned earlier in the slides. So the next section, I'll talk briefly about just highlights of elements of the proposed budget. There's always talk, at least from my desk, about excess revenues. What happens to any excess revenues in any given year from stadium operations? And so the contracts identify, in this case, 9 different buckets that those dollars flow through at the end of the year, so March 31st. So for example, this fiscal year, 25-26, we're going to look at these buckets very shortly within the next few weeks. So as you look at this, we did fill the buckets up through number 6, number 7, which is the renovation and demolition fund. At the end of this current year, $53.5 million projection. At the end of next fiscal year, projected at 58.5. And then we are making significant progress on number 8, almost paid off with regards to that public safety cost balance. And then I'll talk about in the 10-year forecast update in this presentation the impacts to our general fund, number 9 there, with regards to waterfall. When it comes to cash reserves specific to excess revenues here, roughly $88.6 million across capital operations, renovation and demolition reserve here. When you add other kind of reserves, I know in my Q&A provided last week, over $100 million or so. So some of the assumptions within the proposed budget are G&A. These are the staff that work on Stadium Authority line items, over 40 FTEs across many different city departments, $4.6 million, totaling 4.9 full-time equivalent. A slight decrease here, $120,000 from a year-to-year comparison. Around non-NFL events, $4.6 million based on the events that are currently planned. The hope here as we get into the fiscal year, start the fiscal year, that additional events would get booked and that revenue number would increase. And I will be providing updates to those numbers through my quarterly reports as I do throughout the year. Around shared expenses, $14.8 million. That includes 75 full-time equivalent positions. This is up 6% around stadium ops and security. I'll talk about that in a future slide. SBL sales and services, $2.5 million, includes 12.4 positions. And we know there were some comments from the board, some questions around this. And so on our Stadium Authority work plan, the goal here really to enter into an agreement with a review from a third-party consultant, work with our stadium manager around timekeeping to ensure that the elements of SBL sales and service activities are tracked and recorded, and so we can look at those trends over time. Just by way of the numbers, to show, kind of highlight the revenues of the Stadium Authority, we do have a handful of large revenue items here: are facility rent, NFL ticket surcharge, naming rights, SBLs, as those continue to turn over. Activities around our non-NFL events, both at net revenue and ticket surcharge. In total, $67.4 million of revenue activity. On the $36.6 million. And then when you include the transfers out, both to pay our ongoing debt, our capital expenditures, in total here, $64 million or so on the expense side. And that does include that one-time transfer from our operations reserve. With regards to the discretionary fund, I mentioned earlier the movement of that $1 million for the civic events on February 28th. And so with that revision shows the balances here projected at the end of next fiscal year. And then the topic of performance rent, and there's the lease agreements get very technical when it comes to the credits applied against the calculation for which performance rent is transferred to the general fund. It contemplates but a fixed ground rent. When you take 50% of that, that's credited against the performance rent. And then if there's any elements of public safety costs that's not paid for exceeds the dollars from that special non-NFL event surcharge, that's considered and then submitted and remitted to the city at the end of the fiscal year, typically in July after we close our books. And so when you look at the starting point of performance rent over time, over the life of the stadium, some ups and downs during the COVID years, and then more recent years, a strong performance. And then the goal here with regards to next year's budget, that 4.6 would continue to grow with additional booked events. And so when you look at the performance rent calculation with the credits here, $1.8 million forecasted in the budget for next fiscal year to the general fund for performance rent. So that's on top of the ground rent of $1 million. Detailing some of the changes around shared stadium manager expenses, we talked about security, and there was a decision point late during this fiscal year around security, and so some of those outside third-party vendor security personnel were transitioned in-house. That increased our FTE count by 4. In the engineering section and along with stadium ops, some of the position shifts between those two departments, but a net decrease there by 1 position. Shifting gears, the 10-year forecast. I know I talk about on the city side a 10-year forecast in our general fund. Importantly, we included this last year based on some feedback from a recommendation through our civil grand jury report. And so this year's 10-year forecast was updated. It includes excess revenue projections in each year and the distribution of those excess revenues. And so to the city's general fund in fiscal year 26-27, the budget before you, $4.5 million, drops, therefore, in the out years as a result of CapEx. Public safety costs, balances expected to be paid off, delay or the push out of renovation and demolition reserve payments. And then continued contributions here from our ground rents, performance rent, senior and youth fees. When you look at the numbers over time, 8.4, and then it floats anywhere from $2.5 to $3 million in the out years. Again, this is based on assumptions made and known to date, likely will change over time as you get out toward the future. That crystal ball gets a little fuzzy, and so we will update this 10-year forecast on an annual basis to inform the board based on assumptions we know of today. Surrounding the Stadium Authority's debt service, the budget before you includes $21 million of payments, both to our Term A debt or our fixed rate debt, as well as a pass-through from the CFD that our hotels around the stadium charge occupants. And so when you consider that payment of $21 million, the total outstanding debt drops to now just under $200 million, so significant progress here on this slide. And as an agency that has our bondholders a very strong performance with regards to the payment of our annual debt. Switching gears into our capital budget, I thought it was important with regards to the investment in our CapEx budget to talk about some of the different sections within the stadium. We have identified here the different agreements that the Stadium Authority has and the sections of those agreements that define our role and responsibility as an agency toward our facility. And so the first bullet here, our tenant has exclusive locations within the facility. This includes some of the commercial areas, the team store, the administrative spaces, locker rooms, AV facilities, the ticket office, suites. So these areas within the bowl, within the stadium, are the responsibility of the tenants. Then there are stadium operation areas. This includes concessions, restrooms in the stadium, and it's used on behalf of both the tenant and the Stadium Authority for respective uses. And then our obligation under Stadium Lease Section 7.1.1b are around capital repairs required for those areas. And so for those within the tenant improvement areas, the exclusive facilities, those are responsibilities of our tenant with regards to the Stadium Authority operation areas. We as a Stadium Authority Board are responsible for those repairs. That includes the stadium, the lots, the bridges listed here. And then the source of funds for those repairs, as outlined in that lease agreement, roughly $4 million or so per year in expense. And then other reserves are capital reserves or operating reserves, and then if applicable, a demolition reserve could be used under terms of the agreement. I won't go through the detail here, but this diagram just shows within our lease agreement, it outlines very specifically which of those areas are tenant-specific areas, which are operation areas and Stadium Authority. I know very small print there, but the goal here is not to show you very specific areas, but that there are outlines here as to which areas our Stadium Authority is responsible for from a CapEx perspective. The capital budget before you, $22 million, $20 million of projects here, $11 million in new projects, $9.3 million here in carryover, so that is down a little bit based on some of the changes through the back and forth with our stadium manager, and then $1.5 million here for warranty-related construction work. Wanted to highlight some of the pictures here. My staff, Tyler and the team, met with the 49ers, our stadium manager, and took some pictures around completed projects from this past year. So this includes some of the general areas, the stairs. You could see the non-slip materials there, the coating for the main deck there, refinished areas. Boilers, plumbing boilers, so that is a new boiler that was installed. Some of the lighting systems, so a retrofit of LED lights in some of the main areas, the sport lights, outdoor lighting. So that is a multi-phase project over the next several years contemplated within the CapEx plan. And then a significant investment here for the naming rights sign, the scoreboard, and both the inside bowl and the outside bowl signage for Levi's. And then some of the new projects highlighting here, we talked about the LED replacements, $4.8 million in 26-27, a continuation of replacements of some of the systems as a 13-year-old facility, HVAC boilers, exhaust flues, and then some of the sound infrastructure, the control panels, amplifier speakers here to ensure that our attendees can hear and receive communications throughout the facility. I'll touch on a couple slides here with regards to the marketing plan. The stadium manager did submit a 2026 marketing plan as part of the annual process. The Stadium Authority did hire a consultant, Canyon Oaks, to conduct an assessment here on the 25 and 26 marketing plan. We do expect to bring back those results later this calendar year. That research is expected to assess the market strategies that our stadium manager has proposed through the marketing plan, provide benchmarking with other stadium performances, identify trends and areas for improvements, recommendations, and with regards to the marketing plan. Work efforts are in progress, and I mentioned the coming back to the board in the May-June timeframe. The agreement does need to be amended, and so that is part of the recommendation before you. Final report and recommendations will be brought forward as part of that presentation, hopefully to inform ongoing discussions with our stadium manager around booking profitable non-NFL events. So just to summarize again here, the key financial summary here before I turn it back to our executive director here. Non-NFL events budgeted at $4.6 million. Public safety cost reimbursements over the threshold that complies with our 2024 settlement here, $2.5 million. Public safety costs balances, $4.9 million, going down and being paid off in 26-27. This budget continues to support our world events around FIFA, continues to allocate dollars back to the general fund for next fiscal year, $7.5 million. And then with regards to CapEx, a major theme this year, $5.7 million of additional transfer. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to our executive director to close this out.
Thank you, Treasurer Lee, and I'll recap really fast, and I won't repeat a lot. I will say first, it's not on the slide, but I neglected to remember when I was up here that literally just today we received a curfew waiver from the Manco for another non-NFL event to occur this fiscal year, and so that was a waiver for Tuesday, September 1st. And so as you remember, we talked last time about their current budgeting practices to budget based on booked events, and typically after the budget is adopted, we tip they're still in the market. And so we now know, because we received that curfew waiver exemption, that there will be another event on September 1st, and they plan to announce that on March 19th. Important to note that is only the second of potential 5 curfew waivers, and so you may also remember that we discussed the fact that the stadium manager needs to book 36 events within a 3-year period. They are 13 events shy at the beginning part of this year. There are 11 events booked. This is now a 12th, and so now they are only 1 event shy of meeting that 36. Wanted to make that note. But again, the proposed budget, just under $80 million, total of $88.7 in cash reserves. On the slide that the treasurer showed, it was noted only 1.7 of that, however, is in the dedicated capital reserve. And so this budget does propose to use operating revenues. Again, we need to have further conversations around the elevated capital needs request. We expect that to grow once all the final studies are done, and we need to engage on how those will be funded. Not only for the 5-year forecast, but looking out 10 and longer. I noted earlier the areas where we're not in alignment, and the director mentioned those as well, so I will not recap those in any level of detail. But I do think it's important to talk next steps, and I believe it was Director Cox that mentioned this at one of our prior meetings, and so it's important to note that embedded within the agreements, we do have to formally notify the management company, as well as we would notify Stadco as well, of any items that are not approved within 10 days. So if you do not approve any of their items, we will formally notify them in 10 days. And there is a dispute resolution process should either party elect that. Also important to note, we intend to continue and frankly immediately continue to engage on the year 2 projects, those projects in 27, 28. We do understand that a number of those projects, while we need additional time, it is important for the stadium manager to know sooner rather than later if those projects are in the forecast. Understand that there is some legwork with the manager's staff to do that. And so we will report back to the board within 90 days. And should we, even before that, are at a point where any of those projects we feel that we're comfortable recommending approval in year 2, we will bring that back to you. With regard to the facility condition assessment, as we mentioned, the stadium manager is finalizing or will be completing their facility condition assessment. We would like to obtain a final copy of that. We also intend to select our own facility condition assessment consultant, have them do a overall assessment as well as a peer review of Manco's facility condition assessment, the goal of which is really to reach agreement on the needed projects, and so that we are collectively up here before you saying, these are the projects that we agree need to be done for support of the stadium, and then determine funding strategies. If there's a need to renegotiate agreements or develop additional funding mechanisms, we would provide those to you, and then seek board direction and feedback, frankly, throughout the process. So with that are the recommendations. You have heard these, but one is to approve the proposed budget as recommended by staff, operating, debt, and capital. With respect to the CapEx forecast, approve the projects in year 1, as well as any projects in the stadium manager's 5-year expenditure plan that are funded in year 1, but have funds in future years. B, do not approve at this time the capital projects that would commence in years 2 through 5. And upon completion of the stadium manager's facility condition assessment, your authority staff evaluation, and we would complete our own facility condition assessment, have further discussions with the stadium manager, and return to you for direction and provide a recommendation at that time. Item 3, note and file the marketing plan. We've discussed that. Item 4, authorize additional money for our marketing consultant for additional reviews of the submittal, as well as to complete the work and that is ongoing, and adopt your stadium authority budget policy, as well as the compliance and management policy. With that, thank you, board. Myself, Treasurer Lee, your board attorney, as well as other staff are here to support your Q&A and deliberations. Thank you.
Are we hearing from the stadium manager? Is that what you said? I actually listened to you in the beginning.
Yes, actually, in the outline, we had, at this moment, council question and answers on the staff presentation, and then we were going to go to the stadium manager's presentation.
All right. Authority member Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of questions. First, I seem to recall years ago, we had an issue where the budget had to be approved by lenders, and that was always a super contentious issue. I know that we now have the Term A loan. I don't know if that means that there's different lenders. We've already prepaid the lenders that had to approve our budgets, but does that put some time pressure on getting this budget done, especially since there's items in dispute? I know you talked about tenant exclusive areas, and I wanted to know where the community room that was promised to the city years ago, they're trying to charge office space to us, but that community room could be office space, I guess. When we have soccer matches there, those are non-NFL events, but those are stadium authority events. Those are not Stadco events. So how are the locker rooms treated in terms of the finances and paying for the locker rooms, since those are tenant exclusive facilities? On slide 31, you show the profits, the net revenue from stadium operations for year to year. It would be nice if you showed what the budgeted numbers are and the actuals, because you have on that slide, you can go to slide 31 if you want. because what has been explained is that, okay, here, see how you have the greens, which are the actuals from previous years, and then you have the purple, which is projected for this year, and then you have the 4.6, which is the budgeted. But the budgeted is always less. I mean, if you were to draw another color under the greens, you would show what was actually budgeted in those years. So it would be just informative to show that the budgeted numbers are generally predicted to be lower than what we end up getting in the end. The capital expenses is concerning to me. I'm trying to figure out who in the original agreements predicted capital expenses and how they would be covered. It seems like somebody early on undercounted or underpredicted what capital expenses would be, and how did that happen? And then the contracts with the 49ers include what's called a put option, and I'd like to understand what that means so the public would know what a put option is. And finally, one thing that is not represented here are the indirect revenues to the city. What are we getting incrementally from stadium events for TOT and for sales tax? The 49ers have come up with their own numbers for the economic impacts of their stadium and events, but the city has never done that. And I'm just trying to understand why is that and when are we going to get that number? Because perhaps we're not going to be making, I think the executive director mentioned that we had something like $51 million of general fund revenue over 13 years, but that's just from direct stadium operations. We have no idea how much extra. So if the revenue to the general fund goes to zero, maybe the stadium is still worth it if we're making enough money from TOT and from sales tax. I would like to continue to see the $50 million odd dollars flowing to the general fund, but it seems like somebody miscalculated the cost of capital expenses early on in this process. And so that reflects in the lease agreements with the 49ers. Thank you.
Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I will say, since the last meeting, because this is the third one we've had on this, I was able to go back and watch the first meeting, which I missed, and I will publicly beg anyone who's over 50 to please get your vaccination for shingles if you had chickenpox, so that you will not have to go through what our family went through because of that. So if I understand correctly, because we didn't have a large enough crowd, our day on the field doesn't count towards that number we need to have, if I'm understanding correctly, but that we're only one short. That's really good. Our facilities condition assessment, I was trying to understand the time frame, because it sounded like you were waiting for the one from the stadium manager and then we were going to start our own. So I was wondering, why would we wait if we know we want to do that? Because we do want to compare them and go over that and have a peer review. Also, we've had to throw out a lot of numbers, and I was trying to understand. I saw a 5.7 million to the capital CapEx, and I wanted to know if that was over the 4 million that we normally put in there. I wanted to make certain, was that just more than what we do normally, or was that in excess? And then we had this one time and you finally put out the number, and I'm assuming that from the report that it puts all of that together, the 7.5 that goes to our general fund, if just for this year, for our public to understand. And if I understand correctly, that if we go with your recommendation, then we are approving what we need to, but we're also holding in reserve some of the concerns that we have. Thank you.
Authority Member Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my first question is kind of in line with something that Councilmember Jane mentioned as far as the way that maybe we can have the like Manco still housed within the stadium. I'm just thinking about trying to keep those costs down, but if they were to have to be outside the stadium, what percentage? I think they work 50% of the time for us. What percentage of time are they really on our dime that we might be having to cover that cost? As far as the capital reserves, obviously this body has final approval over the capital expenditures, and we want to make sure that the stadium is in, that it's ready to welcome folks, fans, and that's in a really great working order. And that as we do that, I know that it was mentioned about 90 days to review some of the things that the FCA from, I'm not sure that the team was doing, but I think it's always better to do things sooner as far as capital expenditures than later. Hopefully this is a little blimp in our cost structure, and then we'll have another 13, 15 years of, not having too many expenditures when we deal with these. But it's always better to make sure that we address that. So how do you see us, maybe increasing our capital expenditures if needed, reserves, so that we don't have any unforeseen hits, and we can kind of smoothly address those and have more money that comes back to the general fund, because we've addressed things and we're not working out of necessity or out of greater cost because of something broke versus something that we're fixing as we go.
Thank you. Authority Member Cox.
Thanks, Director Lee. I want to ask some clarifying questions, but again, I come into this new hoping that an operating budget gives us a course of correction and not just a statement in time of where we're at. And one of the things I ended with last week was really hoping that this would create a path for resolution. And I feel like we're pretty much recycling what we were told last week. This is where we're at, and there's not really a structure here of how to move forward. I want to clarify, we said 51.6 million in total revenue to the general fund. I want to know if that includes the 19 million that we got from the settlement in 2024. I did want to point out Exhibit 22J, which was included, and I think Councilmember Jane spoke to this as well. We clearly under budgeted for our Capital X reserve. It was supposed to go 3% a year, but I think by this point we should have had roughly 3 million. We're operating with 251,000 right now on 22 million of planned projects. So one of the things that I noticed in one of the slides is it said that the renovation and demolition fund could be used for that. We also were told we have $88 million in cash assets in the reserves, and I want to know if part of that is the 58 million in the renovation reserve, because if we're going to cannibalize that to do capital expenses when it comes up, we now have got no income into the general fund. And I know that it says, for the 10 years we can't expect income into the general fund, which is severely alarming. So I don't know how we're proposing extra money for stadium builder license, full-time positions, off-site spaces. But again, I'm looking for a solution. And then I think that, one of the things that, as I looked back last year in my first year in this, is one of the, I think, most alarming things now is this budget is recycling what we tried to do last year. Last year we went in with 18.2 million in capital reserve needs. And reading from last year's budget, this is from the 25-26 adopted budget, it said Stadco has conducted a facilities condition assessment funded at their expense to help facilitate long-term planning, operational efficiency, structural integrity. The FCA identifies necessary repairs, capital improvements, and so now a year later, we are still talking about getting the facility condition assessment done. Our debt has increased. We don't have a plan to come out of it. The other key money-making thing was the marketing strategy. And again, in our 25-26 adopted budget, it was the plan to develop an integrated marketing plan with Discover Santa Clara, leverage best-in-class attribution tools, retain a consultant to conduct a stadium market trend analysis. I feel like we are literally at the same place we were last year. The debt has grown up. So I think that I'm trying to learn this, and I don't want to be obstructive, but what I really see happening is we have privatized profit and we have socialized risk in a massive way. And we are in a point where we have the risk right now and no clear path out of it. So I'd like to figure out, first of all, if I was amiss on those. Again, when I go into 22J, yes, we've made more in projected rent, but in all the other categories, we're off. And maybe this is just a budgeting exercise. To Councilmember Jane's point, when I looked at what we proposed versus our actuals, the variance is like 57% per category. So I don't even know if we're utilizing tools to plan an effective budget right now. So I'm not sure how this is working. I just know that we're in dire straits, and what this budget, again, I don't feel provides is a clear path of how we get out. And I'm not saying that we have to be profitable. We're not a new shiny stadium, but how do we keep our taxpayers, how do we keep this an asset and not a liability?
Thank you, Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, a question that I forgot on my list was that it seems like a lot of these capital expenses and the expenses are unfunded mandates. I believe that the extra security that we need, the armed security, is an NFL requirement that NFL's not paying for. It's just like every city and every school district has unfunded mandates from a higher authority. So how do we resolve those going forward? Any new unfunded mandates that we get from the federal government or the state government? And I think I see that quite a bit of the money is for LED lighting replacements. And I know in the past, SVP had provided rebates for LED upgrades. Is there an opportunity to take advantage of those? Thank you.
Any other? Authority Member Cox.
I'm sorry, I forgot one. Can you explain the difference, I'm sorry, Director Lee, between the public safety 2024 balance payoff reserve, and I'm not sure if there is then a public safety cost reserve as well. We talked a little bit about the extra income from the non-NFL tickets, that $4 supporting it, but I don't know if they go into the same fund. I know that the $4 now pays off what is the annual amount over the threshold. I just don't know if those are two different funds. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. The first is, has the stadium manager ever done a facilities condition assessment and overall assessment during the term in the last 13 years? Usually they're done every 3 to 5 years, but I don't recall, so I wanted to know that. And there seems to be a lot of maintenance issues and capital improvements, and is that due to, has the deferred maintenance been ignored at the stadium and not completed? Is that why we're in the position we're in today? I don't know how we move forward on a capital improvement without a plan. We have no plan. And I spent my afternoon not only looking at last year and the year before Stadium Authority budget, but listening to it as well. And we talked about the facilities condition assessment, and we're talking about it now, and we're saying maybe it'll be done the end of this year or the beginning of 27. So apparently this facilities condition assessment has been worked on for at least a year, and then another year this year. So an assessment that should take weeks, it looks like it's taking 2 years to do. So what is the problem? We talked about it last year, and it was even mentioned in '24. So where the heck is it? Is it actually in progress? And why is it taking so long? And have we hired anybody yet to do our thing? To do our own assessment, which we should be doing to protect the Stadium Authority. The analysis on the SBL sales and service, I think our executive director failed to mention that last year, this council, and especially because I was pushing it, actually made a motion and passed unanimously that we wanted a report back to the Stadium Authority by the middle of September of last year. So here we are talking about it again, saying that we're going to look into it. And that was the same thing that happened last year. And even in '24, talked about it. So, you know, there's the potential that there are some positions that the Stadium Authority is paying for that are working on 49er sales and service. In fact, the executive director had mentioned a few things to me. So I want to know why it wasn't mentioned, what are we doing about it, and why are we kicking the can down the path again this year when it should have been done by September of last year. So I'd like to hear especially from the executive director about that. I think that's it for me for now. I'll have comments later. All right, that's it.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Chair, and Board for the questions. So I think a similar tag team effort here as last time. I'll start it, and some of them, the Executive Director, Legal Counsel, or potentially the 49ers representative could respond to. Let me just make sure I have the start of it. Board Member Jane asked about lenders and whether lenders approve the budget and our Term A loan. And so I just want to kind of talk through the budgeting process and lenders. And so we do have, we do have an outstanding balance on our Term A loan and as well as our CFD advance. The budget has to be approved in accordance with both our lease and our credit agreement with our lenders within a certain number of days prior to the start of a fiscal year. So in general, that 10-day mark. And then the agreement also states that we, as a board, need to either approve or disapprove the budget within 45 days from when our stadium manager submitted. So those are the parameters for which we're working around, and that's based on both our lease agreement as well as our credit agreement with the lenders. By way of producing a budget and presenting it, our lenders do not get a copy and they do not vote on our budget. That is entirely the discretion of our Stadium Authority Board to approve your own budget. But we do have those timelines, and then from a continuing disclosure perspective, we do put out annual financial statements. Those are presented to our lenders. That was a requirement of the bond holders from a continuing practice. So just wanted to clarify kind of the requirements around our lenders. With regards to the tenant exclusive areas and our responsibilities, I want to separate, the sections that I did show indicate roles and responsibilities when it comes to CapEx expenses and projects. What it does not mean is within the bowl and the stadium itself for very specific events that you can't use those areas. It's with regards to CapEx expenses. So for example, the locker rooms, if there are soccer events, there are locker rooms there that are shared between those events. And then for referees and for different matches, there's different areas within the building that are used concurrently. And so for example, the suites are a tenant exclusive area, but we do know that in non-NFL events, those are used we do get revenues from that, at a portion of those revenues, but they are used jointly between different facilities. I see that, Stadium Executive Director, if you want to add anything on that point.
Yeah, specific to locker rooms, we do not use the 49ers locker room for non-NFL events. There are auxiliary locker rooms that are used for the soccer matches, and so the 49ers locker room is tenant exclusive, but there is shared space in those auxiliary locker rooms.
Thank you for the clarification. And then on slide 31, which is on here, thank you for the feedback. Yes, our trend around when we budget at this point in time as we enter into a fiscal year, and the fact that we book additional events does lead us to higher revenues. We'll continue to dialogue that methodology. As Stadium Executive Director mentioned, it sounds like there's another event very close, and so as we get information on those, we actually can bring back budget amendments to amend that as we know, as we hear of additional events. Now, several board members talked about the CapEx contribution, and it was undercounted when the agreement started, and I can't go back and I wasn't here when the agreements were developed, but I know the trend of allocating capital dollars is always a sensitive one in terms of what is the appropriate amount. It's a challenge across different industries, different sectors. On the city side, we're faced with that same capital maintenance question, and so having $4 million on $1 billion asset, I can easily tell you that's not enough. And so as we look ahead, what are our options as Board Member Cox mentioned to solve that problem? And so within the constructs of that of the agreement, there are other reserves that we can look into. In this budget, we're tapping, the recommendation here is to tap the operating reserve, and hopefully there's operational revenues that will replenish that every year. But there are also other clauses. The renovation demolition fund, that's something we need to continue to look at. There are parameters around how we can use that, having an estimate in terms of what renovation costs are. So that's something that we will look at as we go ahead for solutions in order to preserve as much of that general fund transfer dollars as possible. There was a comment on the put option, and this one I want to see if there's any comment by our legal counsel on that. I know that our agreements allow for that, but if, Glenn, if you want to have any comment on that.
Yeah, I'll speak to it briefly. There's a lot to it, so I'll at least communicate the gist of it. There is a provision in our stadium lease that's called the put option. It's Article 5 of the stadium lease. And essentially, what it does is it gives the stadium authority really the sole discretion to modify the relationship with Stadco so that instead of it being a 6-month Stadco operations for NFL events and 6-month stadium authority operation of the venue for non-NFL events, Stadco, in effect, have a 12-month lease to operate and, in effect, take over ownership, control, and operation of the non-NFL events. The stadium authority would continue to receive rent. There'd be ground lease, the rent that would still be paid. There still would be performance-based, rent that would be generated, and what's required in order to service, the fixed debt, payments. But other than that, all other revenues, including excess revenues, naming right revenues, and everything else, would now go to the tenant. As the year-round, operator of the lease. There's a lot of other nuances to that. I'm not getting into this as a macro, description of what this provision is. The other most significant aspect of the put option is that CapEx costs that would normally be a requirement of the stadium authority in order to maintain the stadium in the required, condition, would also now become a tenant obligation. And so they would get the revenues from the non-NFL events, but they'd also now have to assume, the capital, expenditure, costs as a result of that. There is a provision if those capital expenditure costs exceed a certain threshold. The threshold changes depending upon what year, you're in the, on what year of the overall lease term you're in. And it's complicated how that works, but there's in effect an $80 million CapEx threshold that would allow, if in fact that's exceeded, I don't have the formula in my head, but would allow the tenant in effect to terminate, the lease, in which case there would no longer be a tenant and we would continue to own the stadium, but wouldn't have, operations, going on there, at least not, NFL operations. We'd have to stand up again, a version of non-NFL operations. That right goes into effect starting this upcoming stadium operations year, April 1st. And it must be exercised, if we're going to exercise it, before the end of this upcoming stadium operations year. So year 13 is the time period in which we'd have, to exercise that. I don't know if the city manager wants to talk about that any further in the context of things, but that's a description of what it is, and it is a provision in the original stadium lease. You can.
Okay, thank you, legal counsel. So there was a question around our economic impact of the stadium. We do report out direct impacts, the $51+ million to the general fund in accordance with our contract. In the finances quarterly report, we do also report out sales tax as we work with a sales tax consultant around that. And we do know we receive a handful of TOT, our hotel tax revenue as well, tested via the civil grand jury report to perform our own. And so we do have an RFP in the works and hoping to get that work done by the end of this calendar year. There's always a lot of, I think for economists, a lot of art that goes into some of those numbers and less science, but they have their methodologies. I think from an organization standpoint, what's easiest for us right now is direct impacts, but we will look at an economic consultant to complete a report, both in past events as well as forward-looking, to provide to the board as far as what the economic impact of our stadium is. And then,
just a note on that. I think connected with that question, it was mentioned that if the general fund revenue goes to zero, and I think that was also mentioned by Board Member Cox. I think it's an important clarification. In the forecast and in staff's presentation, it was never projected for general fund revenue from the stadium to go to zero. What we said is excess revenue, right? So there is ground rent, there's performance rent, and to the extent available, excess revenue. It is important to note that we have not always received excess revenue. And Ken, because we're talking about that 51 million, can you pull up, I did ask the staff to develop a slide, and this answer, I think, the mayor's question, and it's the basis for the 51.6 million. And so, albeit it's in small print, but what this table shows is what was in the original lease in COVID-18-19. But that amount, based on these projections, there may not be any excess revenue. It's important to note that in the first 13 years, there was no projection of excess revenue. Ken.
Thank you for that clarification, Executive Director. So I'll keep going on the question. So Board Member Hardy talked about the day on the field and some of the numbers. So it didn't meet the 25,000 threshold for the Levi's requirement, but as I noted last week, that liability is fully covered by the stadium manager in the event that we don't hit that. We do want to strive to hit that, but just from a financial standpoint, that is a net zero effect on the authority. And then there were some questions around facility condition assessment and the time frame, and so I'll turn that over to the executive director. I know that it's high on our list, and some comments from.
No, totally. A number of comments around the facility condition assessment. I think the first one was from Board Member Hardy, which is, are we going to wait for the facility condition assessment to continue to engage on year 2 and the remaining forecast? The answer is no, right? We need to continue to engage on those year 2 projects as well as years 3 and 5. We're going to prioritize year 2. There is a level of analysis and due diligence that we staff have routinely done. I think the reality is we need to adjust how we do our review of capital projects requests. The numbers are getting much larger. It's no longer minor repairs and replacement. These are now large capital expenditures. And the honest answer is the Stadium Authority as an entity has not had a consultant that is an expert in large-scale facility maintenance, right? We don't have staff on hand that are experts in large-scale facility maintenance. So as we make this transition, it is absolutely necessary that we adjust our review process. And so part of what we will be coming to you with and we will be recommending is that we engage in likely a consultant firm that can support us with that, not only on an annual basis, but on a go-forward basis, because as we know, things break. And unfortunately, the structure of this, we have the Stadium Authority and we have the 49ers as both the tenant and a company owned by the 49ers or related to the 49ers as a year-round management company, right? And so we don't have that independent body providing us information, and so it's incumbent upon us to do a greater level of due diligence, and we're certainly committed to doing that. With respect to the comments last year, and as you will recall, staff highlighted the need for additional capital costs, and we actually, I believe, recommended that we include $1 million in additional capital reserves. That was not approved because we knew that there was an added level of capital needs that would be necessary, and we did not have the number. At that time, what we said is that the 49ers had said that they would be conducting a facility condition assessment. What happened after that budgetary approval is staff did sit down with Manco, and we actually recommended that not be an independent study, but we instead do it jointly. And I was prepared to come back to the board and actually recommend that we joint fund that, so we didn't have two competing reports. So further engagements, further conversations happened, but Manco elected to do their own independent study. We also discussed having a staff member as a part of that effort to participate in that effort. That was not approved, and so we did internally say, you know what, we will do our own independently funded study. And with all of the work that we were undertaking over the last year, negotiating agreements, preparing for agreements, we did not get to putting that RFP out. We are currently in the process of drafting that RFP, and we'll be putting that RFP on the street. And so that is the answer, and that is where we are. I do believe Manco is still working on finalizing their facility condition assessment, and my understanding is that it might be several months before they have a final report to provide to us as well. And so I do think that we will have the time to conduct the necessary analysis on years 2 through 5, as well as the additional level of capital investment that will be needed over the longer horizon. Ken, I'm going to turn it back to you for the next.
Thank you, Javon. So Board Member Hardy, you also asked about the numbers around the additional CapEx 5.7. Is that on top of or included the 4 from the base? It is on top of, so when you add the 4 million base in the contract plus the 5.7, roughly $10 million of new dollars for capital. When you add that to carryover of about 10 million, that's the 20 million or so that you see in the budget. I know that there were a couple questions on CapEx carryover. Board Member Cox also looked at last year's budget. The practice of carrying over capital dollars at the end of a fiscal year is common, and the question of how much gets carried over really depends on the number of projects that are executed in that fiscal year, the dollars that are spent. And so on the city side, we do have a handful of capital projects. On the Stadium Authority side, still a number of dollars that do get carried over from year to year. With regards to the general fund, $7.5 million, I think, Board Member Hardy, you asked kind of for the public to understand what's in that. And so that does include $1 million of our ground rent into the general fund, roughly $300,000 of our senior and youth fees, $1.8 million of performance rent, as I showed kind of the math on that chart, and to the extent non-NFL events are outperformed the 4.6, hopefully we'll get more than that 1.8. And then the rest is excess revenues, roughly $4.5 million. So that's the breakdown for those monitoring at home. Board Member Gonzalez, I believe your question was around what percentage of Manco staff are on our dime, and so I did talk about different elements of both shared expense staffing, so roughly 75 FTE that's shared between Stadium Authority and Manco, 50-50, and then 30-70 for groundskeeping. There is other buckets, other expenses. I think on one of my bullets, roughly 4.5 positions in other expenses. These are mostly financial related positions for Manco that started out when the Stadium Authority asked for an independent financial management system. There several positions were approved by the board. And then SPL Sales and Services, roughly 12.5 positions. And so as both the executive director and I mentioned, the goal there really is to confirm the time coding and keeping of that against the activities and have a review of the SPL Sales and Services. So that's our understanding of kind of the balance of positions between stadium manager and ours. Board Member Gonzalez, you also asked about CapEx projects, the recommendation for a 90-day review on those out-year projects. And it is important to review and make sure that we are on the same page with regards to the highest priority projects and budget those as soon as we can. That's why that 90-day period is included in the recommendation. I know you also have made comments both on the city and Stadium Authority side with regards to capital reserves. What can we do now to kind of grow it and increase it? And as I mentioned, you know, our lease agreements have a very fixed amount with regards to CapEx. It's for a stadium our size and the value, it's insufficient. And so taking a look at those operating funds are potentially renovation demolition funds. And also making sure from an operating standpoint, we're maximizing revenues and the dollars that are spent on CapEx are indeed going to the highest priority projects that are informed through an assessment. Looks like Executive Director wants to expand on that as well.
Well, Director Lee, I think there was a question attached to that coming from Councilmember Jane with regard to the original agreements and the allocation of funds for capital and I believe the statement that it seems that they were under projected. So can you talk a little bit about the required formula for funding the capital reserve, and then we can further discuss the amount?
Thank you for that clarification. So the lease agreement does have a base amount of $3 million towards capital. That was for fiscal year starting in 2014, the first year of operations. That $3 million does grow by 3% in escalation. So when you look at escalation for the 13th year, roughly $3.5 or so million. Then if at the end of the year there's additional revenues from operations, part of that excess revenue waterfall says an additional $1 million goes to capital projects. That also includes an escalator of 3%. And so that's where you get the roughly $4.5 million or so in a base capital contribution. And so when you look at our stadium, you know, when it was built, roughly $700 million or so, and today's this, you know, replacement cost for a stadium like this, well over $1 billion. $4.5 million is insufficient. I'll go out on a limb to say that, but I think our facility condition assessments as they come back will affirm that as the stadium ages, some of those systems, your HVAC, your plumbing, your boilers, as you've seen in the pictures that we've started to replace, will need to be replaced, and that's some of the recommended projects that's in the out years. In addition to that, state law has changed around some of the lighting, and so that has necessitated very large improvement projects that might not have been contemplated when the agreements were originally designed and that CapEx balance was created. And so the operations have changed and the laws have changed. And so really that independent facility condition assessment will tell us and inform us how far behind are we from the amounts that are dictated by the lease agreement.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Lee, but I will articulate. Certainly, there's over $4 million in the LED lighting project, $2.6 million in year 2, 2.7 in year 3, and then $3.5 million in year 4. And so that is because of a change in state law, right? And as we talked about, a little bit over $4 million is nearly half of the entire new capital project request. And so it's important to note that there are also changes that weren't contemplated, but certainly we need to look at a finer analysis level at these requests. One of the other projects in year 2 is $2.4 million request for improvements to premium areas. We have not had time to fully engage on that, but one of the things we need to do in doing our due diligence is ensuring that that is true repair and maintenance, not enhancement of premium areas, right? Even though it's a project that we may decide we should do, we as a stadium authority may make a decision that we would like to do that in a later year. And so that's what I mean by there's a new level of analysis and engagement that's needed based on both the amount and the type of projects that are being requested. Again, as the director mentioned, not envisioned in those initial amounts because it was $3 million going up by a inflationary factor.
Okay, thank you, Javon. And then, so shifting gears here, Board Member Cox had some comments around CapEx reserve strategy, keeping our stadium as an asset to the city. Definitely, as your finance director and treasurer, sharing that desire that we should be looking at improving and maintaining all our city assets, our stadium as a city asset as well. And so when it comes to capital balances and cash reserves, I know Board Member Cox, you mentioned the renovation and demolition fund, and I had that in my presentation. And so one of the strategies that we do need to look into is what, under the terms of the lease, what is our ability to tap into that? And then that renovation fund gets replenished at a 25% rate of excess revenue. So there are potentials from a strategic standpoint. Which pot do we draw dollars for capital projects? Is it the operating reserve? Is it renovation or demolition fund? And so definitely part of, as we look ahead and understand what the numbers from the facility condition assessment are, coming up and working with our stadium manager, what are our existing opportunities in our lease, and are there other opportunities, either new revenues or discussions around assessments that could be done, albeit in maybe outside of the lease, that would require an amendment to the lease, that are possibilities to make sure that both the assets well maintained for the city and our revenues to the general fund, our revenues, our return on investment continues to occur. So that is part of the plan. Board Member Cox, you also talked about the marketing plan, and this is one I'll just touch on, and then maybe the executive director will comment on more. The effort to improve and provide feedback on the marketing plan and get outside consultants has been one, I think, that this board has wrestled with for years, for multiple years. We've had other consultants come in, present to the board on marketing plan. In this specific contract, Canyon Oaks was on contract to perform a review for 2 years. And so my understanding is that their assessment on this current marketing plan that was transmitted would be done in May. So there has been ongoing efforts to improve the quality of the marketing plan. Executive Director, if you want to add to that or comments on that. But the goal really is to continue to improve it with metrics, and I think the intent of this engagement is to do that.
Sure. So Canyon Oaks has completed a draft marketing plan. We have reviewed that. We have provided comments. We have also confidentially conveyed that draft plan to the city council or Stadium Authority Board. There are a number of, I think, very, very good recommendations in there. And then we did ask them to frankly do 2 things. One being do a longer term look in some of their comparisons of events that were booked, as well as now that they have a complete sit down and engage with the stadium manager. But once that report is finalized, we would certainly present it to the board and have them do an analysis of the current year marketing plan that was submitted just a few weeks ago.
Thank you, Executive Director. Board Member Cox, you also had a comment around just proposed budgets versus actuals and variances. And we always strive to be professional when it comes to the budgets that we recommend to the board, our projections. A lot of revenues and expenses, they don't happen evenly throughout the year, so there's variances in our quarterly report that come out. At the end of the year, we always expect some savings and some revenue outperformance, albeit, last several years with regards to coming out of COVID and our large vacancies within the organization. We've had large variances. When it comes to the Stadium Authority, same professional pencil when it comes to a finance perspective. Our general and administrative costs, significant savings that we're forecasting this year with regards to either vacancies, how staff charges time actually versus how we had planned. There is some level of effort that goes through the budgeting of our staff costs, when it comes to general and administrative. A lot of departments do want to make sure that the budget is there in the event that activities around the stadium do occur. And so there's some level of conservatism, I think, that as we survey departments and they're submitting to us that at the end of the year we're going to have some savings. And so I noted in terms of your comment, our goal is to fine-tune that pencil and continue to do so and report back on a periodic basis quarterly with regards to our authority, monthly with regards to our city budget, as to those variances and adjust the budget as we look ahead. Board Member Jane talked about unfunded mandates, CapEx, NFL security. How do we resolve those? And I want to talk about a couple different things. With regards to NFL security, I know that the recommendation before you is to exclude roughly $400,000 in Stadium Authority costs. There also are other elements that would be under additional review and analysis, CapEx, SBL sales and services. Extent, there was a decision made to fund some of those unfunded mandates. And then around CapEx, a very large, depending on what comes out of our facility condition assessment, we'll look at all options. If to the extent our reserves are insufficient, part of the conversation with our stadium manager is how do we develop new revenues or get new revenues to fund some of that unfunded CapEx dollars, but more discussion to continue there. There was a question around SVP rebates. I don't have the answer to that. I'll make sure I follow up with our SVP department on that. I'm sure as an authority spending those dollars, if they are available, we would take advantage of that, but I'll have to get back to you on that. Then, Mayor, there were some questions that you had. Appreciate the questions here. So I think some of the questions around facility condition assessment were addressed by our executive director with regards to timing and how we move forward. So I'm sure very high on our list. And Javon, I don't know if you have extra comments there.
There was a question with regard to has the stadium manager conducted a facility condition assessment. I think we'll toss that to the stadium manager during their portion to address.
Yep.
There was a question with regard to stadium builder license engagement and engagement on staff. I will say that Stadium Authority staff did engage with Manco throughout the year on staff. We had a tour of their facility to understand where staff was located and how many staff. We did ask questions around tracking of time and were informed that the stadium manager does not have a tracking process where they track time spent on certain activities, and so one of our requests coming out of into the new fiscal year is that they do begin to track the time that SBL staff spend on servicing SBLs and any time also related to any requirements that SBL holders have for non-NFL events. And we also know that there is a requirement that SBL holders purchase 49er season tickets and have engaged with them on that process and still have further engagement to do with them on that. And as well as there's both a phase 1 and a phase 2 analysis that we're going to conduct on that.
I think that's all the questions I have, but if we've missed any, happy to entertain them.
Councilmember Jane, is that from before?
Yes, I had asked about the community room. And then, really, I just wanted to make a comment. According to the city attorney, the clock is ticking on the put option, and I'm wondering, are we going to get a financial analysis of the current operation path for business as usual versus the revenue that we can make if we exercise the put option? We only have a year to make those decisions. That means in a year, we have to do our own facilities condition assessment. 49ers have to do theirs. The clock is ticking. We have a year.
Right. I don't think this is the appropriate forum to have that discussion, but certainly I do think staff is aware of the time clock and have had discussions both internally and with our partners about that. And I do think that relates to the agreement and contract negotiations that we should handle in a closed session format.
And then the question on the community room, I was just going to show or bring up the diagram here and just have a couple comments. So on this diagram in purple, outlined there on the bottom right is the designated community room. I know that was a conversation even that preceded me in terms of access for that community room. That's on, I think, the work plan to kind of continue that dialogue. It hasn't been resolved, but any additional comments?
Yeah, I'll at least give you reference to the provision in the agreement that talks about the community room so you can understand the underlying basis for it. It's section 4.7.2 of the stadium lease. Allows the booking of civic events at the community room designated on the site plan. The booking is subject to approval of the tenant. It's subject to the scheduling priority for stadium events and tenant, incidental events, and all those, the costs of any civic event at the community room, which can be used by community groups, nonprofits, the city, any number of different folks, is a stadium authority expense. In terms of the cost or maintenance of that room, I'll turn that back over to either executive director or treasurer.
Well, why don't I take what I think is the core part of the question, which is the community room the appropriate location? Can there be another location? And how do we value that? Important to note that...
Sorry, I wanted to clarify. They're charging us rent for office space. That is potential office space. That's really my question.
Right. With respect to office space, I do think that is, there are at least two questions there. The first one is, as per the agreements, is it the stadium authority's responsibility to pay for Manco offices, irrespective of where it is? Question one. Then question two is, are there other areas within the stadium that can serve as Manco offices that is not leased private space at their current location? The community room is potentially one. There are certainly other areas. Manco has built out a temporary satellite office that they use pre-event day, just prior to and on event days, and so we've had a tour of that and we'll engage in that. And then in general, with regard to the community room, that is something that staff does intend to engage with. It will require an amendment of the stadium lease, and so it is one of many things on a growing list for things that we will engage with when we're having discussions around any agreement amendments.
Authority Member Cox?
Yeah, there were a few that were missed in mine. So I again wanted clarification if the 51 million that was stated in total general fund movement included the settlement, the 19 million from the settlement. I had asked, I thought, if the $358,000 reduction that we saw in operating expenses just came out of the 22 million total, if that was the total cost saving. And then I'd ask for clarification on the public safety outstanding balance as structured in the settlement in 2024, if that's different than the public safety reserve that we put the excess $4 surcharge in. And I think I missed, again, the 88 million in cash reserve. I know that includes the 58 million in the reno and demo fund. But again, I want clarification of what happens if we have to pull from that. This also says, I think that the operating reserve resides at 27.7 million, but because you have to keep in like 2 parts down from the waterfall, that at 10, that really means that only 17.7 million is available because that requirement for 10 must be fulfilled.
Thank you for the questions, and apologies for missing some of the answers here. So with regards to the 51.6, that does include roughly 20 million or so we received since the settlement, so that's part of those dollars. When it comes to the difference between the public safety cost balance and the public safety cost reserve, the public safety cost balance was the balance resulting from the 2024 settlement. It started at roughly $14 million, and it's paid through, I believe, 25% of excess revenue. And so we continue to pay that off, almost paid off, and then projected to be paid off in 26, 27. Public safety cost reserves, that's the ongoing annual allocation that we set aside. That non-NFL event ticket surcharge, that additional $4 to $6 that's applied on top of the base $4. And so we set that aside during the year. And then at the end of the year, when public safety costs are known, that's a funding source to pay off those costs within that current year. And so that's the difference between the two public safety reserves and how those sources are used. With regards to the $88 million cash, that's the cash balance from excess revenues. 53 million balance is demo fund for this year, 58 projected next year. And so if we do have to tap it, I mean, all of those reserves, the $88 million are outlined through that waterfall. You mentioned kind of the 10 million in additional operating. And so to the extent the board, the stadium manager taps any of those reserves, operations reserves, capital reserves, those need to be replenished as part of that waterfall exercise in the order that was outlined in that one slide, 1 through 8. The demo fund, I think, is like item number 7 or 8 in that list. And so that would probably be the last or later call when it comes to using operating reserves, capital reserves, demo fund. And so that, from a strategy standpoint, what is our ability to draw from that reno fund for some of these CapEx expenditures? And then based on that waterfall and the replenishment and the 25%, is there an ability there to maximize or balance out general fund? That's something we have to explore. I don't know offhand the conditions tapping that reserve just on here, but that's something working with our legal team that we would have to look into. Right. And I know Yvonne wants to add some more there.
And I won't speak to all the details of it, but I just want to clarify that the board doesn't have the unilateral ability to utilize that fund. That does go through an approval process that includes STADCO, may also include lenders. Important to note, as envisioned in the agreements, that fund was really not to be used until year 40. My understanding about those initial negotiations is that the cost to demolish the stadium, should the stadium authority want the facility demolished, was put onto STADCO, the 49ers, and that fund was established as a initial seed money, not necessarily covering the entire cost of demolition, but a mechanism that if in fact demolition was called for, that there would be $70 million built up. But as we've stated, the title of the fund is Renovation and Demolition Fund. So there is, and presumably when the agreements were negotiated, some talks about potentially the fund being used for renovation either at year 40 or in advance. But significant conversations would need to happen, as well as approvals if there was a desire to utilize those funds. And that's part of the work that we need to do now that the request for capital, we only have a portion of it. And I'll turn it over to the city attorney to make any clarification.
One additional comment, and I'm sorry if I missed the discourse on this. with respect to the public safety reserve account. Ken, did you talk at all about the possibility that if after those monies are used for purposes of paying any excess public safety costs and the payments against the public safety credit, carry forward amount, if that balance exceeds $2 million, there's a discussion about how those monies could be used, and without an agreement on that, that could be another source for funding a capital reserve account. I'm not sure if you got into that level
I
of
did
detail.
not get into that,
Okay.
but thank you, legal counsel, for bringing that up. There are nuances within that public safety cost reserve in terms of balances and how it could be distributed. But in general, to the extent, those are surplus funds, that's something we can look at. But as far as next year's budget, the projection is to completely use that to cover the cost over the threshold. Board Member Cox, you also asked about the roughly $350,000 or so in CapEx projects that we worked with the stadium manager and took off the books. And so that lowered the roughly $22 million in projects. We'll continue to dialogue with the stadium manager. There are a lot of projects there that were approved by the board several years ago. And as a facility condition assessment comes out, the question of how do those projects prioritize against the other projects that might come out of an assessment. So we'll have to continue to dialogue whether some of those projects should be reprogrammed or reallocated to more immediate needs. And so that's an ongoing conversation.
I don't feel I got a satisfactory answer when talking about the direction that the Stadium Authority Board gave to the executive director to bring back a report on the SBL sales and service when you had, $5 million of sales and 48 cents of that goes toward service. There's something wrong. And the executive director said that they determined there's no tracking process. But in a comment the executive director made to me just last week was that, yes, there are some of the employees doing work for Stadco or the 49ers. You did make a comment to me, executive, and I didn't know how you knew that. So please tell me why you're recommending that we pay $2.5 million for these employees to service $5 million when you have said there is no tracking process. And where is our report from last September?
Sure. A couple components of that. So SBL staff, we have been informed, can do 3 categories of work. Category 1, servicing SBL holders. So a stadium builder license is a right to the seat. There are certain inquiries, seat changes, and other things that the staff engage with those owners for. Category 1. Category 2 is owners or holders of, and we are charged for those costs. Category 2 are work that the staff does to ensure that owners of stadium builder licenses received early access to non-NFL events. That's a level of work that is charged to us. It is a commitment that is provided to every stadium license holder. The third category of work is every stadium license holder has to buy a season ticket for that seat. We have been informed that we are not charged for that work. So in fact, I did say that that's a level of work that those employees conduct, but we have been informed that we are not charged for that work. The stadium manager does not have a tracking process where they track and can provide us with a time allocation for the staff. We are going to request that they do that this coming fiscal year so that we can have an appropriate basis to inform the analysis. With regard to a September report out, we did not provide that report out. As I've said before, based on the level of work that staff was undertaken, it appears that we missed that report to the City Council. I understand that. We will work to provide the City Council with a report on our understanding based on the engagement that has already occurred with Manco on the work that their staff does, And we will also include in that report the information that we will be asking them to track.
So knowing that they're not tracking that, you're still recommending 2.5 million plus going forward this next year? Because this is the same conversation we had last year.
So we have covered those staff up until now. We are recommending that we continue to pay those costs until we can have the data to make an informed decision on if, in fact, the work that they are doing is 100% related to Stadium Authority. It's important to note that we've had significant discussions in our prior meetings with regard to the amount of revenue that the Stadium Authority has received from stadium builder licenses and the fact that the vast majority of that revenue has been paid off. What's also true is that the service goes for the life, right? And
I
so
understand that, Executive Director. That is the narrative of the stadium manager. But the numbers don't add up. So anyways, I'll save that for my final comments. But I think the fact that you're saying you're going to do it now, I don't really have any faith in that because I had great faith last year. Director Lee, are you finished?
I think that answers all the questions unless I missed others.
All right, thank you. I think the stadium manager, there was some questions. Maybe more questions. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I do have a presentation. It's available. Before I get to the presentation, I would like just to clarify a couple of things. Our SBL service staff, they do track their time. That is available. The buckets are correct. We have it split a certain way to where when they're working on NFL-related projects, that time is tracked to the 49ers, and the SCSA does not pay for that time. It's only the time where those individuals are working on SBL-related items, general SBL communications with their clients who make up the thousands, tens of thousands of SBL holders. And then also when it relates to non-NFL events. So people have lots of questions about our upcoming shows, when they'll be able to access tickets, how to access tickets, whether there's customer service issues that present at any point throughout the event or after the event. They frequently reach out to their individual SBL consultants, and they're the ones who are on the front line dealing with those questions. And they track their time, and so as they are appropriately tracking their time, those divisions are made. And so when you look at that FTE that we have there for those SBL holders, that is the time that they are actually spent on SBL items. That was not part of my presentation.
Well, I was going to say that completely contradicts what the city executive director just said.
I don't want to.
I'm just saying.
Yes, it does.
I'm
It does
just
contradict
saying.
because that is
Yeah.
what they do. They do track their time. I hadn't planned on talking about the rent issue either, but when it comes to the rent, I do want to make sure that that's done on a head count allocable basis. So to the extent that there is a team employee at the facility at our address, that team employee who doesn't work on anything SCSA related, that rent is not being charged. That headcount rent is not being charged to the SCSA. To the extent that there is someone who works 50% of their time on items related to the SCSA, 50% of that person's headcount is allocable as part of that number that we've put together here. That will be handled. I know that we're having discussions about next steps on that front, but I did just want to make that very clear, is that we are not asking the SCSA to pay any element of rent where a team employee is working on team items. It is only related to those employees who specifically work on items on behalf of the SCSA and on behalf of Levi Stadium. With that, I will turn to our presentation here today. Can I control the slides from here? Oh, perfect. All right, thank you. There are going to be four topics that I'm covering here today, two of which are kind of to give us context of where we are at Levi Stadium. It's a Levi Stadium at 12 years old, but from the vantage point of 2012, and I'll get to why that's important in a second. But those first 2 points are really about looking at where we are as a stadium after 12 years at the stadium, looking back towards where we were in 2012. And so one of the points that we'll make as part of that discussion is the city's general fund has already received revenue that exceeds the fair market value of the stadium land. So we've heard a couple times here that we believe we're behind as it relates to fair market rent. We believe that we're behind in terms of fair market value, but we're actually going to point out here in a second that the analysis that was done in 2012 actually shows, when looking at 2012 dollars, actually shows that we have satisfied the entire amount of the fair market rent only 12 years into the agreement. Next, we're going to look at how we're doing in terms of non-NFL event revenue, just generally, and what we'll see on that and what you've seen is that we've actually exceeded the original forecasts about what that non-NFL event revenue looks like. Then we're going to turn to, after that, we're going to turn to two requests that I have, that we have as a stadium manager on behalf of Levi Stadium. The first request deals with the marketing plan. And we actually share some of the frustrations here. Is that, this consultant's evaluation of the non-NFL marketing plan is overdue, it's over budget, and it's not a reason to not approve the current year's marketing plan that's been proposed. And then finally, I'd like to touch on the 5-year CapEx. You have the recommendation from the board, and we respect their opinion. But we believe the recommendation by the SA staff to delay the approval of the 5-year CapEx plan is a mistake. But given that, we have what we believe to be as a compromise proposal. We want to make sure that we are trying to work with the stadium authority on these issues to find a middle ground, to find a compromise, so that we can move forward in a pathway that benefits both the SCSA and the stadium generally. So first, I'll be touching on the fair market rent for city land. And to do that, we'll have to actually go back to February 28th of 2012. It was at that point in this room that the Santa Clara City Council approved Resolution 127909. And so what that resolution did is essentially confirmed at that point that the ground lease satisfied the requirement that the fair market rent was provided to the city of the land. And so the city had its own independent expert that came here and essentially analyzed what is the fair market value in 2012 dollars of the rent for that land, or the price of that land. And so that expert, KMA, concluded that the land value could be nearly $14.5 million in cash, or if it was structured in a way of a ground lease, that it would be $21.5 million in ground lease, would essentially meet the requirements of the fair market value of the land. And so we've highlighted here the $21.5 million in fair market ground lease rent as something that we think is important to, I'll get to on the next slide when we show where we are, but that's one number to be focused on. Separately, your guys' expert concluded that the base rent plus the performance rent to the ground lease actually had a net present value of $34 million. So while he set the value of the land at $21 million in terms of a ground lease, his position was that the current structure of the ground lease that was being proposed at that time actually produced $34 million. So if you're looking at it from a baseline and goal perspective, the baseline was making sure that the city received fair market rent, that's $21.5 million. And then the goal was really this $34 million in total rent, ground rent plus performance rent, as really the goal of what this ground lease was attempting to accomplish. And so these were all calculations that were made over the 40-year term of the lease. And so you have some of the excerpts here on the right-hand side. We think that one of the most important ones that we're addressing here today is that over the 40-year lease term, the projected base rent NPV is $10 million. So the ground rent is projected to be $10 million over the course of the entire lease, and net present value for 2012 dollars. And so what that essentially means is that only $11.5 in 2012 dollars of performance-based rent was needed in order for the city to achieve that $21.5 million. And so that's another number we have highlighted here that I want to just stress one more time, is that it's the $11.5 million in performance-based rent is what is needed in order to meet the fair market value of the stadium. That is what your expert in 2012 said was needed in 2012 dollars. And you can see it was voted on in 2012, including a vote of Mayor Gilmore, was part of the board at that point in time. and approved this as the structure that was relevant for the stadium. And so now we'll talk about the numbers. And so here are the numbers. You saw them shared in a different way in one of the slides previously, but these are the numbers that go through fiscal year 25. So we're actually not even going to include the current fiscal year upcoming. The numbers would be even higher in that case. We're only going through the dollars that have already been accrued and received by the city on behalf of the stadium. And so when you look at the numbers that we have here, through fiscal year 25-26, the city's general fund has already received $41.8 million with a net present value in 2012 dollars of 28.1. And so when you think about that number, it doesn't include the additional funds from this upcoming year. It doesn't include the senior and youth fee. We're treating that a little bit separately. That was a different line item in Measure J. We're only focusing on the line items related to the performance of the stadium, that the senior youth fee was basically a fixed item that was considered to be kept separate. And so the city, based upon those numbers there, so compared to the 21.5 that was necessary for the net present value of the land time, it's already received 28.1. So we're already 30% ahead of what was required to be received, that baseline goal that what we were talking about. We're already 30% ahead of that. The city has, what we can definitively say at this point and moving forward, is that the city has already received fair market value for its land, and we're only in year 12 of 40 of the lease. That is definitive, using any numbers you'd like to tinker with and how we get there. That $21.5 million is the number we're looking to meet, and we're already at $28.1 million, not even including the potential $4, $5, $6 million more we're gonna add this upcoming year. One thing I will, just so that I make sure that you guys have the information of how we came to these numbers, we've used a discount rate of 4%. So in considering, how we wanted to NPV that $41.8 million, we had to put ourselves back in 2012 dollars when your expert came here. Your expert came here and said, it's $21.5 million in today dollars, February 28th, 2012. And so we used a 4% discount rate to take down that 41.8 to get all the way down to that 28.1 number. In 2012, when you're looking forward, you have some uncertainty about the amounts, the timing of cash. But now with perfect hindsight, we can actually use, the real numbers of how, that relates. And so if you look at what the risk-free discount rate that's been there for the 10-year Treasury, at the time in 2012, it was about 2%. We've seen it go as high as about 4%. We've used the conservative 4% number here. So if you actually take that discount rate and used the actuals and you did it year by year, this number would actually increase. So this is actually, in reality, higher than this 28.1 number, but something that we want to just make sure to be as conservative possible to show you that when we're talking about has the fair market value of rent been received by the stadium, by the city from the stadium authority, that statement is yes, that has been met, and we're already at that 28.1 number. The one thing I will also flag for you is, should there not be another dollar in performance rent, and maybe I said that we're already projecting that we're gonna have 2, 3, 4 more next year, including the excess cash. Should there not be another dollar, and all that the city were to receive is the ground rent moving forward, that would add another $6-point-something million to that first column of base rent, and you'd actually get to the 34 number that we're talking about here as what the goal was. And so we, as a stadium manager, are going to continue to drive more and more dollars to the city through performance rent, through the mechanisms that we have. And we're doing that in a way that's only going to increase this number over where we're at. So right now, what we can definitively say is the fair market value of the land has been paid to the city, that we are on track right now without any additional work being done on the other items to get this city the full value of the rent, that $34.1 million that was on the last slide. That is going to be achieved with just the addition of the ground rent. And if you add in the additional dollars from this upcoming year, we're already exceeding that by $2, $3, $4 million at that point. And we're going to continue to push that number up. So that's the net present value of the fair market rent. Next, I'd like to talk about just generally non-NFL event revenues. And so, again, we'd like to go back to what those projections that were done by the expert for the SCSA to figure out what the stadium authority could expect from performance at the stadium over a certain number of years. And so, while we've heard cases of that the performance of non-NFL events are, they're lagging or they're not strong, what we've seen is the opposite. Non-NFL revenue has continued to be extremely strong. For the past 4 years, if you look at those last 4 years especially, we've actually exceeded the KMA forecast by more than 60%. When you look at and you're adding through all of the revenue buckets that are being produced just from non-NFL events, we are well ahead of what the expectations were that were being set by KMA back in 2012. And so when you look at those numbers, I want to just flag a couple more important factors here. Like, you have COVID here who took out that 2020 and 2021 year. If you were to exclude just those COVID years, you'd actually see here that we're about $12 million ahead of what was projected in terms of generating revenue for the SCSA. Just taking those 2 years out, and those numbers are only going to go up as we continue to generate more and more profits in the upcoming years. And that's, we understand we couldn't have predicted COVID, and so even with that including it, and you look at where we are in NNE profits versus where we are on profits and surcharges to date, we're about the same number, and we expect that number after this upcoming year will be even larger. And so when one thing that we strive to do is continue to drive on all of these events, like this, the city manager said earlier in his presentation, we booked a recent event that'll be being announced soon, and that is likely to continue to drive both non-NFL event profits, but also the performance rent even higher. So now that I've painted a little bit of a picture of where we are as a stadium, we're well ahead of schedule on NNE profits. We're well ahead of schedule on we're very much ahead of schedule on fair market value being paid to the city. So now with that context, there are two things that I'd like to explain and request of this board today. The first is it relates to the fiscal year 26 marketing plan. And there's been some discussion of it here tonight, but we do want to just provide a little bit more context as to where we are. So in March 2024, the marketing plan was approved. It was the first time it had been approved in a couple of years, but we had worked with staff, incorporated some of the feedback that we had received leading up to that event, and it was approved in March of 2024. That year, we went out, our team, led by Emily Eskin, went out and had the best year in the history of Levi Stadium. The largest number that you saw, that $11 million number that you saw, was in 2024 after we had that marketing plan approved. It was during that year that the SCSA put out an RFP. That RFP said, we're going to go and we're going to do an analysis of the marketing plan. We believe the marketing plan was strong. We're always open to feedback. We're always open to additional input. We're always open to ideas about how to improve. If something's going to drive more revenue to non-NFL events at the stadium, we want to know about it. And so that was put out there, that there was a 30-day return on that with a $20K cost. We expected that we would receive that at some point that year for the marketing plan to then incorporate into our 2025 marketing plan. That didn't happen. We went into the process, we submitted our 2025 marketing plan. We expected that there would be feedback at that point in time. There was not feedback included in that from a consultant, but we found out as part of that process that now the timetable had moved up or had moved back from a 3-month process, and then now it was going to be a year process. And now it wasn't a 20K project, it was a 50K project. And for whatever reason, the board decided not to. The staff recommended not approving the plan in March of 2025 and directing the stadium, the city manager, to take the plan and revise it based upon the consultant's feedback and bring it back. Again, we waited for that to happen. We wanted, we continued to desire to have feedback from whether it's other experts, whether it's from this board directly, but that did not happen. And now we're being presented here again today, a year later, having not seen a plan. we've submitted another marketing plan for 2026. We again believe this is a very strong marketing plan. And again, we've received no feedback. We don't have a consultant's report. We haven't been able to, and again, we're being told a consultant's report is coming. So now looking back from where we are, we've had 2 record years of performance at the stadium, the 2 highest years of non-NFL event performance in the last 2 years. And the feedback that we've gotten has gone from a 3-month $20K project to a 2-year project now with a $130K budget. And so this is now 5.5 times the original budget and is 2 years behind schedule. And that's not to say that we still aren't interested in finding out what the feedback is. We want these things. We want to understand what comparisons are being done. We want to understand how to improve what we do as a stadium manager, but we don't believe that holding up the marketing plan in this case makes sense, given that the record here shows we're looking for feedback. We haven't received feedback. We believe the marketing plan that we've put forward is a solid marketing plan and would ask for this board to approve the marketing plan on its merits. Now, when there is a consultant that comes in and analyzes the plan, we're happy to come back and review and analyze it again. But as far as the current marketing plan, we would just ask for this board to vote on the merits of the current marketing plan that has been successful over the last 2 years and continues to drive revenue to the SCSA and to the city through performance rent. And so we don't want, in this case and in any case, the use of consultants to impede our operation at the stadium by delaying timelines and increasing costs, which is now taking us to this next phase of that I'd like to talk about the 5-year CapEx plan. And so we've had a lot of discussions this evening about the CapEx plan. There are a few things. One thing I will qualify, I do want to just make clear and correct from earlier. There was this discussion of where the buckets come from in order to fund the CapEx plan. The lease is actually very clear on this issue. It goes the SCSA CapEx reserve, that is followed by the operating reserve, that is followed by the Reno Demo Fund excess cash. So that is a different line item than just the Reno Demo Fund. And so when we're talking about the materials on the screen were correct. The materials on the screen said the third bucket would be the Reno Demo Fund excess cash. It's not the same thing as the Reno Demo Fund. And so when you're looking at drawing from funds in there, the actual Reno Demo Fund itself is not one of those buckets. It's only if there's more cash in that bucket than is necessary to to demolish the stadium. And so I want to make just clear about how those buckets work under the lease in order to fund the projects that we're talking about here today. And so when we were talking about the budget, the staff has made their recommendation. The staff's recommendation was to approve the first year of the budget and then not approve years 2 through 5, to wait until we get the FCA back, and then at that point do their analysis of the FCA, and then at that point bring back to this board in that years 2 through 5 CapEx plan for those years. And so we just talked about the analysis coming from a consultant for the marketing plan. And with all due respect to the marketing plan and the people who assemble that, the complexity level of that project, I would put on a 2 to 3 level in terms of the different moving parts that go into that marketing plan. An FCA is a complexity of 12 out of 10 in terms of the moving parts that are in it and that need to be reviewed and that need to be analyzed with all of those different systems moving together. And so the idea that we would, first of all, the FCA's timing is a little bit unknown. We expect to have it this fall, but that would be, even in that sense, would be too late for us to bring back a years 2 through 5 budget necessary to begin preparing for the fiscal 27 year. So the 5-year plan, as it's built, is an integral component of the capital expenditure plan. It's not that when you're asked to approve a capital plan here, you're only approving year 1, and the years 2 through 5 is just some superfluous thing that we do as a routine every single year. Approving years 2 through 5 gives the stadium manager clear direction about what projects that they can begin working on in fiscal year 27 and beyond. So to give you an example, some of the windows that are available for stadium manager to do projects in the stadium are in the April to June timeframe. Basically in the spring is one of the best times to complete projects because it's before the stadium concert season typically starts. And in order to be prepared to start on projects in fiscal year 27 April, we need to begin working on them and have direction on them now. We can't wait until we get the FCA back potentially in 6 months. We can't wait for the SCSA to do its own analysis of that FCSA, which may take another 6, 12 months or longer. What we need is clear direction for our staff as to what projects that they want to focus on in order to make sure that we can maintain the building at the required condition as required under the lease. And just walking through here in terms of what happens if we disagree about the plan. And so essentially, the way the plan works is we provide you a plan, and then you guys respond with a specific look at why you don't agree with a specific project and how we can correct and update that project to ensure that it's able to be done in a meaningful time frame. That is not what the board is asking you to do today. The board is not asking you for, this is not what the staff are asking you to do today. The staff are asking you to simply not do what is required of you under the lease, to not do what is being asked of you in order to prepare for the stadium. They're essentially asking you to not care about the projects until some further assessment occurs on a much larger scale, when the projects that are listed here are the essentials and the requirements of what are required for fiscal year 27 that we need to start on and begin planning for almost immediately. And so I've given some examples here of the types of projects that we're talking about. The 88 platforms is a good example of a project that maybe is not absolutely essential for the stadium, but is something that makes people's accommodations and the ability to enjoy both football games, concerts, and others. It provides more access for those with disabilities who require these seats. We frequently, probably every game we receive dozens of requests for seats, and there aren't enough at the stadium in order for us to provide accessibility services to all the individuals that need them and to provide accessible positions for all those that need them. And so this is one that is important to us because it increases the access and increases the inclusion of the community to be able to attend these events. I know that staff have received emails from many individuals complaining about the lack of ADA seating. We get them, and I know even council members have received emails directly about it not having access or the expensive access to those seats and not being able to trade them in for additional seats. So this is a project that we are projecting for fiscal year 27 that would not be able to be started without the direction that could be provided by the board here today. There are some other ones here: wayfinding, steel coatings, window gasket. I'll just focus on steel coatings here as an example where if we don't do it on the time frame that we're talking about, those amounts will increase immensely. So I'm not one of our engineers, but when talking to one of our engineers, if you don't do the structural steel coatings in the right time frame, you may end up having to sandblast away the rust that exists, which is an exponentially more expensive process. And so these are preventative things that we need to do in order to maintain the stadium. And so that's why we're saying that we need to get them in our plans now so that we can make sure that we're not ending up costing ourselves more later. And so when you're considering what the staff is proposing, we believe that the staff is overly optimistic about their estimated time in reviewing completion of both an FCA and then doing their own analysis. We've actually heard for the first time today that they also agree with us, that they have been overly optimistic and that they actually need to consider year 2 separately. And so we actually have come up with a proposal that we believe is the middle ground here on what we're trying to accomplish. And so the compromise that we are to make sure that we have the time frame to do those. Now, there are some that maybe we can push to an approval 90 days from now. And so there are a couple of projects that are listed that we're saying for year 2 that we can push on those that for staff to bring back and bring in front of this board to approve those specific 2. And then finally, we'll consider the capital plans for fiscal year 28, 29, 23 as postponed until we have that FCA, until we have those larger, the larger FCA back in order to properly address all of those things. And so when we're looking at this from a planning perspective, our team needs to begin in fiscal year 26 working on projects that will start in 27. We don't have the ability to be here a year from now saying, hey, we need to get started on a project in 20 days ahead of approval. It simply won't be able to be done. And so what we're trying to find a way for us to compromise here and say, approve year one, the projects that are getting done now, approve certain projects from year two, and then come back in 90 days with the others. The SCSA, we've heard more recently, is that they've now decided, the staff has said, well, we'll bring back all the projects in that time frame. I think we're going to be stretched to even bring back the 2 or 3 that they're talking about now in a time frame where we're going to be preparing for FIFA, where there will not be the access to the stadium in a way that's normal. And so we have a very limited subset of time to be able to do this. We think we can do that with a couple of the projects that we've singled out here. And I'll start walking through them now, or I'll walk through them in a second. But here is the impact on what the financials will look like with our proposed plan versus what staff is recommending. So the first 3 lines here are what staff is recommending. They're recommending the carry forward of $10 million. They're recommending new projects in the amount of $10 million this year. And then they're recommending the multi-year projects begun in fiscal year 27 moving forward. All that we're asking you here today is to essentially get us to the same level of new projects that we're talking about this year. So this year we have about $10 million of new projects that we're adding. We're simply asking to add $10.1 million of new projects approvals so that our team can begin planning those projects. And then what that looks like is the approval of the projects on the left for fiscal year 27, and then separately the fiscal year 27 projects on the right, as the staff have mentioned, related to the premium areas. We're happy to have those conversations about the premium areas and how we actually believe those are a way for us to retain revenue on behalf of the SCSA and continue to drive additional revenue to the stadium based upon ensuring that our premium areas are in fact premium. And then the Swiss exterior panel system as well. We're willing to have those discussions with the staff to really dive deeply into those particular projects to drive home that those are projects that are necessary in order to maintain revenue on behalf of both the SCSA for catered events that are using those spaces, but also on behalf of the events for NFL events at the stadium. And so we're happy to have those conversations there. But we believe the projects on the left here, including those ADA platforms, the heat exchanger, the wayfinding signs, the seismic joints that protect the stadium in case there's any seismic activity. There's the window gasket replacement.
You don't have to go through each project.
That was the last one. The last one was the window gasket replacement.
We have a copy of that.
Just to make sure that the water damage to the stadium through those potential window gaskets could create more of a problem and more damages, and then still need to be done on an emergency basis. And so this is what the stadium manager is proposing today. We are proposing those 2 items. We were proposing that this board review and vote on the marketing plan on its current merits. We believe it's a strong marketing plan. It's the last couple of years. We've tweaked it and continue to tweak it, but it has produced the 2 most profitable years in the history of the SCSA. And then we're also asking this board to also approve only that 5.7 delta in order to ensure that our team can prepare for the fiscal year 27 CapEx season. And the final thing that I do want to just clarify is there was a statement that was made is that this CapEx plan would get rid of excess cash. That simply is not true. Our belief is that the excess cash what we're doing this year is consistent with what we're requesting. And the result of what we expect this year is millions of dollars of still having excess cash go out to the city. The expectation that an additional $5 million in CapEx spending would wipe out excess cash is not one that we share with current staff. We believe that on our current levels of revenue that we're generating, which will actually increase next year if there are 10 NFL games instead of 9 NFL games, that we believe on that trajectory that there will still be, even with this approval here today, that there will still be millions of dollars available as excess cash to the city. and I appreciate you guys for the patience. I'm available if you have any questions.
You can take a breath now. Thank you.
Is there water in here somewhere? I apologize. I tried to find a bottle of water, but I couldn't. But if there are any questions.
Take a breath. We have questions. Authority Member Jane.
I agree that you have to plan 2 years ahead because of your, tight window of when you can get these repairs done. But fundamentally, the question being asked is, the original agreements only accounted for $4 million of capital. That's less than 1%. Your systems that are going to last 20 years, you need to account for 5%. So how is the management company going to manage the repairs? Because repairs are just going to increase. As systems get 20 years old, the capital expenses are just going to increase beyond what they are now. So what is your plan to fund all of those expenses going forward as they increase? Then it also doesn't make sense to have a 5-year plan when you have a pending facilities condition assessment, because something might arise from that assessment that's a higher priority than anything you had in years 3 to 5. So it doesn't actually make sense to do any planning that far out without a condition assessment that then reprioritizes the projects that you have to work on. So that I'd like you to respond to those. Thank you.
Any other questions? Authority Member Cox.
Thank you. I was a little confused about the divergence on the marketing plan here. So I'd like to understand, it sounds like you guys had a proposed one in the budget. We have our Canyon consultants, so we want to go. What's been impeded in your day-to-day activities by a lack of having this marketing plan approved? It sounds like you guys are going forward, but the cost of what we're considering is going up. So I wanted to understand that. I wanted to know again, because it sounded like in the proposed budget or the adopted budget last year, that you guys had already started your facilities condition assessment. So we are now predicting that's done in fiscal year 27. So that's a 2-year assessment. So where are you guys at in the process? There are capital expense items that have been on the books rolling over for 9 years now. And so when we look at funding $22 million, I don't see a high prioritization that's assessed and saying, well, we've put these on the books for 9 years in a row. I will tell you, if I believe if you were looking at our budget, you'd be frightened right now as well. I know it's rosy to paint pictures of we've made a lot in our facilities rent, that's it, but the bottom line is our expenses are outpacing our profits right now, and if the growing costs of operating capital expenses are not dealt with, we don't have money to fund these things. And so, again, 22 million with things that are rolling over. I don't know what assessment we're doing without a facilities condition appraisal to even see what is relevant right now. So it's asking for a lot of trust to say, hey, build this out. I think Javon and the city, or sorry, for you, the executive director, this is an opportunity for you to clarify some things, because I feel like there was a lot of divergence between what was said, what we've heard from our staff, and what was told here. And then I think another thing that's going to come up is this, the conditions required under the lease. What do we consider a necessary condition, and what is being put on us as a necessary condition? And these are things without an FCA. I mean, we're operating in the dark right here, and we right now are on the short end of the stick because we don't have the money. So I'd like clarification from those things, please.
Thank you. Authority Member Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have similar questions as far as, it seems like we're moving along and doing great with the non-NFL events with the plan that you have in place, or the strategy that you have in place. I guess the plan has not been adopted, but I know we have a recommendation for note and file for the stadium marketing plan. I'm assuming that the management company is still going to proceed to do what they're doing and try to, squeeze as much revenue out of the stadium as possible with the different non-NFL events. even though it has taken us a little bit longer. So one question I have, I guess for both our staff and yourself is, it seems like there's not been a lot of collaboration or communication to address some of these things, and how do we get more on the same page? Obviously, the facility condition assessment, that's something that just in prior boards and things, it's something that you're just doing consistently at a higher tune than we've done here, or that's been done in the city or with the stadium. And how do we get to do that? But I definitely agree that getting things done sooner, whether we don't want to be sandblasting, I don't know how many feet up in the sky there versus painting, right? I think it's always beneficial to do things sooner rather than later when it comes to keeping things maintained. So how do we find that common ground? I think you had mentioned 45 days to look at some of these things, and we were talking about a 90-day period for getting things done. Maybe we can work on something together as far as cutting it down. We understand that staff is really impacted with the events coming here in June, and obviously before then, because June is just when they're happening. But how do we get together to make sure that we can do this quicker and not wait even 90 days to make sure that we can get it done before FIFA, where, all hands on deck, and we're not going to have time to probably bring this back. But I think it's something that we got to communicate between the organizations together.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy, Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. If it's possible, I'd love to hear from our executive director. I'm wondering why this compromise is being brought to us now, if it's because they saw the recommendation on Friday and had very little time, or, and then I did see a 90-day possibility of putting things off just a bit, understanding whenever anyone puts a tight time frame on you, it makes it very difficult. And I always say, in a rush, it's easy to make bad decisions, and we don't want to do that. But I do understand not putting off work that needs to be done. And we all know that you have a tight time frame as to when you can do some of the capital improvements. So I would love to hear from our executive director their thoughts.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the very long and very creative explanation of your opinion of fair market value for the property. That was very interesting. I'm wondering why you did that, because the Measure J and our voters determined that fair market value for the stadium was a combination of ground rent and performance-based rent. Are you trying to tell us that we've already gotten our full fair market value for the term of the lease now because you're anticipating our performance-based rent to be very minimal going forward? I don't understand the reason for that very long and drawn out and questionable, in my opinion, fair market value rent. I assume that's what you're trying to do, to let us down, that we're not going to be achieving the performance-based rent that has been touted in the future. And then the question I have is, I think best practices for a facility of this nature is that, facilities conditions assessments are done before 13 years. So has there ever been a comprehensive facility assessment for capital improvements on the stadium? And have you hired someone? Because we talked about it last year, that this facilities condition assessment is in place, because I was doing some research, and it should take weeks, maybe a couple months at most, not years, to do this. And we shouldn't be piecemealing capital improvement projects unless we have a plan. There has to be a plan. So have we had no plan for this? And if so, what is the purpose of having a stadium manager if you're not looking out for us? Because we're paying a lot of money to the stadium manager to look out for these types of things, capital improvements, because I look at it now and you're taking from our operating reserves for capital improvements, and you have 9 years worth of capital improvements that have not been completed, and you're asking for us to add more onto that. So I don't understand Manco's process. What are they doing? How are you assessing this? And I feel like we're in a dire position now going forward, because as the stadium ages, we're in like the second phase of the stadium. The improvements are just going to get dearer and more extensive. Authority Member Park.
Yes, thank you very much for staff, and thank you very much for Mr. Beachman to give the presentations. I do have some concerns as well. I mean, we've got a 45-day window from when the stadium manager provides when they submit to when we have to approve or disapprove. And then we're asking for an additional 90 days. I agree with the authority member Gonzalez that 90 days is quite a long time. I think that we need to, that puts us in June. I think that if we're making a decision in June, we're waiting for a report in June, and then we have to make another decision, that gives us less than a month to make before we have to approve these budgets. I don't know, how we extend the 45 days. Do we just say no? What is our ability to adjust the budgets if we approve or do not approve things today? I want to know what our ability is to do that. I keep hearing about trying to keep the revenue of this stadium going when we realize that this stadium is going to get older. The stadium is going to get older. The value, there are going to be other newer stadiums that are going to compete with our stadium, and in 20 years, we will be a 30-year-old stadium competing with probably a 5-year-old stadium someplace else. I see how our maintenance plans for the International Swim Center and even the Triton Museum have gotten the city. And when we talk about facilities assessments, I don't know if this city has done facilities assessments on the other facilities that are very expensive. We were literally told by the architects of the Triton Museum that, we're coming on 40 years, we need to have something in place. And when we passed Measure I, we put in $1 million just for the roof. I had asked for a little bit more money because I understood that there were other things that needed to be fixed, but the answer was no. It seems like we are really well versed in making decisions without facilities assessments, but when it's something that we want to complain about, we'll make these points about not having assessments for others, but not necessarily for the other capital projects in our city that we could and should save. I did also have a comment about the fair market value. I understand that KMA made their fair market value assessment. It was a one-time projected value, and doesn't follow the market value where it doesn't follow the market where it actually goes. But again, we shouldn't judge past agreements and contracts based on the current situation, unless, of course, an agreement is there that we can do so. I think that we can feel good or bad. We feel a lot worse about the fair market value that we're receiving as costs and everything else goes up. But if everything had gone down, if our revenues had gone down, I think we would be talking about how lucky we are that we got the revenues that we did. I agree with committee member, authority member Jane, that we are looking at maintenance on a $1 billion stadium. When I look at my car, my first car, first service was free. The fifth service cost me $67 because I know what I had to replace, and I paid for that part and the part only. But my 10th was almost $2,000, and that was about 5% of the cost of the car. And I think that we need to understand that when you're looking at a stadium has tens of thousands of systems that need to be updated, especially after a decade. I agree, I share Authority Member Jane's concerns about how we're going to keep up the maintenance, the costs. If we're only setting aside $4 million, we're only setting aside a small amount. This is less than 1%. That is a big concern. And again, we need to think about things a little bit more rationally, which is this stadium is going to get older. The amount of revenue that we're going to get from the stadium is likely going to go down. And in fact, when the end of the 40-year term, when that's up, it's going to go down to probably zero. And the only way to control costs, the only way to make something achievable long-term, like increasing revenue, is not nearly as effective as reducing spend. And at some point, we need to look at not just how do we keep squeezing this stadium to get the current value out of it, but we need to look at what does our revenue look like, year upon year in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and we need to start planning accordingly. But to complain that the maintenance costs are going up, to complain that our spend is going up, and to complain that this is happening while our revenues may be decreasing, I think we should look a little bit at reality and see what actually happens with assets as they age. So I do have questions about when, what is our ability to adjust our plan if we approve or do not approve something tonight? What is our ability to adjust projections of fair value? And can we get a report on how we expect revenues and maintenance to change over time reasonably with other stadiums, with other assets, with other buildings? Like, we didn't put any money into maintaining the International Swim Center, and now we're spending more than the original cost of building the swim center to rebuild it and to fix it. And I think that we need to keep those realities in mind as we complain about the monies that we're spending going forward. I think that we need a good plan for how we build things, how we maintain things. To do that after the fact is going to increase costs, and if we can approve something now and adjust it if we find our facilities assessment states something else, then I would like to do that. But at some point, I don't want to stop planning. Thank you.
I believe there was a question in there somewhere.
There were several.
All right, that's it. So if you want to get up and start, and I think we'll finish with him, and then you, and then we're going to deliberate, go to the public, and then deliberate. Thank you.
Yep, I'll start with where we are in the FCA in terms of timing. What we've seen across the country is that stadiums of our size typically do this at the 10 to 20-year time frame. That's typically when we see these. I'm happy to consider what literature that you've seen, Mayor, that talks about every 3 to 4 years.
I didn't say that, but
okay.
I said 5.
Those include the Vikings, those include the Texans, those include a few other NFL teams, and they typically occur at like landmark stages of someone's lease. And so when you look at someone who has 10 years left on their lease, that's something they'll look at. When you have someone who's halfway through their lease, that's something they'll look at. But typically you see them around 10 to 15 years. Minnesota just did theirs recently. Their building came online in a similar time frame that ours came online. We have engaged someone. We've been working with them on this process. And we're looking to hopefully have a result within the next, let's just call it 6 to 7 months is around the time frame that we expect. Again, this is a report that looks through the life of every system in the stadium in terms of what is necessary to repair. And so it is a voluminous product. There's a lot of different moving parts that go into there, and the consultant and the expert will come through and look at, okay, what can we do in terms of cadence? When can we do them? When do we need to do them? How do we shift things around to ensure that we're not replacing one system and that causes an issue with another system? And so it's a very complex tool that has to happen, and it typically happens the idea that would be able to be performed in 3 to 4 months. Again, Mayor, I'd love to see the literature on that.
Is it 2 years instead? It takes 2 years to do this?
We've seen these take anywhere from
When did you hire
1
them?
to 2 years.
Excuse me, when did you hire this company?
This company has been engaged since 2025 or late 2024, somewhere in that time frame. You know, we did put a pause on this project in order to make sure that we were encapsulating all of the projects that we did in the current 2024 and 2025 year. And so they actually didn't continue to do the full earnest project until 2025 is when they were working on this thing. So if you're looking at when things were being done in earnest, it's really been around that year, a little bit more time frame. So yes, it will take 18 months to make sure that we're doing a very thorough job in including all of the projects that have happened in the last 2 years to make sure that everything is included in this project. And so yes, it will take approximately that 18 months to 20 months time frame in order for us to complete that. In terms of talking about how do we approve a 5-year plan, given that we know that this is coming, while the lease does require that we approve a 5-year plan, we actually we're empathetic to that argument, and we understand it. We get it, which is the genesis of our compromise, right? Is to say, hey, we get where you guys are coming from on saying maybe a 5-year plan in this particular instance may not work. What we're suggesting is that limiting it all the way down to 1 year doesn't allow us to prepare for what fiscal year 27 may bring, given that this FCA may not be done in time and reviewed and analyzed by staff, and the staff's own FCA potentially would also need to be done before any further recommendation occurred for a longer-term CapEx budget, which is why we've come here today with this compromise budget of saying, hey, give us a portion of the year 2 projects so that we can begin working on those and get started on those. And then we'll work through the remainder of years 3, 4, and 5 as we continue to work on those. There was a question about the marketing plan and the impacts of not approving the marketing plan versus noting filing. It just creates uncertainty. And so we want to have clear direction from this board that the path that we're on is the correct path. What does note and file mean in terms of a direction to our staff as to how they should proceed moving forward for the upcoming year? And so it really is simply an element of we're looking for clear certainty and direction from this board to say, hey, the events that you're booking, the mechanisms that you're using to book those, the strategies that you're using have been effective, and we want you to continue on that, not to say that they can't come back later and make revisions and give further feedback to consider other options, but simply of a note and file doesn't provide that certainty, that direction to our team to be able to move forward. That's why we're asking for that approval today. Councilmember Cox asked about the FCA, where we are in the process. I said that we're potentially 6 or so, maybe a little bit more months out to having a product. We also want to make sure that we're working with staff in terms of what goes in there. There was a statement earlier today that was said that we elected to do the FCA on our own. I just want to make sure that it's known that we did work with SCSA staff originally. We had Alicia on this project. She actually toured the stadium at one point, and so we want to make sure that was where we started. She did end up going on sabbatical. I don't know, at that point, that project was not assigned to someone else, but I do want to make sure that it's clear is that we actually wanted the SCSA to be involved at the very start in this project. The sabbatical kind of put a wrench into that and didn't allow for us to include, and no one else was assigned to this project, and so we proceeded with it. But the idea being that we want to make sure we originally intended for the SCSA to be involved in this, because we understand we're not looking to create competing FCAs. I get that there's going to be an analysis of our FCA, but we think it's important just so that we can work together to make sure, which is why once we have something back from our consultant, that we're going to hopefully bring that back with staff to work through what that looks like, to make sure that we're on the same page about what this board needs. There was a a comment about operating in the dark by not knowing what the plan is moving forward and how we can achieve that. That is the reason why we have initiated this FCA process, is in order to get that clarity. And so what we're asking for today is simply as a bridge to get us to that point when we're going to be able to have more information there. And then what is the plan? We are working through what that looks like. We have, we've done some strategizing about, what happens in different scenarios. We're happy to have those conversations with the board and the staff to see what works and, what in terms of the next steps once we get the FCA back. But the first thing that does need to happen is have the clarity of what the FCA looks like before we can, while we can conjecture about what it may include, we do need to get it back before we can really have those conversations about what is necessary to be done. What we are proposing today is simply a bridge to get us there. What the staff is proposing is half a bridge of 1 year, and then saying, hopefully we'll have more information in order at that point to approve it to get to that level. We're simply just asking for the full bridge to get us to the FCA today. The question on fair market rent, I was not intending to imply that there would not be performance rent moving forward. I think we've already seen this upcoming year. Even with the level of events that have already booked, we were projecting at 1.8. I'm sure that will go up as we continue to book additional events. And so it was not at all, I apologize if it came across as I was intending to say that, that there wasn't going to be future ones. I was only trying to establish where along the process that we are. So in my head, I picture it as we are building along ways to get to, one, the baseline as where we need to do to make sure the city gets fair market value for the land. The next kind of checkpoint on a 40-year lease is making sure the city is getting the full value of what it bargained for from a fair market value perspective, plus a net present value perspective back to 2012 dollars to get along there. And all I was attempting to say was that we've reached that point and we will reach that point just based upon what we've already done, not that we're not going to continue to progress along that path. So I apologize if it came across as I said, here's the end goal. That's not what I meant. I said that's simply where we are and we intend to go farther. Shouldn't be, there was a question about piecemealing things and that we needed a plan. We agree. We agree that this needs to be handled in a very holistic way, and that will come once we have the SCSA. The goal really here, as like I said, is to build that bridge to the SCSA, to get us to that point to where we're able to still operate the stadium and complete projects at the stadium in that interim period until we have that SCA. The staff's recommendation suggests we're going to have that FCA complete and their review complete even before in this fiscal year and be able to recommend projects early enough this fiscal year in order to start them in fiscal year 2027. We don't believe that's an achievable time frame given where we are. It's not an offense to staff. It's simply that where we are, the events that we have upcoming, where the FCA is, and the sheer complexity of the project. All that we're asking for today with our compromise proposal is the bridge to get us at that point. And we expect there will be tough decisions to make at that point. What I do want to say is that there are significant dollars, sufficient dollars available to provide for the bridge that we have proposed to get us to that final point. And even in that bridge period, that we expect there to be significant performance rent and excess cash going out to the city during that time period. So simply what we're proposing today is a slight modification of that bridge to give us a little bit more runway until when the FCA is complete. I think that's all the questions.
Why haven't the past CapEx projects been completed? We have some going back as far as 9 years. I'm sorry, did you answer that?
Nope, I'll take that on now. We don't shy away from the fact that there were issues between the stadium authority and stadium manager and how projects were being done for a significant portion of time from 2019, 2018 to 2021 or so, that essentially CapEx projects at the stadium came to a significant halt. There was a disagreement about how things should be processed, which procurement policy applied, whether it was the stadium authority procurement policy, whether it was the city procurement policy.
Oh, yes, I remember all that.
And so,
okay, that was 5 years ago. So.
Exactly, and so now we have been completing projects in a way that have prioritized certain areas, prioritized certain things. And we've worked with staff on some of the older projects, and so when we talked about there was some projects that were combined and taken on 2 years in those projects with the new boards and other investments into the stadium. The team is ready and available, and we believe that all of the projects that we've put on the list for fiscal year 26 can be completed in fiscal year 26 or shortly thereafter, with very little carryover into fiscal year 27. So we don't shy away from the questions about the old projects. We're happy to address those specific ones. There's maybe, I want to say there was about $1 million worth of very old projects on there that we're working on with stadium staff. Some of them have been tweaked, some of them have been removed, and we're still working through those. But what I can tell you is that what remains on that CapEx list now are important CapEx projects to ensure that we can continue to maintain the stadium at the proper level, along with the fiscal year 27 projects that we're proposing here.
Can I ask you, are you going to finish those 9 years worth of projects this year?
The goal is to finish the outstanding projects. I want to be clear that only a very limited subset of the projects that are up for proposal in fiscal year 26 date back to the time frame that you're talking about. A very limited subsection of them do. The goal is to have those completed in the upcoming fiscal year. If it bleeds into maybe April of the following year, that's totally possible. I don't want to say it's going to be 100%, but I significantly expect the $20 million of projects that we are embarking on this year to be completed in this fiscal year or shortly thereafter.
All right, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you to the entire board for.
That was really long. City Manager.
All right.
My question was not answered. My question was, systems last 20 years, and the original agreements had far less than 1%, had 0.5% in there. What are we going to do going forward? How are we going to fund all of that?
Yeah, we understand that what has been invested in CapEx in the past isn't, and I think I heard 4 or 5 different times today, that $4.5 million was not enough of CapEx and it was insufficient for moving forward. We agree, which is why we're a little confused why the staff recommendation is only for $4 million for fiscal year 27 right now. It's going to need to be a higher number. What that higher number looks like, we're not quite sure exactly what it is. We understand right now that there are sufficient revenues to cover all of the projects that we have proposed in the fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 26 5-year CapEx plan. All of those projects can be covered by the cash that's available in the operating reserves and the CapEx reserve, while still preserving excess cash coming out of the system. But that's a starting point of where we're at right now. Should those numbers go up upon the return of the SCSA, we're thinking through what that looks like, what will be necessary. There's an order of operations under the lease as to how those projects get completed and how they get funded. That's our current plan, is to go through that order of operation. There have been other discussions about, are there some creative things that we can come up with to be able either to drive additional revenue, rework different, potentially renegotiate certain elements of the agreement. We're open to ideas and we're open to working with staff to trying to figure that out. What we're proposing today is able to be funded given where we are, but we totally understand with the sentiment that there is a little bit of uncertainty moving forward beyond that if the FCA comes back and says, hey, no, it's not $12, $13 million a year, it's $20 million a year. What do we do in those cases? How do we figure out what happens in those situations? And those are things we're going to need to address and work creatively as partners at the stadium to figure out how the SCSA can complete those projects and fulfill its obligations under the lease. But we're happy to work with you guys on that, including working creatively.
Thank you. City Executive Director.
All right. Thank you, Board Chair, board members, and public. There's a lot to unpack there. And in the interest of time, I'll only hit what I think are the most salient points. I will say, as someone who has been able to reach agreement with Manco and the 49ers at times, at times I was accused when I was able to reach agreement of being too close to the 49ers. And so it's somewhat fitting that we're here with a disagreement, right? And I think the reality is we have had times where we've been able to reach agreement, and when we've had times where we've had very tough negotiations and professional disagreements. And this, frankly, is one of those times. And we knew, because our recommendation was not aligning 100% to Manco's request, that they may elect to utilize the dispute resolution process. And in fact, when they let us know that they would be coming here tonight to make a presentation, my response was I was happy about that. And Manco knows that I have recommended that they come to this meeting and actually be present anytime there is a significant request from Manco on the agenda, so that it is not only Stadium Authority staff carrying that message, but Manco is in here in person providing a presentation to the board. And so I want to thank Mr. Beachman for that. I also want to say that the compromise proposal that you heard tonight is not the first time that we've heard that proposal. In fact, we heard that proposal earlier today, and we have had discussions throughout last week and up into and leading. And the honest answer is we heard that proposal, but we were not able to walk in here and professionally recommend that to you today. And they elected to come in here and make that proposal, and that is totally their right. I think that there's a couple things to clarify, in particular, the forecast. There's a strategic reason why we are not recommending that you approve the 5-year forecast. The board has approved the 5-year forecast in the past, and if in fact you were to do what Manco initially requested and approve their 5-year forecast, there's actually a clause in the agreement that says in the subsequent year, if the parties do not reach agreement on the capital budget, what dictates is the number that was in year 2 in the prior year forecast, right? Mr. Beachman did not say that. And so if we were to, even though we feel that we need additional time to engage on these projects, but if we were simply to look at them as a forecast and recommend your approval, well, year 2 is triple the amount that was in the last year forecast. Last year forecast was just over $4 million. This is 13.5. And we know that the level of projects are so significant that we're going to have to sit down over the next several weeks, months, potentially the larger part of the year to negotiate that. We did not want to put the board in a position where Manco could come in here at this time next year and say, hey, you know what, we didn't reach agreement, but per the agreement, that 13.5 million is what dictates because we haven't reached agreement. And so it is a strategic recommendation for your staff to say, you know what, we think we need more time to engage on that. Another key point that is worth discussing, which is the marketing plan. It is absolutely true that when we initially begun that marketing plan, we thought that it would be a quick assessment. In fact, staff presented to the council, I believe in 2025, that we needed additional time to work with Canyon Oaks because one of the things that they initially tried to do was reach out to other stadium facilities. And what we found is, you know what, the information is not available online. And our initial requests to those stadiums were not fruitful. They, in fact, did not want to provide the information. And in fact, we engaged with Manco to utilize some of their contacts to actually get the information because a number of the stadiums are private and are not public facilities. And what we also found through the initial marketing study is even some of the other public facilities don't produce as much information on their public website as we do. And so we had to add more money to the Canyon Oaks contract, and they did have to go through a very detailed individual by individual conversation. And so their study includes Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, SoFi in Los Angeles, Soldier Field in Chicago, MetLife in New Jersey, NRG Stadium in Houston. And in fact, I reviewed their draft report. I actually think it's a very, very good draft report. And as I said earlier, I recommended 2 changes to that draft report. One is that they include more years in their analysis and comparison. And 2, they actually engage with Manco on their draft recommendations. That's something that they hadn't done. And so I did not want to catch Manco off guard. In fact, I wanted our consultant to sit down with Manco and say, hey, we've taken some time. We've analyzed your marketing plan. Do you have any comments on what we're recommending before we go public with it? And frankly, I did that in partnership. And the city council has been provided with a confidential draft a confidential version of the draft marketing plan because we wanted that transparency with the board on where the current product stands. And so we do not feel that we are in any way disadvantaging Manco by not recommending adoption of the marketing plan. And in fact, the history of this board, at times you have adopted the marketing plan, at times you have delegated to staff to adopt the marketing plan, and at times you have done a note and file of the marketing plan. And we actually think that that's the appropriate action for the board to take at this time, is to note and file the marketing plan as we're doing this engagement. And it's important to note, a note and file is not a disapproval of the marketing plan. And we also don't think that anything is impeding Manco's ability to solicit and book non-NFL events. And I think that will be, once you have an opportunity to look at the assessment, because it's a marketing assessment that Canyon Oaks did, they talk a lot about that. A number of other points I think are worth mentioning. Manco has said that the projects that they are recommending are essential and required. I would just say at this point they're essential and required as per Manco. We do not feel at this time that we've had enough opportunity to engage in some of those projects. I do believe in Mr. Beachman's last slide, he brought up the $2.4 million in premium spaces. We do believe that that's an example of the type of project that we need to delve into deeper. And we are not saying that we will take a full year, or we will even need our fiscal condition consultant to undertake an evaluation of all of these projects. There are some projects that we do believe, with additional time and additional information that we feel that Manco can provide or should be able to provide, that we will be able to come to the board for approval. Also, for year two. Also, as we engaged with Manco, one of the things we initially heard is, wait, but by not approving the forecast, you are preventing us from moving forward. We do not believe that to be the case. In fact, if we look at the ADA platform project that is in the forecast for $1.5 million in year two, what we clarified to them is, you have no authority to spend any money in year one. You are only proposing 1.5 in year two. That means you are actually not authorized to spend that money until July 1, 2027. And so by not adopting the forecast, the board is taking no action to abridge Manco's ability to plan for or do that project. Now, we do believe that Manco should begin to adjust some of their budgeting efforts, where they do what we commonly do in some of our projects, where we budget design in year one, construction in year two, right? But with their proposal, there was no authorization for them to spend any money on the ADA platform project and a number of the other projects, which is precisely why our recommendation is that you fund the year one projects and the other projects for year two that have both money in year one and year two, because we recognize that those are multi-year projects. But anything that was budgeted or assumed for year two, they would not have authorization to spend any dollars, any Stadium Authority dollars on until April 1, 2027. Additionally, it was mentioned that that staff said that there would not be excess revenue because of the capital projects. We referred to that, but that was in reference to the 5-year forecast. We totally agree that the proposed budget for year one has excess revenue, and I believe there's a little bit in maybe year two or in year three, but throughout the 5-year forecast, because of the level of capital project requests, that number does go down to zero, so that is a fact. Yeah, I know the board counsel has an item that he wants to address. I'll turn it to him now.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, both in response to a question and giving you a framework for, the action tonight, it is necessary and appropriate for you to act tonight on this budget. The fiscal year is that there's a provision for you acting within 45 days, of your receipt of the budget. There's an obligation to provide the approved budget to the trustee so that the trustee doesn't approve the budget, but is able to administer, the distribution of revenues in order to fund, the budget requirements. If we don't take action soon, if not tonight, very, very soon thereafter, that would put us in a not ideal, legal situation with Manco being potentially put in a position of tendering their own budget to the trustee in preparation for the administration of the next year's budget. And so it's important that you act on this budget, and at least to the extent 4 or more of you can agree, on elements of it, and to the extent that items are disputed, those items that are disputed and don't align, with what Manco's proposing need to be identified and notified to them, and provide formal notice to them of those disputed items. After that, 2 things can happen. One, there's an explicit dispute resolution process with some procedures, to get to that point where we're meeting and conferring, and potentially mediating and potentially having binding arbitration, resolve matters that are in dispute, which could include CapEx, projects that we're saying aren't appropriate and they're saying are appropriate and necessary. Or if we're having constructive discussions of the kind that the executive director is contemplating, hey, we're going to look at the CapEx projects that you're proposing and try to come back within a reasonable period of time to amend the budget, in the future, each of us could reserve rights, and we would just continue to discuss, and if ideally resolve and bring something back to the board that now that has been fully analyzed, staff would be in a position to recommend to you. So it's either dispute resolution or continued discussions with reservation of rights and amendment to this budget, but it is important that some version of a budget be acted on tonight, ideally, or in the next few days, in order to satisfy our requirements and not have default, procedures and legal vulnerabilities on our failure to approve the budget prior to the need to transmit it to the trustee and to the commencement of the upcoming fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Now I have 2 more lights on, Authority Member Park and then Hardy, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Yeah, I mean,
You have a hand up.
my question was, what is our ability to amend if we approve or disapprove tonight? Meaning, if we approved what's here and then we waited for the facilities assessments reports and then decided to amend our approval, I mean, it could be even more. I mean, what is our ability to do that? And how is that different? How does that differ from doing it the opposite way of not approving and then amending so that we do approve later? And my other question that I asked is, do we need the full 90 days? I mean, if we're diligent about this, I mean, I've heard that some reports could take, a long time. I don't know what we're going to accomplish in the 90 days, and is there something that we can do in less than 90 days? Again, that will put us to right before the break where we have to make a decision, I believe. And I think that is not a very good time. I mean, as Authority Member Hardy said, we're often held hostage by schedule, and I'd prefer not to do that for something as big as maintaining one of the most expensive assets we have in the city.
Right.
Let me get another question. We can get them both at the same time and then go to the public, and we can move on. Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. Very quickly. It would help a lot, I have it in front of me, but to put up again the recommendations, because it is very complex as to what we're being asked for. And I heard very clearly wanting some feedback on the marketing plan. Obviously, it has on here just a note and file. I will say that years ago when Councilmember Jane and I, he was then on the Planning Commission, went over the realities for the stadium, we saw very clearly the very large events do really well. And with the waivers, we're seeing that is continuing, and I'm thrilled about it. That the media events were not what went well, and the costs were too high. but the small events. And I did not see a lot in the marketing plan for the small events and making that known to people in any way that that was a possibility. The reality is we have 3 international airports within an hour. I don't know of anyone else who has that. That is amazing. We have so many transportation options. None of that was really played out in that. You can even get a Waymo. Where else can you do that or take a light rail? I mean, there were just some things that I saw. The marketing plan didn't really give anyone a view of what it was like to be here. And then when I found out that we had our neighbors were able to go through the museum, and they were thrilled. But I heard from more than one, they really want to charge you $49 per adult. We know why it's $49, but they were kind of horrified by that. They did enjoy it, but said they wouldn't have paid that amount. And I think if you want to keep that 49 number, that may be more like a family number or 2 adults or something like that, because I enjoyed it. I found it was interesting, but I don't know if I would have paid $49. So from a marketing point of view, and it's not open very often. The DMO put it in their list of things to do because we are limited what we have to do out there specifically, and the fact that the museum is not open very often and they even listed it. So that's some of my feedback. But if we can look at the recommendations and from our staff, and because we do know we need to do something tonight. Whatever we do, we need to do something. Thank you.
All right, City Executive Director, there was some questions, I think.
Thank you. In regard to board member Park's questions, the board can amend the budget at a regular meeting of the board, even a special meeting of the board. We would have to submit that to Manco. So you're correct, we don't have to wait 90 days, and certainly if we are engaged on projects and it makes sense to bring those before 90 days, we certainly will do so. I do think that there are 2 other points that I would like to make. Manco mentioned that part of the reason why they have not been able to move forward on some of those long-term projects were interface between the stadium authority and the stadium manager. Certainly that could be part of the case. We do know, and we've analyzed some of those projects that I think Council Member or Board Member Cox mentioned are 9 years old. Right, there are at least 3 projects that mention security enhancements. One of those dates back almost 8 years ago. One of our assessments was whatever you were planning on doing security 8 years ago, you likely would do differently. And so we will be recommending that they actually collapse those 3 projects into one and take a look at what needs to be done for security enhancement based on what we say today on those existing approved projects. Also, with regard to SBL staff, happy to hear tonight that you track that. I was in the meeting where that question was asked, and so, but happy to have the information tonight that you guys have that data. We will formally request it, and as soon as we receive it, begin to analyze it. So with that, your staff recommendation is that you adopt the staff presented operating, debt service, and capital budget with respect to the 5-year CapEx plan. Approve the year 1 projects and the year 2 projects that are both have money budgeted both in year 1 and in year 2. With regard to the other projects in year 2 through 5, not approve at this time. The stadium manager will receive the stadium, or the stadium authority staff will work with the stadium to receive their completed facility condition assessment. We will undertake work on our own to conduct our own facility condition assessment as well as a review of theirs. We will also review the additional projects in category 2 expeditiously and return to you within 90 days as we stated. With an update, item 3, next slide. note and file the marketing plan report. We've talked about that. Authorize additional funds for the marketing assessment that will include a full assessment of the marketing plan that was presented to us on January 30th of this year. Adopt your budget policy as well as the compliance and management policy. Thank you.
All right. Would any member of the public here in the stadium, in the audience like to speak? If so, come forward. Seeing none, we have Ken online. Is Ken for this one? Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Yeah, I have some suggestions, very interesting discussion. The Stadium Authority and the operator of the stadium need each other, so I don't think the legal time restrictions the city will hire and let the associations institute requirements for reserve start.
My motion is staff's recommendation. My motion is staff's recommendation as written here, except as the executive director said, for number 2, approve the fiscal year 2026 CapEx projects year 1 and year 2 that have some money allocated in year 1. So that's the only adjustment to the staff's recommendation.
I'd like to second that. If I understand correctly, I'd love to go back one slide. There you go. So I'm wondering from staff, especially council, do we need to say with that change in A, do we need to put B, do not approve at this time CapEx projects? I'm wondering if that's redundant or doesn't need to be said at this point.
It's not redundant. I would recommend that be included as well.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Authority Member Cox.
I want to understand, outside of the recommendations, there are also the challenges. So I want to know, with respect to this recommendation, adopting it as is, what does that do with the challenges that we brought forward in terms of the office rent requests, the funding for the NFL mandated security, the further need for information on the builder's licenses, those things that were in that. I also want to understand a little bit better in terms of the next steps that we laid out. What will the opportunity be for verification without the FCA in place right now for collaboration to see these year 1 projects have been vetted? I'm assuming they're already on the list, so that's what's going forward. Okay, so then just the first question, please.
I'll endeavor to address that. So staff's recommendation is to not include the rent and to not include the enhanced security element as part of the recommendation. So those challenges that you identified would not be, are not staff's recommended budget and wouldn't be included in this budget.
Okay, we don't need anything that specifically states that.
No, that's clear from what our recommendation is.
Sorry, can I ask a follow-up, Mayor Gilmore? Can I understand then, that what does the further inquiry look like for the SBL? Because again, this is $5 million in potential revenue that's costing us $2.5 million in operating expenses. So from a budgeting standpoint, it just doesn't make sense. And I know that you guys said there would be a review of the staffing chart with the coding, but what's the time frame on that?
So once we get the information, if Stadium Authority staff has some concerns, we will address those with the stadium manager. If they are not agreeing to make those changes based on staff conversations, we will return to the board, likely in closed session, for next steps with regard to opportunities that we have and options to go to dispute resolution or take other steps.
And I don't want to berate this, but again, if we go back to Mayor Gilmore's point, I believe that this was directive given last year that we've had this brought back to us. What's the check and balance system for this, making sure this comes through? Because we're just recycling a lot that we did last year again.
Right. So I need to go back and, at this point right now, I'll look at what we actually replied to council, both in written form and what we said at a council meeting. But I totally understand the direction, which is there are concerns with the level of SBL staffing. There's an analysis that's needed. I do think that additional framing is needed over the revenue, right? The $5 million of current revenue versus the 2.5 in current revenue. I think looking at the revenue in totality is important, but we will endeavor to bring that information back. What I heard tonight is that they have time tracking information. Without knowing exactly what that information looks like, I don't want to commit to bring that back in 30 days. What I will say is that at the 90-day mark, I think we can come back with additional information, and I can commit to that. But again, not knowing what the information looks like, I need to see that information first. But we will report back within 90 days to the board on where we are with the SBL staffing costs.
Authority, oh, I'm sorry, did you want to make your comments? Authority Member Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to support the motion. I would have rather have seen that 3 be an approval, since it seems like these last couple of years they've done a great job of having the non-info events. And since our review there of the marketing plan by our Canyon Oaks Ventures LLC is going to be completed here towards the end of the year, or at the end of the year, we could call those two together for next year's approval. But definitely, I think that this 90 days, we need to work together as far as if there's already a draft report for the FCA. Sometimes there's things that take longer to procure, and we know that. And if there's things that we see or that our management team sees that are going to take longer to procure, that we get these on the radar sooner and work together with our staff to make sure that we get this, whether it's 90 days, 45 days, or 6 months, whatever it might be, but whatever we see to do it quicker, I think it'll be important.
Authority Member Park.
Yeah, I'm going to want some clarity on the motion that was made by Authority Member Jane, but also, I do share Authority Member Cox's concern about making judgments now that we don't follow through on. That's my first concern. The other concern is, there is some confusion on how often we should do the facilities assessments, and I did a quick check myself. And it does say 3 to 5 years, but newer facilities, it says on the order of 6 to 10 years. I think that the facilities check, as it is with health checks, maybe is related to the age of the facility in question. But I would like to get an official answer on how often we're going to do these, meaning we're at the we're past the 10-year anniversary now. I know that we've been working on it. It doesn't seem like it's been too timely, but better late than never. I would have liked this before we went through something big like this. It would have helped clarify how much we need to spend. I do share the public's concern that not having information before we pass a budget, that always seems like a bad thing. In this particular case, again, I'd like to hear a clarification on the motion on the table.
With regard to the appropriate time interval to conduct a facility condition assessment, we're conducting one now. What we will bring to you is a recommendation from our consultant and staff, a joint recommendation on how often we should conduct future studies. What I would say is I still maintain that a best practice would be for us to get to a point where we don't have dueling studies. And what I would have liked to do is to have one study this time. We weren't able to get there, but I do think in the future we should endeavor to jointly fund one study and have joint oversight and management of that, which is distinctly different from a stadium authority-led process where a member is invited to attend a meeting or two.
Finished, Kevin?
Yes, but I guess clarity on the motion.
Yeah, Madam
Clarity
Mayor,
on the motion.
if I might, Member Jim, our understanding of the motion was, as drafted, staff's CapEx proposal was for approval of projects identified in year one, plus for those projects in year one requiring multiple years, to include all of those multiple years, even if it went beyond year two. My understanding of Member Jane's modification is that for the multiple year projects commenced in year one, it would only be for the multiple year fundings up through year two and not beyond.
So the difference is year one and year two that commence in year one or year two, but not beyond.
I don't think so. I think it's year one projects that are listed and year two of year one projects that are listed that require multiple years. Because there are some projects that start in year one that actually go beyond year two. Member Jane is saying, I'm only committing to.
It's limiting, so it's not just projects that go from year one to year three, for example, but only things that go up until year two.
Yes, only for the, yeah. Now, if I understand, if a project goes from year one through year four, Member Jane's including those as well, but only through year two, not the full 4 years. And he's nodding, so I've described it correctly.
Okay, so now that's a slightly different statement, which is approving up to year two of any multiple year projects that commence in year one, but may continue.
I will
past year one.
That is a different way of stating the same thing.
Okay, I just want to be very clear because that wasn't how I heard it.
I do think, though, it's important to distinguish a approval from money allocated in forecast, right? Because on any given year, you actually appropriate the money for them to spend for that year, right? You're approving the forecast, right? And so what you're giving the stadium manager is the indication that that project will be funded in year two, but you are not appropriating that money for year two.
Also correct.
Are you finished? Are you?
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
All right, I'm just going to make some comments. Levi's Stadium is an incredible facility and a tremendous asset to our city. But tonight, the question before us is not whether the stadium is successful. The question is whether this budget reflects responsible stewardship of a public asset and protection of the taxpayers who ultimately own it. I'm deeply concerned about the direction we're heading and about lack of transparency surrounding some of the most significant costs in this budget. Some we've talked about, some we didn't talk about, but will probably be resurfaced in other ways. I'm going to start with the $2.5 million annual cost for seat builder license sales and servicing. Last year, this board directed our staff to conduct a detailed analysis, and City Manager, if you go back and listen, you'll see about that, of that spending and determine how much work was actually dedicated to the Stadium Authority SBL activity versus other 49er-related operations. We specifically asked for that report by mid-September of last year, and it was never brought back to the board. Yet tonight, we're being asked to approve the exact same level of funding again when the board asked for information necessary to evaluate this multi-million-dollar expenditure. And when you think about it, $2.5 million, and the increases have been going up 11, 12% a year over the remaining term of this lease plus the extensions. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It undermines the trust that this board must have, for this process and for staff as well. It raises serious concerns about whether the Stadium Authority may be paying for activities that are not its responsibility. We didn't talk about this much, but we're seeing a request for over $600,000 in off-site office rent for the stadium manager. And I know the executive director didn't recommend it, but this may resurface in the future. This cost was never charged to the authority for more than a decade and was rejected by this board last year. Yet it continues to appear in the budget discussions. The public should not be asked to absorb new overhead costs simply because the stadium manager chose to move the operations off-site. We also saw a proposal in this budget for 24-hour security patrols at the stadium that were requested by the NFL, reportedly tied to the requirements, and these costs have not even been approved by our police department. Yet, again, the implication is that the public will ultimately be asked to absorb these expenses. But when we look at the capital improvement program, capital spending is projected to more than double when the capital reserve balance is projected to fall dramatically. For $1 billion facility, it's essentially nothing. At the same time, the stadium manager has been working on a facilities condition assessment for nearly 2 years before we see a report, and that report is still not complete. Yet we're being asked to approve major capital spending without the very analysis that is supposed to guide those decisions. And perhaps most troubling of all, the budget is about the future financial return to our city. The financial structure of the stadium assumed the city would receive fair market value for the use of its land through a combination of ground rent and performance-based rent. But the 10-year forecast in this budget shows the increasing capital costs and other obligations like police costs for football games over the threshold will consume those excess revenues, leaving the city with little or no performance rent in the future. If that happens, the city will receive only base ground rent for the use of extremely valuable public land. At that point, we must ask whether the city is receiving fair market value for the stadium land and whether the city's general fund would effectively end up subsidizing stadium operations, something the voters were clearly told would not happen when Measure J was approved. On top of all that, we still do not have a clear and transparent accounting of the money that is supposed to be reimbursed to the city by the Bay Area Host Committee for Super Bowl and World Cup related costs. These are millions of dollars that the public deserves full clarity on. What concerns me the most tonight is that there is no clear long-term plan to address these issues. We have rising costs, declining revenues to the city, incomplete financial analysis, and key information that this board specifically requested and never received. This is not a responsible path forward. This budget is not just about this year. It's a signal of where we're headed, and right now, it's foretelling a future where costs continue to shift to the public while the financial return to the city declines. If these issues are not addressed transparently and responsibly, the people of Santa Clara will be the ones who are shortchanged. For this reason, I cannot support this budget tonight. The public was promised a stadium that would not burden the taxpayers. Until we see a credible plan full of transparency and accountability for the decisions made, I cannot vote to approve a budget that points us in the opposite direction. Councilmember Park, Authority Member Park.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you brought up that things that we're not considering, to bring up even more things that we're not considering. And to be honest, if there's no clear plan going forward, that's our fault. I mean, if the only time that we bring up issues that have not been addressed, if we point out missed timelines only at the next meeting, only at the next time that we consider a budget, the next time that we consider a marketing plan, that's on us. I think that, again, maybe we should have, along with a stadium authority report, I mean, we used to have meetings that were split up. we used to have the Housing Authority, we used to have the Sports Authority, there were separate meetings. We used to close the council meeting and open the Sports Authority meeting. We used to close the Sports Authority meeting and open the housing meeting, and we would go over each one so that we didn't lose everything. A member of the audience, actually me, I complained that we were opening and closing meetings that had no agenda, that we had nothing planned, and each time we opened and closed a meeting, council got paid another $30. And I suggested, instead of doing that, why don't we just not have the Sports Authority meeting and save $30 times 7 and just not have that meeting? And the response that the city made to that is, we're just going to open and close all the meetings all at once, and we're never going to have any separation between these things, and we're going to have Stadium Authority items along with general city items, and we're never going to have clean meetings anymore. But I think perhaps maybe we need to do that. Maybe we do need to have a clear delineation so that if there's no Stadium Authority item on the agenda, we still have a status about where we are on the Stadium Authority. And if there are no other items on the agenda for a specific meeting, we still get a status on things that we had talked about for that meeting. I think that makes a lot of sense, but in a effort to kind of hide all the meetings where we don't actually do anything, we've just pushed everything together, and I think perhaps it's the wrong thing to do. Rather than complain about staff not doing simple things, I think maybe we will bring up, maybe this is not the appropriate time, well, this is definitely not the appropriate time to bring this up, but if things aren't getting done, we're the Stadium Authority. I think that's on us. And at some point, if we want a better process, then we need to make sure that we delineate, that we prescribe a better process so that we get the answers that we want and not complain at the time of the next meeting.
Authority Member Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as, I want to be supporting this motion, but as far as the, our public, I'll tell you that if I got to take a sledgehammer myself to the stadium so that the public doesn't pay for it, I would do that if we ever got to that point. The public is not going to be paying out of general fund anything to support the stadium. As far as the CapEx, I think that's something we've got to look at and make sure that we keep in front of that. Somebody who's been to the Oakland Alameda County Stadium, it's 60 years old. It's in a different area, different time frame. But if you take a look at that, I mean, obviously there's disrepair there, and we got to make sure that we are responsible for the oversight of this. We are responsible for making sure that we're doing the right thing, and I think that we ultimately are the ones who will be held accountable for that.
All right, thank you. So does anyone else want to speak? All right, Authority Clerk.
Thank you. Just want to read the motion back. Make sure I got it. It's staff recommendation 1 through 6 with amendment to recommendation number 2A CapEx plan. In addition to approving year 1, include year 2 for items that have budget allocated. Is that correct?
I don't.
Read that one more time.
So staff recommendation 1 through 6 with amendment to recommendation 2A CapEx plan, in addition to approving 1 year, include year 2 for items that have budget allocated.
For items that have budget allocated in year 1 and a forecast expenditure in year 2.
Okay. Council, Board Member Cox has her hand up.
I'm sorry, and I should have raised my hand to speak because I realize there won't be any time to do that after the vote. But I wanted to recognize staff's efforts here, and not as long as Mayor Gilmore's response, but again, just on accounting principles, and we're making the exact same recommendations, and we're in this boat. primarily, I would say the biggest issue, and I do appreciate Mr. Beachman's recognition of this as well, we are not addressing going beyond this 4% for the capital expense reserve. And so approving this budget means next year we're doing this again. And so I just wanted to quickly note that it's not a lack of effort here. I really appreciate staff's pushing on this and, making way, but fundamentally, we're repeating the same issues that got us here last year. So I will be voting no.
All right. My screen is off, so please register a no vote for me. Thank you.
Point of order. Before we take the break, do we have to vote on continuing the meeting? We don't have to vote to take a break. We have to vote to continue the meeting. If there's no meeting, then there's no need for a break.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, up to you to, in terms of how you want to approach it, but is my mic on? The current protocols in place, as you know, contemplate meetings stopping at 12 unless there's kind of an identified need or urgency, to go beyond that period of time. And that could be taken up now if, in fact, there's a decision to adjourn the meeting, or it can be taken after a break. Up to you and the council board as to how to proceed.
Let's take it after the break, because I'm switching over to Albert. So let's take it after the break.
I don't know if that's allowed. No, I mean,
if you want to make
oh, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay. You could make a comment, or you could try to make a motion if you want, but I'm the. I think people need a break. Yeah.
I don't need a break.
Because you had breaks already.
Well, I'm going to say that,
All right. Okay, let's go. What are you going to say?
I mean, I think that the appropriate time for requesting an exception, like moving an item on the agenda,
does the council want to continue
is
this
the
evening?
continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations item on the agenda, unless, of course, there's additional information. And I think that, this meeting went late, and if we had taken the items in order, minus item 6, which was continued during the exceptions, continuances, and reconsiderations, if we had taken the items in order, then we would have heard the items that were pulled by the public.
So
we would
right
have
now, we're
heard
just deciding whether
item
we're
4
moving ahead.
that a lot of people in the public have been waiting for, and this meeting and this item still would have gone late. I think that by not putting the exceptions, by not telling people up front, when that items are going to be moved in the continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations portion of the agenda, we've made the public wait an entire meeting to
And they're still
potentially
waiting,
ask
so
them
why don't we
to come
move
again
ahead
the next time.
with the decision
And
to
there are
move ahead?
people that potentially would have spoken at item 4, which is very important, a Vision Zero, very important thing, that will not be here after midnight. And again, I'm trying to point out that there are items, there are places on the agenda for making these kinds of changes so that the public, both here and online, know about, what to expect. And I think that we do them a great disservice by moving items. I don't even know why we moved the item. There was no.
The item had to be finished this evening, the Stadium Authority budget.
We still could have finished it. And we would have, and the public would have been home by
City Manager, do you
now.
have something to say?
Sure. Just want to make a note on the items that we still have pending. We have item 4, which is adopt the Vision Zero plan.
And I think there's many people here for that.
Right, and staff is ready to present tonight. There were a number of items that were pulled from the consent calendar. There were 3 items related to the police department, 2F, 2H, and 2K. And then there is one item, 2E, that was pulled by a council member. Mayor, I do know that you need to recuse, or you've been advised.
I'm leaving, city manager.
Okay.
I'm actually leaving, so you don't have to worry about that. The question is the council going to continue with this meeting this evening? That was the whole question now. So,
That's a question for the council.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for an hour till 1:15,
okay.
I'll second that.
with a 3-minute break here as soon as we finish this vote.
I was going to give 7, but okay. You only need 3.
Make it
Staff
5.
might need 5.
I'll say 5.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to extend the meeting. I'm abstaining since I'm leaving.
So we're going to get started. We're going to get started with item 2K, which is, let me just read it out. Okay. Yeah. So, action to approve the annual military equipment report and adopt a resolution making required findings and renewing Santa Clara City Code Section 2.80.080, allowing for the continued use of military equipment funding acquisition and use of policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481.
Is this on? There we go. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Thank you for attention this evening. Before we get into the specifics of this item, I want to briefly provide some context that may be helpful for your consideration. Based on our historical staffing records going back to 1975, the Santa Clara Police Department is currently operating at the lowest sworn staffing levels relative to our population that we've ever seen. At the same time, the demands on our department continue to grow as our community, regional events, and critical infrastructure responsibilities expand. Because of that reality, we have to be thoughtful about investing in tools and systems that act as force multipliers for our officers. These types of resources allow us to operate more efficiently and help ensure that we can continue providing the level of service and public safety our community expects. Any technology or systems we bring forward are also implemented consistent with California law and our local policies regarding transparency, privacy, and oversight. The item before you tonight is one of those foundational tools. And with that, I'll ask Lieutenant Enos, who is online, to walk through the specifics of this item and how it supports our operations.
Thank you, Chief. And can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Sorry for no camera, but I'm out of town, so let me just pull up my presentation here. I will try to be brief, knowing that we're all dealing with the late hour. But just for the very brief background on this item, this legislation was passed in 2021 by Governor Newsom and requires our police department to document all military equipment that we possess, that we plan to acquire, and that we utilize throughout each calendar year. And additionally, the cost associated with the use and maintenance of that equipment. For this year, going through our usage, this is all documented in the military report that is available online that I write up each year. But it shows our usage of any of the equipment that is deemed military, and that includes our drones, our armored vehicles, our even some things that one might not think of as military equipment, like our command post vans and things like that. Many of this equipment has been in use since 1975, or some of it has, at least in the realm of rifles and things of that nature. It was not an addition, just to be clear, in 2021, it wasn't an addition of military equipment or any significant change in the equipment that we had. What changed was the laws that documented how we categorize these and how we document their usage. For the calendar year of 2025, we did have a variety of usages. Mostly it was our drones and our robots. We had 2 robot deployments, 1,261 drone usage. And then some of our other categories as far as flashbangs, tear gas, pepper balls, those all had pretty limited usage. 9 flashbang, 2 tear gas, and 4 pepper ball, as well as 2 40 millimeter. So that is just a quick overview of the usage. And then as far as equipment acquired during the reporting period, we did acquire an additional Lenco Medcat, which is an armored vehicle that's works also as an ambulance. It's prepared for medical evacuations. That's why they call it the Medcat. We did finally replace our command post vehicle, which was well beyond its time of use. And so we've got a new command post vehicle through a combination of grant funding and some of our, no violations of our policy related to military equipment usage over the year after we analyzed each usage. And then also in the report is documented any of the planned equipment that we plan to acquire over the next year, to include replacing some of or adding additional rifles into our inventory, the same rifles that we currently carry, just adding more of them. A long-range acoustic device for crowd control notification purposes, and then a variety of drones, to include potentially a counter drone type system for drone protection from large-scale events. So that kind of summarizes the 41 report. And our recommendation is just for the council to move forward with the report and the continued use of military equipment. With that, I'll take questions.
Do any council questions? I do have one, yeah. No council questions? All right, JS. We'll go to the public.
Good evening. Good evening. Under AB 481, Section 77C 15, and SCPD's own policy 706.1.1, military equipment includes and I quote, any other equipment determined by a governing body to require additional oversight. By approving Policy 428, which mandates oversight for ALPR cameras, you have formally recognized that they trigger these military-grade requirements and are indeed military equipment. The report before you that the SCPD has given you claims 0 instances of non-compliance. However, my forensic audit of 7.8 million raw logs of the ALPR system proves that this is factually false. While SCPD Policy 428.5 allows for a 1-year retention, which is far more than our neighboring cities, we identified 40,072 specific records exceeding even that generous limit. Some of this data dates back decades, yet remains on a live searchable network. According to policy, this data should have been purged or booked in. Between these retention breaches and illegal out-of-state transfers, this city is facing a potential legal liability exceeding $300 million. You cannot legally certify a report as compliant under Policy 706.7 when SCPD is overlooking a 9-figure fiscal risk and over 40,000 documented breaches. I have already served a formal notice of statutory noncompliance to the city attorney and clerk, and I urge you to stay this item until an independent audit can reconcile these figures. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online? Oh, Ken Kratz. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not familiar with some of these things this previous speaker mentioned, but maybe look at that. And my just comment is, how are these systems used if there's no, you say they're counter unmanned aircraft systems, so they're not going to be used independently of a threat. So you're not going to use them for surveillance of residences or.
So those are the questions we have. Sergeant Enos? Lieutenant Enos.
Yes, sir. So to speak to the first gentleman's point, it's very specific to the military equipment in AB 481, what qualifies as military equipment and what does not. Cameras or LPR cameras, they're not one of the categories of military equipment according to AB 481. So I can't speak to what he's speaking to, but that's not referenced in the report. In relation to the second public comment, all drone deployments would be regulated by our SCPD policy, which never would allow for just random drone flights for surveillance purposes. It would have to be specific to a call for service or a specific incident that the officer could reference as to why they were flying the drone. So with the counter drone, it would be very similar to all of our drone flights falling under that same policy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. We'll entertain a motion.
I'm willing to make a motion to approve because what the public member was referring to was about information, and this is approval of our military equipment report, and adopt the resolution, make required findings, renewing our Santa Clara Code section, allowing the use of equipment that is needed in policing that has been deemed by the state to be called military equipment. And we do this every year, and we have this question every year. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I actually had a question prior to the motion, but I mean, it sounds like the public is concerned not about the use, but about access to data and about the sharing of data, even if it's inadvertent. And I believe that the member also submitted a script and lots of logs. I took a look at it for a while, but I'm only using my city devices to look at things. I would love to use my actual computers to look at that because there was actually code there, but that code could not be opened for view nicely on the city devices that I had. So I could not look at them in depth and detail at that time, and I'd put it in my mind that I would take a look at that later when I had time to do that. And again, I don't think that the access to data, I don't believe that the logs, that the information, the data that was presented was ever addressed by staff or by the police. So I'm kind of curious as to how that data, came to be, how it was accessed, if it's still available, things like that. So that's my first question. My first question is, again, it's not about the use of the equipment, it's about access to the data that the equipment use and generate. And the second question I have is, we just heard the officer online talk about deployments. Deployments for surveillance would have to be for a reason. If a public member saw that there was a drone deployed and wanted to request why, I don't know what kind of details you provide. I don't know. I know that public pilots would have to file a flight plan. They'd have to do it in advance. They'd have to do these kinds of things. I don't know what the police are required to file when they put a drone up. I think that would be a little bit more flexible. But if a public member wanted to know why a drone was used or why a drone was deployed or all drones that were deployed, are public members able to do this, and where can they go to get that? Thank you.
Just as far as the ALPRs, I think we're going to have a meeting forthcoming to deal with that. So we're not talking about that today.
Yeah, correct, to Councilmember Park's question. So we didn't identify the data yet. We're still putting together that presentation, and we plan on presenting that to council on the 24th. This is an entirely separate.
Oh, no, understood. But I think that the issue is the same, whether it's ALPR data, whether it's any other data. If the data are generated and the data are accessible, what are the restrictions, what are the protections we have in place, and how do we prevent, what do we know about the data that we are generating and how it's being accessed? It doesn't matter what kind of data it is.
Certainly in principle, but in this item in front of you now, this is specifically to improve our military equipment, which is defined by the legislature specifically, and it does not cover data. It covers all the categories that are in that annual report.
Understood. And again, I would think that some of the equipment that we use would also generate data that would be available. Can you talk to that?
Yeah, absolutely. All of our drone flights are publicly posted on our website, and they're logged location, reason for flight, date, and time. Any member of the public can find those.
Okay. And then everything else that we've talked about, including the armored vehicles, the other things, the data that they generate, if the drones are taking pictures, you've got a robot that you can throw into windows that will collect intelligence information. How is that information protected? How is that information accessed or available to other agencies?
Different categories. I'm not sure what data you're anticipating the armored vehicles generate.
Oh, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I don't know any data that they would generate that would be applicable in this instance. The data from a robot or a throwbot that was thrown into a residence, that would be tied to a specific case. So that would be evidence to that case, and that would fall under our retention period and how you share data via the criminal justice process.
Okay, and how is that data accessible or not accessible by other agencies?
That would not be searchable or obtainable from another agency unless there was a criminal nexus for them having to gain that information for prosecution.
And so there are no data collection agencies or services that are general services or that are service providers that other agencies use that could possibly get access to this data, including the service provider itself?
In terms specific to our AB 41 defined equipment, it is my understanding that no.
Okay, your understanding.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. If we can get the, this is for staff recommendation. Please register your votes. $5.617 Cal OES award for the fiscal year of 2025 Counter Unmanned Aircraft System Grant Program. Authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute any and all documents required to accept and use the award and approve the related budget amendment.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Chief Morgan here, and this is going to sound familiar. Before we get into the specifics of this item, I want to briefly provide some context that may be helpful as you consider this item. Based on our historical staffing records going back to 1975, the Santa Clara Police Department is currently operating at the lowest sworn staffing levels relative to our population that we've ever seen. At the same time, the demands on our department continue to grow as our community, regional events, and critical infrastructure responsibilities expand. Because of that reality, we have to be thoughtful about investing in tools and systems that act as force multipliers for our officers. These types of resources allow us to operate more efficiently and help ensure that we continue providing the level of service and public safety our community expects. Any technology or systems we bring forward are also implemented consistent with California law and our local policies regarding transparency, privacy, and oversight. The item before you tonight is one of those foundational tools. With that, I'll ask Lieutenant Deeger to walk through the specifics of the item and how it supports our operations.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone, or should I say good morning? Working with less than a 2-week time frame, Police Department staff was able to propose a comprehensive counter-drone program that was reviewed by Cal OES and FEMA and subsequently awarded funding. The Santa Clara Police Department was one of only 2 agencies in all of Northern California to receive such funding, with approximately 19% of the total $34.59 million allotted to the state of California being received by the city of Santa Clara. Unauthorized drone activity near stadiums and critical infrastructure is no longer theoretical. It is occurring nationwide and locally. Incursions near airports, military facilities, and large-scale public events continue to increase, creating aviation safety hazards, operational disruptions, and public safety risks. Federal counter-UAS resources are limited and prioritized for only a small number of high-risk events. With FIFA World Cup 2026 designated as a SEER, or a Special Event Assessment Rating Level 2 event, Santa Clara is an area of heightened concern, particularly given Levi Stadium's national and international profile. Drones are now inexpensive, highly capable, and widely available. While most operators are lawful, the technology's accessibility lowers the barrier for misuse, whether intentional, reckless, or negligent. Recent local events near Levi Stadium confirm ongoing airspace violations and reinforce the need for enhanced local detection and response capabilities rather than relying solely on federal resources. The fiscal year 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, expanded federal counter-UAS authority, allowing trained law enforcement agencies to conduct detection and limited non-lethal mitigation under federal authorization. Additionally, federal grant funding was made available to FIFA 2026 host jurisdictions, resulting in Santa Clara Police Department being awarded $6.5 million to build this capability. The program positions the city to proactively safeguard major events, protect critical infrastructure, and integrate airspace awareness into the broader RTIC, which is our Real-Time Intelligence Center, and DFR, which is a Drone as a First Responder operational framework. City Code Chapter 8.60 supports the city's counter-UAS by regulating drone launch, landing, and ground-based safety impacts within the city's authority. While the FAA retains jurisdiction over navigable airspace, counter-UAS technology provides the detection and coordination capabilities necessary to support enforcement of those local provisions. The primary purpose of the program is early detection, classification, and threat assessment. The goal is to identify potentially hazardous or malicious drone activity before it escalates into a public safety incident. Where legally authorized, non-lethal mitigation options may be used by trained personnel to safely address confirmed threats. These mitigation techniques are federally authorized measures designed to disrupt, redirect, or safely capture a threatening drone while minimizing risk to people and surrounding infrastructure. Deployment priorities focus on critical infrastructure, event-related transportation corridors, and areas of mass gathering, particularly during large-scale events such as those at Levi Stadium and other high-attendance venues. Operationally, the program integrates both fixed and portable detection sensors into a common platform. This allows real-time monitoring, shared situational awareness through the Real-Time Intelligence Center, and coordinated response when necessary. Overall, the program strengthens preparedness, improves lawful airspace awareness, and supports a proactive, layered approach to public safety. The Counter-UAS program does not operate in isolation. It works alongside our Drone as a First Responder program and the Real-Time Intelligence Center, as I described earlier, to create a layered public safety strategy that improves situational awareness, response coordination, and event security. This layered public safety strategy integrates counter-UAS detection, Drone as First Responder, rapid aerial response, and Arctic real-time intelligence sharing to create overlapping capabilities that prevent, detect, and respond to threats in a coordinated and resilient manner, and supports the Measure I-funded DFR and Arctic infrastructure projects. Drone as First Responder provides rapid aerial response and real-time intelligence for calls for service. Some counter-UAS equipment will also support the DFR program through dual-use capabilities. Counter-UAS focuses on detecting and assessing unauthorized drone activity that could interfere with emergency operations or protected airspace. Arctic integrates both capabilities into a common operating picture, supporting unified command and coordinated response. Together, these systems enhance situational awareness, protect critical infrastructure, and strengthen readiness for FIFA 2026 and other large-scale events beyond. Staff recommends Council approve Report to Council 26-86 as written. And that concludes this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions either from you all or from the public.
Any questions, council members? Councilmember Hardy?
So if I look at this, we're just being asked to accept the grant that we applied for.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other council members? Seeing none, I will go to the public. Mr. J.S.
Good evening again. Under AB 481, you are being asked to authorize new CUAS technology. This is a significant expansion of SCPD's electronic warfare capabilities, but my concern tonight is one of demonstrated competence. According to Policy 428.5, this council has already determined that ALPR cameras require specialized oversight and data retention limits, as I mentioned earlier. However, my forensic audit of the raw logs proves a systematic failure of that mandated oversight. We found over 40,000 records held in violation of that policy's one-year retention limit. If SCPD cannot manage the passive data logs of the camera system they've already admitted requires oversight, how can this council trust them to manage the active deployment of signal jamming technology? We are discussing a budget tonight. Under California Civil Code 1798.90.54, each one of those 40,072 instances is a discrete violation carrying a $2,500 penalty. That is a $100 million liability sitting in your own data logs. We should not authorize complex new electronic warfare tech while our current data management is a nine-figure lawsuit waiting to happen. Like I said earlier, I served the city attorney a notice of statutory noncompliance, and you should stay this item until SCPD can demonstrate it is capable of following the law on the equipment it already has. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Go ahead, Mr. Kratz.
Yeah, I'm getting a little confused between the two, the last one and this one. But I do have a concern. It sparks, the previous speaker sparked a couple of thoughts that I've kept track of in other cities. The city of Sunnyvale just want to bring that to the attention at a later date. So.
Yeah, just some quick notes for clarification, if I may. I think we're kind of treading into the same waters that we did with the previous point, which is we need to separate what we're discussing and then the issues that are being raised. The issue at matter here is, are we going to accept the 6.5 roughly million for counter UAS? And if there is concerns about drone footage and flight time. I think the chief adequately kind of addressed those previously. This is not drones, this is counter. So when we're having bad actors that are trying to utilize drones, and we're seeing this on a global scale right now on a daily basis, whether it be Ukraine, Iran, et cetera, the threat from drones is real, and it's something that needs to be countered so that we're safeguarding the community, whether it's a large-scale event, it's critical infrastructure. Levi's, 4th of July, you name it, we're just trying to accept this grant money to be able to position our department to be in the best position possible to safeguard our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, but when you're talking about anti-UAS technology, I mean, when I read the report, we're using a drone, we're using UAS as the counter UAS technology. And my question is, how well do we understand the technologies that we're deploying? And at some point, the question, you're right, it is the same. It is not. Actually, the issues are the same. The issues are about the data. Like at some point, we need to have a data sharing profile, and we have to know how the services that we're using store the data, share the data, and we need to have a data retention, not just a data retention plan, but a data retention conformance plan. And it sounds like that's what, I mean, here, the previous issue, the ALPR issue that was brought up several weeks ago, that's the issue here. The fact that we that we have the technologies that we need, protection that we need, that's not the question. That's not, I don't think anyone, I don't even think that the person that brought this up disagrees with that. But the question is, once we have these technologies, once we accept this grant, once we implement these measures, how do we keep those tools confined to the purposes that they're going to be used for, and not have the data used for other purposes? I think that Mr. Kratz remote was bringing up, again, we talk about ALPRs because ALPRs are a real issue. We use the same ALPRs that other agencies use, and yet we claim that we don't have the issues that other agencies do. It's a settings issue. I don't know. I want a little bit more than a statement that says we don't have the same issues for me to accept this, especially when we've got, again, member of the public, and I think the logs look fairly legitimate. We've got data that shows that our data is accessible externally, and that's the concern.
Very fair, and very fair concerns brought up by the community member. I think our point is we're not addressing them with this item. We will address them specifically on the 24th.
No,
That's what we mean by separating two.
Yeah.
Absolutely, very fair points. I hear the civil liberty concerns, and absolutely all of the complaints will be addressed head on, but we don't want to conflate the issues of accepting this grant money with our ALPR program. They're separate and distinct.
And I understand that, and I agree with that. Like, I don't want to conflate them, but if I were to come up with an ordering, I would have talked about the data retention, I would have talked about the data sharing first before we expanded these programs, because by accepting these, we're actually making the problem, if we have one, worse.
Very fair point, and I just want to call attention to the fact that this was a FIFA-specific grant, so there's urgency in accepting the monies and starting the procurement process for acquiring this equipment for FIFA World Cup and then America 250 and beyond. So that's why there's a little bit of urgency in getting the grant in front of you before the ALPR.
Understood, and I'm going to say that I think that the data retention, the data, those policies predate even FIFA. So, when we talk about the urgency, I understand the urgency. I'm not going to, reduce the security on an event like FIFA, but if it comes to planning and you tell me that one's more important than the other, I think that having a policy and ensuring that policy works for the data that we're collecting, for understanding the services that we're using, that should come before implementing, putting in place additional tools, additional things that contribute, potentially make more data.
Agreed. And the audits have been ongoing and continuous. We just haven't presented them to you yet. And I think you'll find that we have and will address all of the very fair complaints brought up by the community.
Yeah, and I think that if we had addressed those first, we would maybe not have had these, this item wouldn't have been pulled for discussion. But because we haven't talked about them, now we're pulling every item that looks like it's relevant.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, when we first introduced the ALPR cameras to the city, I was very concerned about privacy issues. And, other cities like Mountain View have had leaks of their data where buttons were clicked on or off that didn't prevent sharing of that data. I am asking that we do a thorough review with a third party to look at those settings and to make sure that we're not leaking data. I think we owe that to the public. But, we have had a number of drones show up at our stadium. And, we're actually at war with a country that is very expert in creating drones. And now we have these big events, and we absolutely have to have defensive technology to be able to protect our public against those drones. It could be from a state actor, it could be from, anybody. So I'm very much in favor of approving this counter UAS grant that we received, and to execute purchase orders for equipment that we need. But I do want to make sure that we have some third party, not just our own internal review of the settings and the security measures that we have.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Having just served as on the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability as the chair, I am very well aware of what we face and what we need to take care of. And I feel very strongly that we need to have those tools. And we had a safe Super Bowl. And we want to be able to say in July that we had safe FIFA games. So I'm going to make a motion that we accept as the recommendation, accepting the Cal OES award for the fiscal year for counter notice, unmanned aircraft system grant program.
Second.
Basically staff recommendation, correct?
Yeah, it's staff recommendation.
All right, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, and I hear, again, I understand the urgency. I understand why we did this. I understand it's a FIFA-specific grant. But, especially when the countries that we're no longer as friendly with are making these technologies, where we get the equipment, I know at the Lunar New Year Festival, I met one of the vendors who, I think they build everything within the United States. I think everything is sourced, or as much as they can. But as much as they can, only one part needs to be made someplace else before we have an issue. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what the police force is going to do to ensure that we don't have compromised. I remember when Supermicro had chips put in systems that were built in Boise, Idaho, to send information from their computers, from servers that were built there to a data collection, IP address or several IP addresses, outside the country. And I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can, and that we do come back with a report on, as Councilmember Jane requested, a third-party evaluation, coming up with reports about, what kind of data that we have. I'd like to see the public members' complaint about data availability and data retention past its lifetime addressed. And I'd like to see that come back. And if I could add that, so that we have something time certain. You said the 24th, we're going to have another report. If you tell me that that's included, though those will be included in the report, it'll make me feel better. But until I see the reports, the actual reports themselves, and until I've verified, we verified until the public member comes back and says, oh, I can't see these things anymore. I can't see them past the times that we have. I don't know that we'll have, that I'll sleep as easily as I'd like to. I'm not saying that we should work with the public member, but I would like the public member to be satisfied.
Just got a couple comments. Obviously, whatever we can do to provide resources for our police department to make sure that they can keep us as safe as possible is something that's vital. Being one of 2 agencies in Northern California to receive this it just kind of points out the not only the usefulness for us, but what the Department of OES, California OES, looks at really requiring and trying to give us the monies needed for us to really have a really successful, events here in June. But as we move forward in other events around the stadium, I think it's important for us to make sure that we provide even more security for our events and for our residents here in Santa Clara. And with that, I think City Manager Grogan.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Gonzalez, and to Councilmember Park's concern and also the concerns raised by Councilmember Jane. Just want to reiterate that I've had a number of meetings with the police department. I do know that they are working on that report to bring back at your very next meeting with regard to data sharing and existing systems. And at that time, should Councilmember Jane want to request other analysis or third-party analysis, I think that's the appropriate time for us to engage in that conversation. And Councilmember Park, I also understand your comment around how the technology specific to this grant may be used for FIFA. And as you know, we had a number of closed sessions leading up to Super Bowl. We certainly have had conversations about having additional closed sessions with regard to threats to public facilities, and we can address the technology that would be acquired from this specific grant and how it would be put into place in that closed door setting to address, I think, some of the concerns you were articulating.
Understood. And again, this isn't about the technology. This isn't about direct threats. This is about indirect threats. This is about how data is being used for intentions that we didn't intend and used by people other than us, right? I think that's one of the reasons why Mountain View, Sunnyvale turned off their cameras, because they weren't the only ones using the data that they were generating. And it's not about doing work for free. It's about giving people access to data that could be used for purposes other than the purposes for which they were intended, right? And again, if I could look into the future, I would think that the next issue, the next item that we look at, it will be exactly the same thing. And this is why, rather than look at these one by one by one by one by one, we should have a policy. We should be confident that our processes cover all of these things, so that anytime we've got a new technology, anytime that we've got a new grant, anytime that we've got a new piece of equipment that gets implemented, we won't have to discuss this one by one because we've already solved it at the data retention, the data layer. And that's, I think, the concern, not just of the public, but also by me. I mean, people forget this, but I'm also a data person.
We're going to see in 2 weeks a reporting of what we're doing and how we're handling our data, I think, and that's appropriate. I think this is not really, it's going to produce data as far as flights, but not, maybe things of interceptions and things like that. I don't see data as far as, the amount of data that we would have saw with something else, right? Seeing nobody else's hands up, we'll take a vote.
Santa Clara Police Department is currently operating at the lowest sworn staffing levels relative to our population that we've ever seen. At the same time, the demands on our department continue to grow as our community, regional events, and critical infrastructure responsibilities expand. Because of that reality, we have to be thoughtful about investing in tools and systems that act as force multipliers for our officers. These types of resources allow us to operate more efficiently and help ensure we can continue providing the level of service and public safety our community expects. Any technology or systems we bring forward are also implemented consistent with California law and our local policies regarding transparency, privacy, and oversight. This item, 3 of 3 for us, before each night is the last of these foundational tools. And with that, I'll ask Lieutenant Lutz to walk through the specifics of this item and how it supports operations.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Vice Mayor, council members. Am I able to put up the presentation on the screen? If not, I can try to work without it. There we go. Thank you. There's no 2H. Okay, I can do without it. I'm here this evening or this morning to speak on Paragon Technologies. I'm accompanied by Josh Medell and Andrew Riley, both from the Paragon Company. The police department currently relies on multiple independent systems to manage calls for service, investigations, reporting, and major event operations. While each system serves an important function, the information they contain is stored separately and must be manually searched and cross-referenced. In many cases, access to this data requires navigating specialized systems, which means much of the department's information remains difficult for many personnel to quickly access or to use in real time. As a result, valuable intelligence often remains siloed rather than operationally actionable. During active investigations or large-scale events, compiling a complete operational picture can take hours. A data integration platform reduces the process to minutes, allowing personnel to quickly identify connections, understand emerging situations, and support faster, better informed decisions. This capability is increasingly important as the city continues to grow. Between 2005 and 2025, Santa Clara's population increased by 22%, while the number of sworn officers grew by only 3%. At the same time, our commuter and event-driven population has expanded significantly. With staffing levels remaining relatively flat, leveraging technology is essential to maintaining service levels and officer effectiveness. When information remains siloed, intelligence is delayed, crime patterns may go undetected, and coordination across agencies becomes more difficult. In today's public safety environment, integrated real-time access to information is not a luxury. It is a critical tool for protecting both our officers and our community. The data integration platform consolidates information from traditionally siloed systems, for example, RMS, CAD, body-worn camera systems, ALPRs, GIS, UAS, to list a few, into a single unified environment. Instead of querying multiple databases separately, personnel can access a comprehensive operational picture in real time. It enables cross-system searches and rapid pattern identification, allowing analysts and supervisors to identify connections that may not be visible within individual platforms. The system also supports geospatial intelligence and trend monitoring, helping guide proactive resource deployment and operational planning. Importantly, this platform serves as foundational technology for the city measures I funded Real-Time Intelligence Center, or RTIC, and drone as first responder programs. It provides the integrated data environment necessary to manage real-time information, analytics, and coordinated operational responses across those initiatives. What previously required hours of manual cross-referencing can now be delivered in minutes, significantly improving situational awareness, response efficiency, and officer and community safety. The platform also enables secure MOU-governed information sharing. Participating agencies retain full control of their data, and information is shared only when expressly authorized under City Council-approved agreements, ensuring transparency, accountability, and compliance with FBI criminal justice information service requirements. Privacy and civil liberties are protected through role-based access controls, administrative oversight, and clear audit trails that document system activity, helping prevent misuse and ensure accountability. When the system is presented to an agency, it's actually considered to be in the toggled off position, meaning that we have to go through and approve if any of the data is being shared or distributed to any allied agencies. It's already in a toggled off position. A data integration platform provides a live, consolidated operational view during active incidents. Rather than relying on multiple systems or radio traffic alone, personnel can visualize computer-aided dispatch activity, unit locations, ALPR readings, nearby camera feeds, and call logs within a single interface. There is a slide here, but in the example here, there's an incident where an active CAD incident, associated units assignments, ALPR hits connected to the vehicle, and immediate access to nearby camera feeds. This unified view enhances situational awareness for dispatch, supervisors, and field officers by providing relevant context in real time. By integrating these systems, the platform reduces the need for manual cross-referencing, minimizing delays in information flow, and supports faster and more informed decision-making. Officers respond with greater awareness to potential risks, vehicle movements, and surrounding activity, strengthening both officer safety and coordinating responses. This capability is critical not only for routine patrol operations, but also for large-scale events, critical incidents, multi-agency deployments where timely, accurate intelligence directly impacts public safety outcomes. In the example that, I apologize for it not being here, there's a graph here that shows the connection if a certain person is ran out, or a residence, or a vehicle, and it's almost a spider diagram that shows the connections to everything that can be shown up in real time. And again, it's a modern data integration platform that transforms isolated case information into a connected intelligence network. Instead of reviewing incidents individually, the system visually links related people, vehicle, firearms, locations, and prior cases, allowing analysts and officers to quickly identify patterns that may not be otherwise apparent. The example given is actually a robbery case and is connected to other incidents, known associates, shared vehicles, and firearm recoveries. What again, once would traditionally take hours, can now be done in minutes. This capability strengthens proactive prevention by identifying repeat offenders, crime series, geographic clustering, and shared assets before additional incidents occur. It supports targeted enforcement, focused patrol strategies, and investigative follow-up, while enhancing officer safety by providing responding personnel with comprehensive context prior to arrival. Integrating this capability within the broader RTIC, or the RTIC framework, supports daily patrol operations, major event security planning, and cross-jurisdictional intelligence sharing. It shifts the department from reactive case review to proactive, data-driven crime disruption and prevention. As previously discussed, the city has experienced significant population growth while sworn staffing levels have remained relatively flat. In that environment, maximizing efficiency through data information deployment is essential. Again, in the slide here, it shows a graph of different response times. And to convert the raw data into an accountable operational insight by examining incidents by beat and by the time of day, the department can identify peak demand periods, geographic constraints, geographic concentrations, and workload distribution across patrol areas. Response time metrics further allow supervisors to evaluate performance, recognize strain points, and adjust staffing or shift configurations as needed. In the broader RTIC framework, this analytic-driven visibility supports proactive resource management, enhances officer safety through better workload balance, and reinforces the city's commitment to delivering effective, and responsive public safety service to the community. A key benefit to this platform is that it maximizes operational efficiency without requiring immediate staffing increase. As the city continues to grow, our event-driven population expands. Technology like this allows our personnel to work smart by quickly accessing and interpreting information that previously required significant manual effort. Agencies using integrated data platforms are already seeing measurable operational improvements. For example, one police department identified a child abduction suspect in just 13 minutes by unifying real-time and historical data within its real-time crime center. Similarly, a Bay Area department reduced patrol officer response to mental health-related 911 calls by 41% by using integrated data to identify and divert eligible calls to the mental health response team. These examples illustrate how integrated data improves response time, helps agencies deploy resources more efficiently, and ultimately strengthens both officer and community safety. For Santa Clara, these capabilities will be especially important as the city prepares for large-scale events at Levi Stadium, including FIFA World Cup matches and other international events, where rapid access to integrated information strengthens situational awareness and real-time operational decision-making. Ultimately, this platform helps Santa Clara do more with the resources we have, strengthening safety for our officers and, more importantly, for our community. As a public safety agency, we need to be prepared. The public expects us to be prepared, and Peregrine prepares for us. I'm happy to answer any questions. The recommendation is to approve the report to Council 2696 as written.
Thank you, Councilman Hardy.
Thank you. I was listening very carefully. So it seems to me, because now we are talking about data, that this is data that you're already collecting, but you're organizing it in such a way to help your policing, if I'm understanding correctly. I mentioned before the interoperability, where I was the chair and in on a lot of closed door sessions, understanding some of what we needed to do. Some things I can say is that entire system came out of the 9/11 report because police and fire could not talk to one another during the New York City attack. And that was a major concern, and we recognized that this was vital. And with us having worldwide events here, I can see where this would be also vital to help us with our response time and working among different agencies and making certain that because some people will use our jurisdictions against us, and we know that. So I guess the biggest concern is, I know that the interoperability, those of us on it, it is encrypted. So that's, I would ask, because this is about data, it may need to come from the company that we're talking about, but we just need to understand how the information is being stored and how it's being used. Now, what was referenced said Sunnyvale was actually Mountain View. So there's some misinformation out there, and that's kind of a concern. So this is where your ability to help everyone feel comfortable with how this information will be used internally, and to make certain that it isn't used externally. How's that? Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
I certainly see the efficiency improvements by having all the data in one place. Is this data, and you said that the agency has full control over this data, is it in the cloud or is it on our own personal servers? I'd like to know where it's held. And then you talked about toggle off or toggle on for any outside agency that wants to get access to this. that's not automatic. A human has to be involved to grant an outside agency access. Is that correct? Those are my questions.
All right, Councilmember Cox?
Yeah, I think that my question is aligned with that in terms of, it says that this will initially support daily patrol operations and investigative functions independent of a fully staffed RTIC. So it looks like that's the phasing that that's going to work with. Is this then deployed in all of the patrol vehicles? And when the RTIC is fully staffed, we remove that access, and then it goes to the command central there? And does that change kind of the pricing model when we look at that?
Those are the council questions right now.
Okay. Actually, I think you guys might be perfect to answer at least the first question.
Understood. That's a way to do it. That's not the only way we do it. So thank you for having us. Good morning. My name is Andrew Riley. I'm a regional sales manager with Peregrine. How's the data stored? It is stored in Amazon Web Services Government Cloud region, which is a CGIS compliant, regionally redundant cloud storage space, and highly considered one of the, if not the most secure storage space deployed by government agencies in the United States. All the data only stays in the United States on redundant servers, meaning if a server in California fails, the same data is on 15 other servers across the country. So that's where the data is stored. And the data is fully encrypted when it's at rest and in transit.
Is it in the cloud or is it server storage?
So it is a cloud storage space on multiple servers across the country that are all maintained by AWS, Amazon Web Services. And only in the US, it's only on their government storage spaces as opposed to their commercial storage spaces. Sure. So to kind of expand on the potential for data sharing, we allow for data sharing if a customer chooses to do so. Meaning when we deploy an agency and all the data is integrated from the different systems and comes into the Peregrine ecosystem, it is shared with nobody. And only the chief and the legal team here gets to pick who, even at the department, gets to see the data and what data they get to see. Generally, we will mirror the permissions of the agency, meaning like, I'm a patrol officer, I can only see my own body-worn camera, even if it's in Peregrine. If I'm a sergeant, I can probably see my team's body-worn camera. We work with the department to mirror the exact permissions that they choose, which are dictated generally by the city's policies and by the law. With regards to data sharing, we have two options for data sharing if a department chooses to do so. And obviously, in this county, Santa Clara Sheriff's Office, San Jose, Santa Clara DA's office, and Campbell are all customers, and they would love to share data with you. However, that's totally up to you all. Like if you decide as a team here at Santa Clara, we're not sharing with anybody, that's totally your right, and we support that. The two main means we go about to share data are two types of MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding. One is a more historically used bidirectional, meaning we set up a, let's say you want to share data with San Jose PD. We set up a bidirectional MOU that the chief and legal team here work on to say, we will share this data set, whether it's 2 things, 10 things, 1 million things, with San Jose, and San Jose will share whatever they choose to share back to the city of Santa Clara. That's one traditional MOU. A more widely used MOU in California now is what we call a third-party MOU, meaning city of Santa Clara says we are comfortable sharing this data set anywhere in California, and the chief and you all work on that legal, the language, even as specifically as like the CAD, the computer-aided dispatch, will have many, many fields within the CAD, and we can say we'll share 8 of those fields, but not the other 10, for example. Once that third-party MOU is signed, then it honestly takes some work off of your all shoulders because you're comfortable sharing this data in California. But before we turn any data sharing on, it's not like once that's signed, nothing's shared. Once that's signed, that's in place to alleviate some of the legal work every time you want to share data. But let's say back to the first example, San Jose is like, hey, I want to share data with Santa Clara, then both cities will get a contact from Peregrine saying, you both have third-party MOUs in place. Peregrine sign them and acknowledge them. If you choose to share data with San Jose, respond to our communication, then we will turn the data sharing on, because you've already indicated this is the data set you're comfortable sharing in California. And for clarification, no agency we work with in California shares data outside of California. And we're aware, I mean, if departments want to, it would be only through a bi-directional MOU, and we are aware there are laws against like ALPR sharing outside of California. So that's generally how the data sharing is done. We work with currently, I think, 130 plus agencies in California, and the majority of the Bay Area, and a lot of them data share, and with to actually some very good results.
There was another question that was directly towards like patrol vehicles and their accessibility to it. So they're in, excuse me, the laptops they have in their vehicles would have access to this platform so that they can utilize it while they're responding to a call for service. It can also and will work with the RTIC once that becomes live. This is, for lack of a better term, kind of the backbone of the RTIC to be efficient and be able to run effectively. It can be set up in different modes, so it's set up for patrol, for an easy kind of, lack of a better term, the Google toolbar. They can type in real simply as they're driving to a call for service. They can be set up for a criminal analyst that she can have a more in-depth look into certain things, for detectives, for the back end of the investigation to do further steps for that portion of it. It can be set up for the administration as well when they're looking at heat maps or anything that they can set up for actual deployments and reconfiguration of teams.
All right, thank you. Now we'll go out to the public. JS.
All right, good. I don't know what it is now, but hello. Okay, so what I'm hearing is a bunch of promises from, no offense to anyone, but from people who are biased and will benefit from this, whether it's the representatives from Peregrine or it's the SCPD who will benefit from making their job easier and having these force multiplying tools. But the problem, as Councilmember Park has pointed out, is not really so much the ALPRs themselves or any of that stuff. It is the poor data practices that have been going on with SCPD for at least the last 2 years that I've gotten from their audit logs. We've seen that, let's see. So Section 420.4 of SCPD policy restricts ALPR use to specific categories like stolen vehicles and missing persons. It doesn't authorize convoy or association mapping. Yet, I've identified 22,000 of these invasive searches. This is a military-grade surveillance capability being used without a single word of authorization in your policy. That's not good stewardship. Section 428.7 mandates that sharing data with outside agencies requires a written request and prior approval for every instance. However, the logs show an agency called NCRIC, which is a data fusion center, accessed our system 8,261 times between February 1st and February 19 of this year, just last month. This is 18 searches for every hour. Again, these accesses violate state law and carry a statutory fine of $2,500 each, totaling $20 million. Did the division commander review and approve 8,261 written requests that month? Because we've heard from the SCPD that they do get written requests. How are we getting the written requests for requests that are happening every, 18 per hour? It's unbelievable. This is not a good tool, and you guys should not vote to approve it. It should stay. Thank you.
Next we have Ken Kratz. I believe he's online.
Yeah, hi, thanks. This is Ken Kratz again. I'm no expert in this, and it's a lot to digest, and it's very controversial, I know that. But I think the previous speaker summarized my concerns. It sounds like I wasn't there to comment on